Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
We know what that means. Hikaru puts the jacket on, the game is over.
Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid.
That is the genius of Jan's performance, the fact that he really did make it look easy.
Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Mis amigos, welcome to the 14th and final round here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament live from the Palacio de Santonia. You see the fans coming in. There were so many yesterday as round 13 concluded and Jan Nepomniachtchi was crowned the champion of these very Candidates Tournament. The Chess.com Spanish team does a great job. There, the players will be seated here eventually when they make their way into the playing hall. Hey, what's up, Chandler? That's our videographer. And, mis amigos, welcome to the broadcast room. This is a very uncomfortable close-up of my shirt, but it is great to be joined once again by International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess, and Almira, Jan Nepomniachtchi, what a historic event he's had.
Well, first of all, this is his second win, consecutive win at the Candidates. And I wanted to say that if you make a tennis analogy, I think that he has converted all of his break points and saved his as well.
No, it's a really good point that when he's had the advantage, he's made the most of it. When he's been worse, he's survived those games. And Daniel, Magnus Carlsen did a brief interview yesterday where he called Jan criminally underrated.
I think that's pretty promising in the sense of trying to figure out whether Magnus was telling the truth. So maybe now that Jan's rating is a little bit closer to where it belongs, Magnus will be more inclined to play him a second time. But we see the standings there. That essentially tells the whole story. That's all you really need to know.
Yes, 5 wins, 8 draws, 0 losses. Perhaps the most important category. No defeats for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Jan, he was much more lighthearted yesterday. We were able to catch up with him here in the studio. So we'll replay that interview and hear his thoughts about if he would, in fact, play in a World Championship match. Can you confirm right here and now that you will play in the 2023 World Chess Championship?
Sir, you are organizing it, yeah? Or why you are asking, yeah?
Well,
I mean, if I'll be given a chance, yeah.
Okay, and so second part of that question, who do you want to play in the World Chess Championship?
As they say, literally, I don't care, yeah? But no, but of course it will be quite challenging to play Magnus again.
Yeah, and well, I guess, do you think that impacted yourself during the tournament? Did you actually you literally didn't care and you were just playing for first no matter what?
No, of course I was playing for second, yeah. I knew, okay, I should take an eye. So Firouzja won't do that brilliantly, yeah. So then, then I fight for second place and then I somehow, qualify. I mean, I think these faults could be quite destructive, yeah. So you just start to, dividing the cake too early, yeah. So it shouldn't be like this, yeah. I mean, it's very strict. It's very it's very tough tournament, and you basically you make one mistake and everything goes wrong. If you start thinking, calculating, okay, how many points and so on and so on. I mean, that's probably what you're forced to do when you're trying to catch up someone. But that's also the tough part of the tournament.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's been our leader from start to finish here in Madrid and Almira. He was just much more emotional. You could see how happy he was. He finally let himself express himself.
Well, finally we see the true Jan, if I may say, because he's such an interesting person. He's very well read and erudited, and he has such a great sense of humor. And he still has a game tomorrow. Today, I think, yes, tomorrow.
Might have some blitz games
yes,
tomorrow.
No, but what I wanted to say, the good news about this interview, that at least we have one player confirmed for the World Championship match. Well, the intrigue is still on in this tournament, but we are probably waiting also for the official statement from the World Champion.
That's right. And Jan said, when we asked him, he was like, Magnus would be quite a challenge. It's clear that he thinks or wants to play Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. And you can look at this from several different perspectives. I think the best one is from the perspective of revenge. Jan feels that he has unfinished business. Obviously, he wants to become the world champion, but he wants to do it specifically against Magnus Carlsen. I think this tournament has signaled to us that he feels that he has been unfairly judged and considered after the last World Championship. People just kind of looked at that result and started shoveling dirt on him. I think Jan wants to set the record straight very badly.
Yeah, no, it's fair. And one player who probably wants Magnus Carlsen to sit out the World Chess Championship is Hikaru Nakamura. And the Twitch and YouTube sensation was the star of our round 13 recap.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda gave Hikaru Nakamura the fight he wanted in round 13 by setting aside his solid Petrov in favor of a fighting knight or Sicilian. Hikaru found a creative plan, sinking a knight into g6 and supporting it by advancing his h-pawn. Duda found an impressive rejoinder, swinging his knight back to f8 and then on to h7 and g5 and finally to e4, where he won a pawn. In the post-game interviews, Hikaru revealed that he thought the position was nearly winning, and that to this point he was playing like a brilliant computer. But the engine's evaluation was much more mixed, and things remained incredibly complex.
Okay, that's fairly surprising then. So maybe I just actually I misevaluated everything that's going on here. So I thought I was just playing like a brilliant computer with this knight on g6.
Then Duda got a chance, and he took it, striking out with b5. Had Duda followed up with the positional b4, he would have clearly had the better game. But Hikaru read Duda's mind, foreseeing that he would go for the tactical pawn to d5 and then rook to c2, which allowed Hikaru to play the incredible resource bishop to d6.
I mean, I thought he would play b4, and when he didn't, I was shocked. And then once he played d5, I mean, that's just a bit of a lucky break that I have bishop d6 here.
The game turned just as Duda's time was low. Hikaru offered a scary exchange sacrifice that had to be accepted. When Duda declined, Hikaru seized a winning advantage with near-perfect play, including the striking king to h2. By the time the final winning combination arrived, Hikaru had already put his coat back on.
But look at the chair. There's no jacket on the chair, which means Hikaru is wearing it.
Jacket might be.
Yeah, we know what that means. Hikaru puts the jacket on. The game is over.
Once Hikaru's powerful passed pawn reached d7, protected by a pretty knight fork, a dejected Duda resigned.
Amir, that was a really great game by Hikaru Nakamura, and something you've said throughout the tournament from Hikaru is he doesn't really blunder much. Even though he misevaluated the position, it was still very unclear, and he was able to better Duda in a tactical skirmish.
Yes, and this was a very impressive win, and also such a nice illustration of Steinitz' phrase. I was using it before, like he said that give me a knight on the 6th rank and I will win any game. He was mostly talking, I think, about the knight on d6 or e6, but this was such a beautiful game, and even Hikaru, I think that he said that he played like a brilliant computer. I think that from a human perspective, this was a very, very interesting idea. So kudos on that.
Yeah, for sure. And Daniel, we know that Hikaru missed that knight swing from f8 to h7 to g5, but that pawn sacrifice, or blunder, whichever you want to call it, again, it wasn't that big of a problem for White, and Hikaru, he really played an excellent game when Duda went wrong.
And he did what he had to do. I mean, we've discussed many times Jan-Krzysztof's bad form in this tournament, and when somebody's in a bad form, you know, the best thing that you can do is just get a complex position. Get a position where the price you pay for a calculation error is very steep. And Hikaru did just that. He did that from the opening. He didn't play perfectly. He'd be the first to admit that. But he did more than enough to put his opponent in a situation where ultimately he made too many calculation errors. And that has really plagued JKD throughout this tournament.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura, he punishes opponents when they make mistakes. He did that just yesterday. And we also had him here in the studio. And I'm not Danny Wrench. I don't read all the Hikaru faces, but I know a happy Hikaru when I see one.
The tournament's been a success regardless of tomorrow. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's been fun playing against these players. I mean, I've been pretty competitive, so I can't complain overall. But yeah, to have won today and sort of just be able to just give it my all tomorrow with draw odds is obviously very nice. Although, I mean, to be frank again, just like everyone else on the planet, I don't really think second place is gonna matter in the bigger picture. But nonetheless, I'm happy with my play. So just one more game, and we'll see if I can do well.
Almira, a very refreshing attitude from Hikaru Nakamura. He's gained a bunch of rating points. He's playing excellent chess, and he just seems like a person who is content, who's really thriving in the moment.
Well, as I said yesterday, he is in such a happy place right now. I think that he's feeling this unconditional support by his community. He is supported and loved by his family. So he wants to, to succeed for everyone. Once again, this is something greater than just this tournament.
Yeah, it is indeed, and his community is very strong. We've seen so many fans come here to the Palacio de Santonia every single day asking for autographs and photos. But Danya, he's happy. He said no matter the result today, he's going to be happy with how the tournament goes. But he's a pretty big matchup in store today in his fight for second place.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru might be happy with where his rating is after the tournament, regardless of how he does. But let's be perfectly frank, the last game might be the most important one in determining how you feel after the tournament. There's this recency bias when people look at their own tournament performances where the last round seems to occupy an outsized place in how you feel on the plane ride home and how you feel the following couple of days. So absolutely, it's been a great performance by Hikaru, win, draw, or lose today, but he certainly doesn't want that L to dominate the second half of the tournament.
Well, that's a great segue into our pairings for today. Almira, Richard Report, he gets the white piece against Timur Rajabov. At this point, for the Richard Report, it seems like he may want to go home. He's very creative, though. So do you think that he's going to bring the fight to the Azeri superstar Rajabov?
Well, I just had a look at their lifetime score, and it speaks for itself. So it's tied 1-1 and 5 draws. So maybe, those players who do not play for anything today, they will play it safe. Although I think that it doesn't really apply to Richard Reports. I don't know what does it mean to play safe in his case, and he's always very creative in the opening. So I think he even played B3 against Timur. So we might see like a very peculiar opening today, and then he will define his strategy.
Yeah, when you're looking at Richard Port's games, you can never know what to predict. So there are no surprises, and they're all surprises with him. And Danya, in the matchup between Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces and a great lifetime score against Alireza Firouzja, how motivated do you think Fabiano will be? He does have a chance at third place, which gives extra prize money as well.
Yeah, extremely motivated. I think when you have a bad tournament, and you can't really say Fabi's had 2 tournaments. One of them was excellent. The second one was the second half of this tournament. It was really, really miserable. And when that happens, like I said, you want to end the tournament with a bang. You want to end it with a win. It's easier to analyze the games afterward. You feel better about it. So I think Fabi's going to be tremendously motivated. He's got the white pieces against a Firouzja who has been struggling essentially all 13 rounds so far. And Fabi's definitely going to consider himself the favorite. He has put a little bit too much pressure on himself throughout this tournament, taken a few too many risks, but maybe with first place and second place out of the discussion, maybe that feeling of relief is going to bring out the best in Fabi. We'll see.
And of course, we'll come back to the matchup between Ding Liren and Hikaru Nakamura. But Almira, Jan-Krzysztof with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan locked up the tournament, second candidate in a row with 1 round to spare. He's very superstitious, so he probably doesn't want to lose the final game because that's what happened in the last candidates, and then he lost to Magnus Carlsen.
Well, first of all, he's playing against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who has not been performing well in this tournament. But what is very interesting about this game that Jan told us himself yesterday that it's very important for him not to lose this game. And while this is his second win in the candidates, if he makes a draw today, his result will be even more historic. It's the best result ever in the candidates. And I think what happened last time, actually, that he was so overwhelmed by his victory, he knew that he's going to play Magnus Carlsen, so they partied straight away, like right away after the game. So I think that they're going to party today.
Well, I hope I get invited to that party. And of course, we will talk about Liren versus Hikaru Nakamura all throughout the round. But let's remind everybody of the standings. If you're just joining us here for the 14th round, here are the standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi has already won the tournament. The battle for second is between Hikaru Nakamura and Liren. So that undoubtedly will be a great one. As you see the playing hall, the players are joining the media and everyone who wants to take their photos. So it's a very interesting last round with Liren and Hikaru Nakamura playing for first, Danya.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge game, and Ding might have a bad taste in his mouth given what happened against Timur Rajab. A very similar situation, a game that Liren was putting tremendous pressure on himself to win, and not only did he fail to win, but it was clear from a very early point that the pressure he was putting on himself backfired. It produced a lack of objectivity, bad opening play, all of which is very uncharacteristic. So one of the things I'll be looking for is to see if Liren might tone it down a little bit in the opening. Try to, complete the demands of the position rather than playing with an agenda from the start. He's definitely going to be nervous. The pressure is definitely on the Chinese Grandmaster, but he has delivered before, and he's going to be looking to deliver again.
He certainly will be, and that means after that great breakdown by the two of you, it's my turn to go to chess.com/events and vote. So, first game, Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I'm going with the draw. I think that Jan-Krzysztof wants this over with, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, he'll be happy to get the historic 9.5 points in the candidates. Richard Report, Timur Rajabov, I'm going with the draw again. I just don't feel like these players are hungry in the 14th and final round. We see this at Super Grandmaster tournaments all the time. Fabiano Caruana with white against Alireza Firouzja, a great lifetime score. I think Fabiano would like to leave Madrid with a few rating points. I'm going with Fabiano's preparation over Alireza Firouzja, who has struggled and has played a little bit too risky chess. And in Liren versus Hikaru Nakamura, I'm going with a draw. I think we're going to see a 6-hour battle, slugfest between these two giants of the game, but ultimately peace will be amongst the
So does everybody else. Everybody going for the conservative safe vote.
Yeah, many predictions of draw here, and well, you can win $1,000 if you're the top guesser. We have Liren on screen. You have until move 10 to go to chess.com/events and make your votes on site. Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces. He's shown excellent preparation. He said that about himself yesterday. He's been proud of his preparation, in particular with the black pieces. And Liren, he's a man on a mission. He needs to win this game. This is essentially an Armageddon match.
Robert, and I wanted to ask you, do we have the leaderboard of our voting or not yet? Like, who is leading for the moment?
That's a great question. We'll ask our team to let us know who's in first place in terms of voting. We'll maybe even actually announce on screen. And, well, someone just standing right in front of the camera.
Oh, God.
That somebody needs to be identified and kicked out of the tournament hall immediately.
Don't do that to us. Not when we're watching Liren and Hikaru Nakamura. And, well, this is Richard Report with the white pieces against Timur Rajabov. This is Liren versus Hikaru Nakamura. And this game is where our eyes will be. That's Maria Emelianova, the photographer extraordinaire for chess.com. She's been giving so many great photographs to the news reports, and she always does an excellent job. But Timur Rajabov, he's playing an instrument on his nose there.
Right.
I think that, with the black pieces, he doesn't even know what he's going to be facing today against Richard Report.
Very.
And a ceremonial first move played there in the matchup between Duda and Nepomniachtchi. And here we see FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich. He's probably going to make the move, I would guess, maybe c4 for Liren, but it's a big question mark as to how Ding will play here against Hikaru.
Or maybe, Ding doesn't strike me as a first move troll. That honor, I think, belongs to Jan Nepomniachtchi. So perhaps Dvorkovich's first move is going to correspond with what Ding will actually play. And the moment of truth, I think it is in fact one d4. Both players betraying a smile, but those smiles will be quickly wiped off of their faces as the game is going to begin. And wow, Duda in an uncharacteristically good mood this tournament. That's good to see. None of us like to see players feeling miserable and suffering. So good mood all around as the last round begins.
Oh, and Vishwanathan.
Who is that?
Oh, okay. Vishwanathan Anand, the five-time world chess champion. It's always an honor to be visited by the legend Vishwanathan. So great to see him make the move. I bet you he makes that move and then he tries to sit down. He's like, right, yeah, I'll play this game.
Yeah, he's used to people making the ceremonial first move for him, not the other way around.
But he has been a great ambassador for the game. He also is running for FIDE vice president along with Arkady Dvorkovich. So he is on that ticket. And d4 played by Ding Liren. Knight f6, the choice of Hikaru.
Nimzo Indian.
c4, so we'll get that Nimzo unless, of course not. The King's Indian defense is a Hikaru Nakamura specialty. But when you need to draw a game, that would not be a good opening choice.
And another big decision here for Hikaru. Well, that question was answered quickly. Transposition to the Queen's Gambit declined. You could play the Ragozin with Bishop b4, but no, the Semi-Tarash c7, c5, and the first small surprise of the day.
But this is such a surprise because, you know, as I remember, they've played numerous games in the Slav defense where Ding almost always went for Bishop b4 and the line with c5 where he had so much space. So Hikaru at that time, I think, was feeling okay with this, you know, like I just want to make a draw. But here he goes for a more dynamic approach.
Yeah, the c5 move is one that's kind of all the rage these days at the top level. And Ding Liren clearly not expecting it. Just by his facial reaction, he makes the move e3. Ooh. And we should bring this game up because there's a lot to analyze out of the opening. So we'll bring up an analysis board to go through some of the possibilities that did not just happen. e3, a very calm move, but typically, you know, e3 is a very popular choice, but you can take on d5, and nowadays, knight takes d5, white plays e4, and after knight takes c3, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, long sequence of takes, bishop b4 check is played, the bishop blocks, and after bishop d2, queen takes d2, well, white has maybe a small advantage. You can see the win percentages off on the left-hand side of your screen, where white does in fact have a good score in this line. But Danya, there's very likely a reason that Ding Liren didn't want this. Probably too many pieces traded off.
Too many pieces traded off, and after c takes d5, there's also c takes d4, which has been very popular recently. Narrow forcing line. Ding wants a position, and I think that's what his main mistake was against Timur. He tried to do too much at once. He tried to get an advantage and a complicated position. He tried to do all of that in 3 moves. Right now, he's got to be very careful because this is what happened against Timur. He played that move knight a6, and Ding's response to that was inadequate. So maybe taking a little bit longer here to remember his preparation, making sure that he's not playing anything overambitious. That's what Ding has to do here. But maybe a little surprise for Hikaru as he retracts his bishop to d3.
Yeah, bishop d3, maybe catching Hikaru off guard. Now, Mira, this resembles a Queen's Gambit accepted at this point. So stylistically, who would you say the start of this game favors? I know it's very early, but these players do have quite different styles.
Well, they do have quite different styles, but I don't think this position caught Hikaru off guard because he plays so many openings, and once again, I've studied quite a few of his games. He uses the Queen's Gambit accepted from time to time, and I also play this opening played for many, many years with black. So the typical move here would be simply to take on d4, c takes d, e takes d. Then you simply develop your bishop on e7. And we've seen actually numerous games where white has the bishop on b3 or on d3. It simply comes to the same position. Although in this one, there is always a possibility for white to sacrifice the d4 pawn. When you play, for example, if you castle and castle, you can play, I think, queen e2 here and sacrifice the pawn on d4. And sometimes the computer will consider this position to be, well, a little bit advantageous for black, but then it changes its mind.
Yeah, because white is already aiming towards the king side. This bishop can come with the g5, a rook to d1. So it's an adventurous pawn sacrifice, but that can be justified. I agree with you, Almira.
But the normal move would be rook e1 anyway, so you don't have to sacrifice, because at that, in this position you cannot take on d4 because there will always be bishop h7.
Right, just to show that even before
Even
castling,
here, same idea.
right? And anytime
Here.
there are pieces in line with each other and one piece in the way, think about what happens when it moves and bishop b5 is checked, you win the queen. So the same thing after castle, it just would have been the h7 square. So good point. And well, b5 was Hikaru's choice. He's lashing out over here on the queen side, Danya.
This is interesting. Now, our incredibly hardworking team has reported to us that the position before b5 has occurred several times. It's not particularly popular, but it occurred for the first time in a game from 1913. Black in that game was Edward Lasker, not Emmanuel Lasker, but Edward Lasker was also incredibly strong. He was an IM. Now, Hikaru seemed to be taken aback by b5, by bishop d3, but responded pretty quickly. And Ding now changes the structure once again, so we won't get an IQP. Instead, we'll get a symmetrical structure on the queen side after b2, b4, which I think is going to follow, followed by bishop b2. And it would be a mistake just to say that this is totally equal because it looks symmetrical. The fact that white has an extra tempo in these positions, and I know you'll back me up on this, can actually be incredibly important.
And also sometimes you want to have the knight on d7 and the bishop on b7 in this position, so you could follow up with knight b6 and rook c8 and knight c4.
Right, because if we just look at the pawn structure here, the c5 and c4 squares can be quite vulnerable. It's a good point, Almira. And the bishop on b7 would like to be unopposed. So the same thing goes for white. This knight would like to be on b3 in many positions, so that when you play rook c1, you put a knight on c5. That would be nice. But b4 has in fact been played by Ding Liren. And unlike in his game against Timur Rajabov, this time b4 is a good move. Comes at right at the bishop. The bishop has to move, costing black a tempo. And as this game continues, we likely will see something where both sides end up castling, and then white is a tempo ahead, right? White has the first move, so you have, I guess, a half move ahead here. And this bishop on d3, though, that I think is a really nice piece. Sometimes can cause problems over here on the queen side. And don't be surprised if white ever makes a move like knight to e4. You probably don't want to trade queens, but in the event of the knight trade here, we already see some pressure down the queen side that can be annoying for black to deal with. I do think that Ding Liren will avoid a queen trade. Almira, if you trade queens, you probably feel like your opponent has better chances to make that draw, and all Hikaru needs is a draw.
I agree with this, but on the other hand, I have so much experience in the Queen's Gambit Accepted, where white takes on c5 and trade queens very early, and this is actually a very unpleasant position for black to play. You really need to feel the subtleties of these positions just in order to make a draw, and there are only two results possible.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Black is deprived of any counterplay in this line.
And I think Hikaru, he's happy with the draw as a possibility. And we're going to go back to the bird's eye view here, just because we have two pretty much identical games in the top left and the top right. So slight differences there, where black is castled in the top right, and the top left, the bishop's on e6, and the king hasn't made its way over from the center of the board, but they just deviated. They were following each other. And Fabiano Caruana, I mean, he's been essaying these kind of positions all tournament and even in previous ones. It's similar to how he beat Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, not the same exact position, but from the stems from the same line.
Yeah, it's not a surprise that this has occurred in Caruana Firouzja. Fabi plays this opening with both colors. He understands the structures very well. So a very sensible choice in the last round. You want to play something that you're comfortable with. And Firouzja, he's definitely a lot less experienced on the black side of the Berlin than Fabi is with both colors. So he better have done his research in these positions, because otherwise you can easily slip into a bad position. On the top left, Rajabov report, they're following a very similar line. But for now, we can focus on the Fabi game.
Yeah, and I was actually going to ask you, Almira, that I think that sometimes players can assume that equality is easy to achieve, because you look at the engine, it says 3 different moves leave the position equal for black, you're like, okay, I can figure this out. But it's much deeper than that. And Fabiano, who's been playing the white side of Spanish structures for such a long time, he has a wealth of experience. And for Alireza Firouzja, who's only 19 years old, we've seen in this tournament where he's like, the engine says I should be doing okay. And then as soon as he's out of his prep, that's where he may struggle compared to the more veteran players in the field.
Yeah, this is a very important point, because when you analyze at home and the engine gives in various lines that the position is equal, the most important factor then, and this is the player who will make a difference, the player who knows all the plans and which piece to trade, like how to change the pawn structure, how to improve my pieces. And actually we are now concentrating on the game between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja, but it's almost a remake from when we look at both games of Rapport Caruana, because the plans differ now, then that's why I think Fabio went for this line once again.
Yeah, he had an interesting game against Rapport, and from the black side in that one, and he's experiencing both colors. And Danya, that actually probably makes it even harder for Alireza, because not only does Fabiano has he prepared from the white side for today's game, that with that experience from black side, he knows what is uncomfortable.
Yeah, and what else might be uncomfortable is the fact that he's already taking a good chunk of time deciding how to defend the e5 pawn. Now, as far as I know, this is still a very prominent theoretical position. This has occurred many, many times. And there are actually 4 or 5 viable ways that have been essayed to defend the e5 pawn. You can play f7, f6, which is sort of the classical move. You can play rook e8 if you don't want to push any kingside pawns, queen e7. Even bishop c5 to d6 in some of these positions is not out of the question to pave the way for the c pawn to push forward to c5 and clamp down in the center. So a big menu here for Alireza, and the fact that he's taking as long as he is tells me that his preparation for this game might not have been particularly extensive. He might have just decided on the opening and then kind of said, screw it, I'm just going to play it.
Yeah, it could be surface level. And actually, we will maybe take a look at a few variations here, because the move f6 seems very natural. You defend a pawn with another pawn, you create a pawn chain. But oftentimes, white heads right for this f5 square, because when you play f6, you don't really want to also play g6 in these positions. So here, you can think about c3 and d4 as another option. You can think about knight h4, king h1, pawn f4 type of breaks. We've seen this in other games in this event. So I think for Alireza, he's trying to figure out how is this game going to continue. He knows that rook e8, pawn f6, queen e7, all these moves are fine for him, but they take on different trajectories, and he has in fact played the move f6. And Almira, he's spending his time in the opening. He's only spent 10 minutes, but we've seen his time management throughout the tournament, where he often can't afford to use minutes unless there's something he needs to calculate.
Well, maybe this actually illustrates the lack of experience that he has of playing these high-level tournaments. But I wanted to come back to this position, and especially, not only the move f6, but it was such a fascinating explanation given by Danya, because we always tell, I think, the beginners and players who learn the game, like, you should always protect your pieces. But let's have a look at this moment after knight c4. As Danya said, you have 4 fairly equal alternatives. Yes.
The very elementary tactic. Ooh, not there. I'll do it better this time. There. Checkmate and the knight. So this is why the piece is protected. But sorry, Amira, go ahead.
Of course. So like after knight c4, you have so many alternatives. And how do you actually make a choice? It's like, do you bring your bishop to d6? But then you think this bishop is quite active on c5, so maybe, this is not the best choice. If you play f6, you should always ask yourself a question, but this move f6, in the long term, weaken my king, and, I worry about the king safety. Is it better to make rook e8, which is probably more flexible, so you can go knight f8, knight g6, knight e6, or bring your bishop f8 to f8, back to the defense, and you also have queen e7, but you ask yourself, should I use the queen at this moment, the most valuable, the most dangerous piece, and to defend the pawn? So from this point of view, this position is extremely interesting.
Yeah, it's really not an easy choice when you're sort of looking at this with fresh eyes. You haven't prepared it super deeply, and they all take a different course. So it's true. And f6 is a very natural move, But as you're pointing out, Almira, this king, for example, c3, you already have to look out. Maybe queen b3 will be a nuisance because of the pressure on b7 and the king on g8 being in line. d4 is just a nice move to play anyway. So I think for Fabiano, where he can win an extra 24,000 euros if he wins this game, that's quite a lot to play for.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy actually for one game. And I'm quite sure that Fabi is aware of that. And he's taking this game very seriously from every perspective. And I really want to make it clear that I'm not overstating the case when I say that the last round leaves a major, good or bad taste in a player's mouth, as we see the king sliding over to h1. You pointed out the plan with f2, f4. Fabi not mincing his words at all, but winning this game would go such a long way toward making him feel better about this tournament as a whole. He's going to be upset regardless of what happens. 24,000 euros, 40,000 euros, it doesn't matter. He was tasting first place after the first half. But in the sense of helping him feel better and helping him analyze the games more objectively, winning the last round is always critically important for players of any level in any tournament, but especially here.
It's true. And, Fabiano would love to win. Alireza would love to do the same. But when you're met with this move, king h1, which you know exactly what Fabiano is doing. He wants to play this move f4 at some point, but instead of moving his knight to h4, which looks very logical to get the knight over here and maybe to f5, perhaps Fabiano is saying, I'm not quite certain where the knight should go yet. In fact, based on what you do, Alireza, I might choose a different direction for my knight. Maybe the knight will come to d2 or somewhere else. So king h1, it's not exactly hiding his intentions, but he can't play f4 next move, so it's kind of a funny decision.
Well, he is not revealing them at the same time. As you said, king h1 is a very flexible move. So he's not cross-examining, I think, Alireza Firouzja yet. But once again, if the rook was on e8, then it would be possible for black to play knight g6 and knight f8 and knight g6,
right,
and to control the f4 square.
Yeah, your point is knight e6 or g6 would be very nice, trying to take control of f4.
Also, there would be a possibility to bring the bishop on e6 and to take on c4, change the white structure.
Yeah, black needs to figure out this development. And I mean, just the way we see Alireza thinking here, Danya, it does kind of feel like Fabiano, he hasn't won the opening battle from the sense that he's much better, but it does seem like Alireza is truly thinking, not recalling preparation, but really trying to work hard to figure out what he should do here. Whereas Fabiano, you don't make the move like king h1 unless you studied this before.
Yeah, and I'd point out two things. First of all, unrelated, but we know that Firouzja has had this position before in an online Title Tuesday game against Hikaru, which was over a year ago, back when Alireza played online chess. I don't know if he remembers this. I think it's a move. I don't think he remembers that this exact position has occurred in his games before. And that's exactly the point. He's just not experienced in this type of position. And remembering your preparation in the anti-Berlin is about as hard as remembering it in the Italian. What's the problem, you might ask? Well, unlike, let's say, a Najdorf, there are 1,000 move orders. You can play king h1 on moves 6, 7, 8, or 9. You can play bishop e3. And black has different moves against each of white's options on each move. So it's virtually impossible to remember all of your preparation. These players will be the first to tell you that. And for that reason, in such openings, experience and general understanding of the ideas becomes critical. And my worry is that Alireza, just because of his age and because of his lack of experience in these positions, doesn't have the requisite knowledge, general knowledge of anti-Berlin positions to feel comfortable. I think that's reflected in his body language. But I would reserve my judgment for another few moves, because objectively, we're not arguing the position is equal objectively. That's clear. But Alireza needs to be very precise, and I think the next few moves will demonstrate to us whether he can overcome his discomfort and lack of experience and come up with the right plans and ideas.
Yes, I agree with you, Danya, completely. What I wanted to add is that now the methodology of training has changed dramatically, because before you were playing very little games, you were analyzing them. Now you are playing like millions of games, and the experience comes, and the feel for the position comes from from those tournaments. But I'm pretty sure that Fabi knows that Alireza Firouzja played this game even if it was a blitz game. So now you have to analyze like the amount of games that you have to analyze and to prepare for your opponents also very much bigger. But that's where Fabi actually makes his difference. He spots exactly the position where he thinks that his opponent doesn't master or doesn't have a feel for it, and he goes exactly for this line.
Yeah, and I think that fans and people who don't quite get a first-hand look into how top players prepare, Fabiano has had this reputation, and I think it's not fair what people say, where they say he just memorizes opening theory and that's why he's good. This position that we have in the top right with Alireza thinking, it's not about memorizing anything because it's not concrete. There's no tactical sequence that if Alireza doesn't know it ends in checkmate. It's a position that, as you were saying, Almira, he feels that he is way more comfortable and he's just going to try to outplay Alireza from here. So as someone, and full disclosure, has worked with Fabiano before, it's what often these top players do is not just have files with 50 moves, but they say, this looks interesting, maybe I should try it, and my opponent may not expect this exact sequence, and then we'll have a game and I feel like I have the better knowledge and better background. So we will keep an eye out on this game as Alireza Firouzja is on the clock, but all eyes, as per usual, are going to be on Ding Liren versus Hikaru Nakamura. Not much has changed there. We had that position on our analysis board. So when Ding makes a move, we can get back into it. But why don't we go to the bottom right, Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because Jan is spending a lot of time. And throughout the tournament, we've talked about how Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's typically a speed demon in the opening. He's always ahead in the clock. But he doesn't look so comfortable as he tries to avoid a loss in the last round after winning the tournament already.
So which Petrov was it?
Yeah, we'll go back and analyze here as we Jan Nepomniachtchi leaves his chair, his jacket is alone, but we see after e4, e5, we have a Petrov, and Danya this move d4, which hasn't played at the highest level. I can think of a Caruana Grishuk game and many others. Yeah.
This was all the rage at some point, maybe 15 years ago. But the way that Duda plays this is very interesting. After knight takes e4, bishop d3 was a given until about 5-7 years ago, when this move d takes e5, very curious looking move, started to become a little bit more popular. It's still a sideline, and there was no way that Nepomniachtchi could have expected this. I don't know if Duda has played this before, but even if he has, he's probably played 4 other lines against the Petrov. Now, Jan has already faced several surprises in the Petrov this tournament, and he's overcome them successfully. So he responds with d5, and you get this very, very interesting structure where white has this thorn in black's side, that pawn on e5 controlling a lot of important squares, d6, f6, making it harder for black to develop successfully, but it's still largely a positional line. And after knight bd2, trying to smoke that knight out of e4, this is a modern move if I've ever seen one. Queen d8 to d7. Try explaining that to someone who's played chess for 5 days.
Yeah, and I think the easiest way to explain is to show what happens if the queen stays on d8.
Yeah.
Even if you make a move like bishop c5, which looks very nice attacking the pawn, after knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, queen takes d8, check, the king has to take on d8, and then white goes knight to g5, forking 2 different pawns over here. So queen d7, Almira, what an interesting opening line, but it does make a lot of sense once you explain why the queen on d8 is bad.
Well, it does make a lot of sense indeed. What I wanted to show that in order to grasp the essence of this position is that why black doesn't want to take on d2, because it will be like almost an easy trade. But then you simply take with the bishop. Let's say you will play c5, then c3 is a natural move, then you knight c6, let's say you put your bishop on d3, then you castle and you launch an attack.
Yeah, your bishops are staying in the correct direction towards where the black king is going, and this pawn e5, as Danya mentioned, is a really big thorn in black's side. So
this is normally the position that black should avoid when playing this line.
Right, and so that's why queen d7, which has been played in a Caruana game from 2018, and Vityugov was playing Caruana, and Vityugov is one of Jan Nepomniachtchi's seconds. So interesting to note that. It's always important because when one of the trainers for a player plays a line, there's that influence. And so
That
Danya,
was with the opposite colors, yes?
yeah, Vityugov was white.
Vityugov was white.
But Fabiano Caruana, the world's leading expert on the Petrov, at least he was in 2018. So
Vityugov is one of the world's leading experts on the French, by the
Yes.
way. If you want to learn the French for black, I don't know why anybody would want to ever do that. But if you belong to that category, then look at Vityugov's games.
that's 100% true. So in this one, queen d7, odd move. White plays bishop d3, and then black does not take on d2 because Almira was just explaining that that's exactly what white wants. So instead, the knight backs up to c5, trying to get this bishop. White says no, and then we see the knight go back to e6, which, if you remember, Ding Liren, the black piece against Hikaru Nakamura, a knight blockading a pawn is usually very good because it peers over that pawn into enemy territory. So, oh, sorry, I clicked ahead. But to get back to the live position, that after knight e6, castle, bishop e7, normal move, rook e1, castle, and knight f1. Good remaneuvering of the pieces by Jan-Krzysztof, because after c5, bishop d3, Almira, you were talking about a kingside attack, and rook d8, knight g3, and black plays the move g6. So white's pieces all aiming towards this kingside, and Jan putting all his pieces towards the center. So this is a really interesting battle.
And it's,
Both Jans.
Yes, both.
Yeah.
It's actually a very thematical maneuver. What I wanted to point out is, especially for our viewers, whenever you have this type of structure and the knight is on e6, then you should most definitely aim for knight f1, knight g3, and for the f5 square.
Right, because you blocked your pieces from capturing an f5, and that's exactly why Jan played g6. And I guess we should say Duda and Nepomniachtchi just to avoid any confusion, although it's Jan-Krzysztof, he doesn't go by Jan. So either way, the move c3 played by Jan-Krzysztof, and this is a very important move because now he can keep his bishop on d3. And what I'm already thinking is, let's go Alpha Zero style, h4, h5.
I'm thinking let's go tall style, knight f5.
Oh my goodness, if we get a knight f5, that would be awesome. And I'm pretty sure I picked this game to be a draw, but looking at Jan Nepomniachtchi's face here and how Jan-Krzysztof Duda seems very ambitious, I could see either player winning this game.
He promised that they would not party.
All right. He's like, should have taken another Advil this morning.
But knight c6 is such a natural move in this position. I think Jan will make it rather quickly. What is he afraid of after knight c6?
Yeah, I mean, knight c6. I think it's not so much that he's afraid of something. I think he might be seriously considering another candidate move, which is c4 followed by d4. Now, c4 is very anti-positional in and of itself because you're weakening the d4 square. But if you follow it up with d4, you're forcing a bunch of trades. I think Jan invested a little bit of time in that, ultimately decides against it, and he just did, in fact, play the most natural move, knight b8 to c6, another sip of tea. And Duda continuing to play instantly.
Wow.
Robert, Alpha 0, Hess 0, Duda 0, but we have a pawn on h4 again.
Yeah.
How many times this tournament has white played h2, h4 before move 20?
It's been a lot. And I just wanted to point out that this idea by black, I think, does equalize the game because you're going to force some trades, and then white doesn't have as many attackers. And if the bishop instead had gone to f1 to make the move d4 less possible, because if you move the d-pawn, c4 hangs, well, your bishop isn't staring at the black king, so these h4, h5 ideas don't have as much power behind it. But Almira, I know you're enjoying this game here. We have knight c6 and h4 by Jan-Krzysztof, who's in his preparation. He is playing so quickly, he's up 20 plus minutes. He wants to be the only player to beat Nepomniachtchi in this event.
Well, I think that even here in the studio, we have this battle, the clash of the generations. You know, I'm going for a more positional approach and you're going for the h4. But I think that here, Jan should definitely take into consideration Danya's move c4, especially after knight c6 and h4, because this move h4 is not very useful in the endgame, would not be very useful unless it's on h6 already. So maybe he should take advantage of the situation and to exchange a few pieces here, c4 and d4 afterwards.
And this is also, this follows the principle of striking in the center against play on the flank. So this is definitely on Jan's radar, I think. But it must be scary for him to face this amount of preparation.
Yeah, this looks quite nervous. I mean, he looks kind of unhappy with the position. He's looking to the side. and he's trying to figure out what to do here because c4 is a very committal choice, because if this bishop goes back to f1, then the d4 square is white's for the taking. I could play bishop e3 perhaps and take over the square for my pieces. So Jan does play c4, doesn't even think that much. He feels he understands the position, and that's how Jan Nepomniachtchi has played throughout the tournament. He has been confident. He has had a few shaky games, 3 that I can remember, 2 against Caruana, 1 with the black piece against Hikaru Nakamura. Otherwise, he's been large and in charge. And right now, against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's moving instantly. I mean,
yeah,
C4
literally not even hesitating.
Here, an A5.
What?
A5, what is... See, that's a mysterious move. It's not a bad move, so we should be very clear. Our reaction...
Well, we don't know if it's a bad move.
Well, our reaction's not because it's a blunder. I mean, we see the evaluation bar, it changed a little bit, but not too much, so maybe an inaccuracy. But A5, Elmira, what's he thinking?
Well, maybe there is something in the variation after d4. Can we get back to the position before the move f5? We didn't analyze, so maybe there is some nuance in this line.
Maybe just didn't want to give the e4 square, potentially?
No, but let's say c takes d4, you cannot allow anything else. And let's say knight, which knight?
I don't know. I couldn't decide.
Okay, let's knight c.
Major
Knight
decision
c. I want
anxiety.
to force a decision on your, like on white's part, because the g5 square is protected.
Okay.
So what do you do here? Knight e4.
Yeah, I like this move.
Probably. With the idea of playing knight f6 and some
You could
lines.
basically force a queen trade. Knight takes c2 and then queen d3. I'm struggling to figure out in which universe like a5 actually helps. Oh, no, there's no way.
I actually don't understand a5. I'm really trying hard to justify this choice.
Are we sure that's what he played?
Yeah.
Sure that was what he played?
Can we get a verification on the DGT here? Because a5 is extremely surprising. I would understand b5,
Yeah.
maybe to protect the pawn and go b4 or d4, but a5.
Even a6 I would understand more, to be able to meet some sort of bishop a4 with b5.
Is there some incredibly deep concept here that we just, we're not in the candidates, so we don't understand it? It just
The only
is catching us.
explanation I can find that he wants to wait for a move before playing d4. Can white make a useful move in this position that and then he will try to make this line work.
Beautiful
Verified.
camera work,
Yeah,
by the way.
thank you so much to our great production team getting us a close-up here of the board. And didn't Nepo say yesterday to stop this A and H pawn nonsense moves? Thank you, Darth Von Trier. I guess he's stopping the H pawn nonsense with his A pawn nonsense, but H4 made sense. A5 is looking a little more random.
Darth Von Trier, this is such a creative name.
Yeah.
I should definitely go to the chat more often.
I have an idea, which is that the move rook a8 to a6 might come in handy in certain positions, because we've seen in several games, like the rook on a2 or on a7 guarding the 7th rank. Maybe Jan has judged that it's important to guard the 6th rank. I'm not sure exactly against what or against which move specifically, but that could be something to take into consideration.
I'm kind of buying it because h5 is such a clear idea that at some point g6 can be soft.
Some sort of sacrifice on g6. The thing is, black also has 2 knights on the 6th rank, so for the rook to actually, bear some weight, the knights would have to move away. So this is like one of the deepest moves we've ever seen in history.
I like Elmira's explanation that he's waiting. A5 says you are going to have to do something concrete, and then I can respond in kind. So there was something about d4, and I think it was giving up this e4 square that he didn't like. Because even here in knight e4, let's say you start with this move, that would have been an option for Jan-Krzysztof, and with a knight coming to f6, if you take on c3, that you can just even trade queens and just take back with your pawn and say this knight looks a little silly back here. So maybe this is what Nepomniachtchi was avoiding.
And look at Jan-Krzysztof. This was definitely a surprise, not only for us, but for him as well. And now he started to think.
For the first time all game.
For the first time in this game. And he was definitely prepared, I think, against d4.
Wow.
But
Well,
the a5 came as a huge surprise.
yeah, was not one of my main candidate moves, but I'm liking it more the more I let it sink in. And we're going to let Jan-Krzysztof do to sink into a think here, because a lot has changed now in the Nakamura Ding Liren game. It wouldn't seem like much, but this move f5 played by Hikaru, he made a decision like this against Jan-Krzysztof Duda in a very different position, but it was a pawn push that ended up being one that he kind of regretted. And now f5, after the trade of pieces that just happened, we were leaving off of this position anyway, knight e4, trades, and then f5, kicking this bishop off of e4. This, a very symmetrical position. That's probably pretty good news for Hikaru Nakamura, who only needs a draw.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is playing with supreme confidence. I'm quite sure that he's out of preparation, but I think he can smell it. I think the Ding has fundamentally changed his strategy. If you compare this to the Rajabov game, where he started taking a bunch of risks in the opening and he gave up the bishop pair, here he's going for something very quiet, relatively symmetrical, and white is not risking here. I mean, this is essentially a two-result game, and it's clear that if we're talking about one side being a little bit better, we can only talk about white being a little bit better, because black has a target on e6 and white doesn't, and that's it. So bishop c2 and bishop b3 is a pretty straightforward, obvious plan that Ding might want to implement. I don't know if there are any other enticing candidate moves here. Maybe bishop b1 and bishop a2 is something to consider, very similar. But I think Hikaru senses that he's a couple of moves away from equalizing. And if black equalizes here, it's basically a draw.
Well, I feel that this move is a very responsible one. Not only black creates a weakness on e6, but there is another factor, the e5 square. So if Ding can exploit this, he will certainly be better. I agree with Danya that there is not that much in this position, but I think that the draw is not that easy here to obtain.
Yeah.
Because bishop c2, bishop b3, knight. Why he needs to play f5? This is a typical move, once again, when you don't have the knight on f6, in order to parry all these threats, like bishop h7 or queen c2 or the mate. So, and maybe there was a concrete threat of playing knight d4 and exploiting this pin here immediately.
All sorts of threats. And I think people assume that trading queens means you're heading towards a draw. But after queen takes d1 instead of f5, after rook to f takes d1, now I have an open file. So you have to watch out for rook to d7. And after rook d8, as Almir was just saying, I can make a move like knight e5 or knight to d4 to try to take advantage of this pin here. And white is not better here, right? This actually looks like it's a pretty stable position for black, but Hikaru, he lashes out instead with f5, still maintaining the balance. And I think the one really important thing here is, let's say we trade queens, and I do the same thing with rook to d8, and you put your bishop on b3, black can simply put the king on f7 because e5 and g5 are both under black's control. There are no annoying knight hops here. And so with the next move being bishop f6, it feels like black is just about ready to trade all the pieces off the board. And if that's the case, then Ding Liren, who we just saw glance up from the board, that means his winning chances are not going to be particularly high.
Then it's just perfect calculation on Hikaru's behalf.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's making this look completely innocuous. Another asymmetrical factor in this position we cannot ignore is that black has the pawn lever a6, a5, which, you know, if a bunch of pieces are traded, could be a problem for white, because the rook on a8 could get really active. White logistically doesn't really have the same thing because the b4 pawn is a lot more poorly defended, so a4 is a lot less likely. And this happens because the knights are not symmetrically placed. I mean, there's a knight on c6 and a knight on f3. And the knight on f3 is a good piece in its own way. It's it's aiming for e5. It can go to d4. But the knight on c6, can also have its moment in the sun.
Right. And it's not merely a passive piece. It's not just defending e5 as you're talking about. It can help with his a5 move. And the bishop on e7 staring at the queenside helps. And bishop f6 will force pieces off the board. Like, that's the problem for Ding right now, is a lot of Hikaru's moves force pieces off. And without too many pieces remaining, it feels like Hikaru's task will not be as challenging as Ding Liren would hope.
There is one maneuver that I wanted to try while I still have the time, is to play knight e1 here and knight d3 and play knight c5. But maybe you will simply play a5 here or trade the rooks and play. No, trade the rooks, it's not a good idea. And also a5 immediately, because you have to challenge this idea.
Right. Almiro's making a broader point here that if in one move this knight could just go right to d3 and try to get to c5, that's how white plays for advantage, or to f4, right? This e6 pawn is such a target. So the knight on f3 is actually misplaced. Let's get it here or over here. I know that second arrow seems to make no sense, but that's how you have to think about knight maneuvers. You're like, where's my realistic dream square? c5 looks good. Let's get the knight to d3 and up and over. But a5 happens so quickly. And I mean, I'm looking at this, and for Ding Liren, maybe he's looking at that third place prize money, and that's important to him because you would think that it's win or go home time. He has to win this game to have a chance at a world championship match if, in fact, Magnus declines. So the game against Radjabov was very bad, but maybe he needed to play something riskier than he's doing now. It's just too symmetrical.
Hikaru's opening preparation has been stunning this tournament. I think we cannot ignore that. Like, he's taken people out. It's not easy just to, take Ding Liren out like this with black. And in particular, I think the very astute decision Hikaru made was on move 8. Like, bishop d3 was maybe a move that he had seen before in passing, but probably a little bit surprising. And I think the Chinese Grandmaster was hoping for an IQP structure, because at least that would have guaranteed some sort of asymmetry, some sort of intrigue. And I can almost guarantee that b5 was very annoying. It was a very annoying move to see for Ding, because now you can't avoid a symmetrical structure. Now you have to aim for a very small advantage with precise moves. And Hikaru has shown virtually flawless play in simple positions and in slightly worse positions this tournament.
And maybe here was the big moment for Ding Liren, because queen e2, something to get the queen off the d file so you can slide your rook over. We're not claiming that white is much better, but with the white king already castled, and you're just up that half move because you've gone first in this game. But what happened here after bishop b2?
Queen e2 even here was an option.
Queen e2 as well.
So maybe knight e4 was hasty.
But even it was hasty, but it just feels like a position that is too symmetrical. Like, you need to play for a win. And Ding Liren did beat Jan-Krzysztof Duda from a pretty quiet position. We know how capable Ding Liren is of playing precise chess while his opponent flounders. But Hikaru, throughout this event, we keep talking about this, he hasn't made blunders. Inaccuracy, sure, everyone does that. But Hikaru's losses, his loss to Fabiano Caruana in the first round, castling was an inaccuracy, and then Fabiano played a pretty flawless game to win. And then against Timur Radjabov deserves a lot of credit for picking an opening that Hikaru didn't quite feel comfortable with. And then when Radjabov stole that a5 pawn, Hikaru couldn't quite get back in the game. But there were no huge blunders, like not just a tremendous oversight that changed the evaluation from even to like +3 or something like that. So Hikaru, he's not blunder prone. He's playing a position, as we get back to the game, that is entirely symmetrical, only difference being the pawn f5. But when the queens come off the board, this king safely walks out to f7, and I'm just not even seeing how Ding Liren can hope to play for a win. Maybe he'll play bishop takes c6 here. Not a move you want to play, but you need a win. So at least let's get a material imbalance of sorts.
Well, what impresses me the most is that I think that in the beginning of his career, this would be the position that he would dismiss immediately, because it's symmetrical, you create a small weakness, you don't control the e5 square, but it also shows how strong Hikaru is right now, that he understands the range of the positions that he could play actually is very broad, and he's also very confident, and he thinks that I will hold it easily.
And he looks to be doing just that. This is our marquee matchup of the round. And these two players, well, they are absolute superstars in the world of chess. Ding Liren, currently the #2 rated player in the world, #1 from China. And as we look from top to bottom, whereas Ding Liren's never beaten Hikaru, but I'm looking at that last column because wins against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now, that used to say wins against Magnus, but because neither of these two players can possibly play Magnus for the World Championship, Jan Nepomniachtchi will either play Magnus or one of these two. They both have beaten Jan a couple of times, and a bigger question, maybe a more important question, and Amir, I'll start with you. If Magnus Carlsen declines his participation in the World Championship match, who's a tougher opponent for Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Who is the tougher, more interesting than, well, I think that Hikaru Nakamura is a very tough opponent right now, especially that Jan has beaten Ding in this tournament with black, and I think he understands him better now as a player. But Hikaru, he's fearless.
Daniel, would you say the same?
I actually completely agree. I would say, if I answered in a vacuum, without factoring in recent tournaments, I would say Ding. He is 2,800 plus for a reason. He's a terrifying opponent for anybody. Anish, he said that Ding might be the toughest opponent for Magnus out of anybody right now. But I agree with Elmir. I mean, Hikaru at this level of confidence, Hikaru's 2,850, and I think tons of people forget that. He was well over 2,800. And this was the kind of Hikaru that we saw in 2011, 2012. The kind of Hikaru who just swept people off the board with black. Yeah, his opening repertoire was different back then. He played the King's Indian. That was a little bit more possible, although certain commentators still trying to survive in that opening. Now, he's a little bit more positional. He maybe takes a little bit less risk, but the confidence is back. The unbelievably sharp calculation is back, and nobody wants to face him right now.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura, he is in A+ form. He went to the FIDE Grand Prix, where he was a nominee. He won the events. He was earning his right here based on that performance. In the candidates, he's +2 right now. Great showing, gaining a bunch of rating points. His performance rating in the year 2022, which now includes 14 games here and I believe 20 or so games in the FIDE Grand Prix, it's like 2,800, 2,850. I don't know exactly what it is, but he is performing absurdly well. So Ding Liren is a superstar, and we heard from plenty of super grandmasters in Ishikiri, chief amongst them, saying that he felt Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana may be the toughest match for Magnus. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, playing either of these two would be very difficult. But I do think that Hikaru fears nobody. Not that Ding is scared, right? Ding is a fantastic player. But Ding, unfortunately, at least in Madrid, he's had 2 very bad games, the ones that he lost. And then he's had some great games where he pressed for a win. But, we keep highlighting this. Hikaru he doesn't blunder. Like right now, this version of Hikaru is really scary for the opposition.
And also, if this match will happen or could happen, Nepomniachtchi Nakamura reminds me of heavyweight boxers, of how difficult it is, or some of the MMA matchups. The media interest also will be huge.
Right. No, that's very true. I mean, all of Twitch will be watching, in addition to the sponsorship opportunities, I'm sure. So it would be a big match. And Ding Liren, the viewership is always high when Ding Liren's playing, because if it's aired in China, people are watching. So whether it was the online Nations Cup and the online Olympiad, where Ding Liren and the Chinese team were playing, the viewership was ridiculous. You're talking like 1 million+ people or so watching, and that's really cool. So Ding Liren, he's had a tough couple years. The pandemic with COVID has not been easy for him. He hasn't been able to travel, hasn't been able to play. And, if he started off on a better foot, if he didn't lose with the white pieces, to Jan Nepomniachtchi, we could be talking about Ding Liren. It's the what ifs, it's the hypotheticals. But Ding Liren, we know what he's capable of when he's in his best form. And the first half in another candidates, it didn't allow him to compete for first place.
Yeah, and that's something that Ding will have to come home and analyze. Why is it that it seems to take longer for him than for the other players to really settle into a routine during these critical tournaments? And I wanted to make one more point on the subject of form. Yasser Seirawan once told me something that really, really stuck with me. He said, when you look at players' wins, they're always impressive. Every player has won at least one game in this tournament. Even if you look at Firouzja's only win against Richard Rapport, that was a phenomenal game. Great attacking chess. Firouzja at his best. You look at Jan-Krzysztof's win against Fabiano Caruana. That was amazing. I mean, he took Fabiano out in an opening that Fabiano is widely considered to be one of the leading specialists in the Italian. But Yasser said, if you want to judge good form, look at the players' losses. See how much it takes for people to bring them down. And if you look at the losses, then I think you really begin to see Hikaru's amazing form. his losses in the candidates and in the Grand Prix, they always go into an endgame. It's always like somebody has to beat him in all three stages of the game, barely squeeze out an advantage. His only loss in all of the Grand Prix events, I think, was to Levon Aronian. Barely, an endgame at 75 moves. Hikaru never seems to lose in the middle game. He never gets crushed. And I think that's what terrifies people about him. It's that even if he gets a bad position, the guy never dies. And in order to beat him, you basically need to play a perfect game for 70 moves. And that's something that nobody is capable of right now.
Well, where I always slow myself down on this notion is that Hikaru Nakamura wouldn't even be in the candidates if Grigory Oparin had converted his winning advantage against Hikaru. He got caught in opening preparation. There was a bishop sacrifice, and then Grigory, he backtracked instead of fully punishing Hikaru. So we can't forget about that. I think it's easy to get caught up in the moment. I do ultimately agree that
but you're right.
The way Hikaru loses, and he didn't lose that game, so we don't count that as a loss, even though Grigory, you give him that position 100 times, he wins it 99. It was the one time he didn't. But the way you lose is very important because some people just completely collapse. Other people just prolong the struggle. And another person who seems to always fight to the very end, Fabiano Caruana, his loss to Hikaru Nakamura was like 4 different losses because Fabiano kept fighting back. He found this H3 move and Hikaru had to win once again. And so that is really important. And Ding Liren is fully capable of that, right? Just in this tournament, his 2 losses happen to be particularly bad and at inopportune moments. The start of the tournament on the wrong foot, and then to lose to Rajabov when he's trying to chase down Jan Nepomniachtchi. And as we look here, I think that Ding Liren is at a loss for ideas, and I just put it all together. It's the 14th round. I can make a mistake every here, but Ding Liren is at a loss for ideas because he's spending nearly 20 minutes and he's looking at this position as like, how in the world do I keep this game going where I have realistic winning chances? And at this point, I think it's like a bridge too far. He just can't play something that makes it challenging for Hikaru. I think that Hikaru's going to hold this game easily.
That's just nuts. I mean, it's just too symmetrical. And another just money opening choice by Nakamura. 20 minutes of thinking time for Ding. With every passing minute, it just, again, I don't like to overread body language, but it just seems that he's exasperated. Like, really, is this the position I'm getting after move 14? Am I already out of winning chances?
I wanted to suggest maybe after playing knight d4 and knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, he's thinking about keeping the queens on board here and play bishop d3.
I guess, yeah, bishop d3 is possible just to keep the queens on. And if he does, in fact, put his bishop on d3, it just feels like a position where, black can play bishop f6 and just try to trade the bishop. So there's a lot there for black just to respond with it. It's like bishop d3 won't even threaten anything because it doesn't allow you to get to the a2, g8 diagonal because the b5 pawn covers. So I think just he may want to keep the queens on the board, but he might lose a game like that.
Exactly, but bishop f6 is a very important move because you want to swap those bishops to take with the queen, then play king h8 and to follow up with the e5.
Right. Yeah, no, black, if Ding Liren tries too hard, he's just going to get himself in trouble. So we're going to go back to our 4-board view as Ding Liren works to figure this one out, see if he has any winning chances remaining. The other game is very interesting. It looks like Jan-Krzysztof Duda has slowed down in the bottom right. In fact, the clock is evened up and Jan Nepomniachtchi even has more time. A5, brilliant move. Nobody saw it coming, including Duda, so that one will remain a fascinating battle. On the top left, we haven't looked at it, but Richard Report, I think he has a nice opening advantage against Timo Rajabov. The e5 pawn is under attack 3 different ways, so good choice by Report. And our top right, we see that it's a very classical battle between Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces, Fabiano Caruana with white, and Fabiano has the option to play f2 to f4 at some point, though it could involve a piece sacrifice with a fork. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that one develops. But for now, as we head on to break, we're going to remind you of a very, very exciting tournament coming up this weekend. It's already here. It is Blitz Champs. Watch your favorite NFL stars compete for their share of the $100,000 charity fund. We have legendary wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald. We have all-pro second-year player Micah Parsons. We have new Cleveland Browns receiver Amari Cooper, top 5 draft pick Kayvon Thibodeau, and other stars will compete for that charity prize fund. July 9th and 10th, 1 p.m. Pacific time, right here on chess.com. And we'll leave Ding Liren on the clock, desperately hoping to end this tournament in second place, but Hikaru Nakamura stubbornly defending. We'll be right back here from the FIDE Candidates. It is the 14th and final round, live from Madrid, Spain.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Mi favorito es Rapport, porque es original, porque es diferente.
¿Cuál es tu opinión de lo que llevamos?
Pues bueno, un poco de sorpresa porque otra vez Nepo ahí imponiéndose y esperando que Alireza resucite.
Yo creo que Nepo tiene muchas oportunidades, pero Nakamura confío en él. Yo confío en Naka.
What's the best thing for you in Madrid you have found here?
Well, everything, first of all, people. But it was since my childhood that I've discovered that people are great here. And in general, I love Spain.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck. Le quería preguntar quién es su favorito del torneo.
Pues Caruana, seguramente.
Si tienes que elegir a uno de ellos para que interprete el próximo James Bond, ¿a quién eliges?
Mi nombre es Rapport, Richard Rapport.
Imagínate que tu vida da un giro y quieres atracar un banco. ¿Quién quieres que sea tu compañero?
Es muy fácil. Dean Liren, porque con su cara no van a pensar que estamos atracando un banco.
¿No?
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
We know what that means. Hikaru puts the jacket on, the game is over.
Mis amigos.
The next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid.
That is the genius of Jan's performance, the fact that he really did make it look easy.
Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
And we are pleased to be joined by Grandmaster and FIDE Director General Emil Sutovsky. Emil, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Robert.
Well, I guess the first question is, how pleased are you with how things have gone here in Madrid, the last 3 weeks of great chess? What's your overall take of these candidates?
Well, Candidates is always a great tournament. You know, it's every event, whether it was this place or that place, it is obviously a landmark in chess history, and this event was no exception. Maybe a tournament intrigue could be a bit more, because Nepo has been doing so impressively well. But all in all, I think the event was a great success, and we saw a lot of people following, both online but here also in Spain. It generated a lot of interest, and we're happy to conduct it in Madrid, in the heart of a country which is a chess country, which for many years was one of the chess countries, but for a few years they didn't stage big events, and now chess returns to Spain, and we're very pleased about that.
Mm-hmm. Emil, you mentioned intrigue. What were the most memorable moments to you about this year's tournament?
Well, there were several critical moments. I mean, in hindsight, you can say they were memorable, but let's say we could feel that the game between Hikaru and Nepo, when Hikaru was on the verge of winning, was decisive. Already at that point, it felt that it could make a very big difference. But I also recall very vividly the games between Fabi and Hikaru, both of them actually, because I think these two are the 2 best games of the tournament. I think the win which Hikaru pulled in the second round was more of a excitement in terms of both preparation and some sort of battle when Fabi almost got back in this game and then eventually lost. But also the first round game when Fabi prevailed and played almost impeccable games, that was great. And talking about Nepo, of course, that's the impression that he was head and shoulders above all the others, but I would not single out any particular game of him. I don't think that from purely point of view of some memorable games that would be remembered for this or that win in this tournament. It's rather overall impression of his tournament victory.
Yeah, and you mentioned viewership and fans coming here. What to you does that say about classical chess and what the future holds with respect to fans?
Well, I think this event proved very much, and again proves that classical chess is very much alive and kicking. We hear from time to time about these draws that annoy people and so on, and indeed that can happen, and some people might be frustrated to see some games which they consider dull or boring, but in fact classical chess obviously has their place, and the way you look at it, I mean, with all the fun engagement and excitement of more of rapid time controls of blitz or bullets, I mean, still classical chess remains at its niche, and it's a very respectable niche, and I doubt that any other format would generate such a spectatorship for a long time. Maybe indeed for one night you would obviously have, I don't know, Magnus playing against Hikaru bullet all night and it's broadcast, it would be. But to have it like a competition running for 3 weeks, I have my doubts. At the same time, we at FIDE fully realize that we do not here not only to be guardians of classical chess, but also to to feel the trends, to feel what the audience is looking for, what kind of new ideas could be introduced, and indeed we are experimenting with those, and we are talking with players about all that, because for us it's also very important that we are not imposing some time control without checking or asking opinions of top players or sometimes a broader audience to see what's their reaction. So I think in general, like in every management decision, the decision of FIDE here is always to not to change necessarily, but to slightly adjust, to introduce new ideas, to test it sometimes. Sometimes maybe your experiments would not bring anything good, and then you should assume that okay, it didn't work, nothing happened, so you try something else. It's all right, but in general, we need to preserve the balance between what chess is about with its tradition, with the modern way the chess develops itself as an online audience is huge, as e-sports factor slowly becoming a factor. So I think we are fairly okay with preserving that balance, but we are constantly looking for improvement.
Emil, tournaments like the Candidates are remembered not only by who won, but also by the city in which they were held. Could you talk a little bit about the city of Madrid and its role in making the 2022 Candidates a success?
Yeah, I think it's very important where the event is held. And when we started negotiating with sponsors about the actual venue, immediately the idea came to mind that it should be some city where the event would resonate, that it would make a difference to have an event in this city. And Madrid came as a very strong option, and also I'm thankful to Scheinberg family who supported the idea to have it here. I think the atmosphere, and we could see the Minister of Sport coming, but also national newspapers covering it every day, and we have a lot of chess fans here waiting at the door to meet players to get. We remember all well how popular chess was here when the Linares was taking place. And Spain, let's not forget, is also a part of being capital of Spain. I mean, there is a strong connection to Latin American countries. So we see it gets very popular, the event, and I'm really hopeful, and I have all the reasons even to plan for having big events to take place both in Spain and in Latin American countries.
That would certainly be lovely. And, this event has been a great success, but I think a lot of people are wondering about what this event qualifies the players for, because Magnus Carlsen, he remains non-committal about whether or not he'll play in the World Chess Championship. So what have you learned? I know he had a meeting with Arkady Dvorkovich for 40 minutes. That was reported yesterday. So what can you say about Magnus Carlsen potentially playing in the World Championship match?
Yeah, that's an important question, and probably the main reason you asked me to be here. Actually, I was also a part of this meeting. It was Magnus, Mr. President, and myself, because I'm in charge basically for all FIDE major events, including the Candidates and the World Championship match, the formats and the venues and everything. So of course, it was important to talk and to understand. There is a certain misconception about Magnus' attitude towards that. Some say it is a balloony, like we know, that he wouldn't play, that he would play anyways, and no matter what he's saying. That but if you knew Magnus, you would take his word seriously, and we did. And our conversation yesterday also proved it that he literally means what he's saying. And we are looking for the ways to, let's say, to have him stay within a World Championship cycle. There's one clear point I want to clarify, because there's been a bit of misconception that FIDE is going to change the format or adopt new regulations. In fact, there are no regulations for the match 2023 so far. We have been non-committal ourselves because the talks about Magnus possibly not playing came right after Dubai, so we felt it would be wrong now to adopt and then to try to talk to hear what Magnus has in mind, and then maybe to change. We didn't actually approve it, and we are still having quite a bit of time to decide and to finalize. Magnus was quite reasonable in his ideas. I'm not probably I cannot disclose details here. It would be unfair, but I can tell that we have started discussing it internally at FIDE, what could be done to let's say to preserve balance between what we feel is right, maybe to also to hear some ideas of Magnus being implemented. At the same time, we don't have a lot of time to waste, because imagine today we know Nepo is playing Magnus, but we can't carry on for 3 months or something to not know, and then suddenly to start finding for venue and sponsor for the match with Hikaru or with Ding. I mean, it would be absolutely different match, absolutely probably different venue and so on. So that's why we agreed that we are going to intensify both internal consultations and also talking to Magnus. And I believe that the decision on the format would be within maybe 2 or 3 weeks' time.
With Jan Nepomniachtchi's input as well, or?
No, so far we have to develop the format.
Okay.
Which we would believe that it would be. It's not the negotiations between the players, or it's not the negotiations with Magnus. What is? It's FIDE that pulling a set of regulations we believe should be in place. Of course, we would not be happy if Magnus skips it. It's obviously not the end of the world, but he's not just a world champion, but a dominant world champion, and you don't want a player who is clearly number one in all ratings to be, I mean, all ratings, all classical ratings, for all the time, I mean. You don't want him to skip the cycle. At the same time, we also don't believe that world champion can just say, it would be this way or I don't play. So we have to find this balanced solution, and we'll be working on it. For Magnus, once again, I was very, very appreciative and am appreciative of the way we spoke yesterday. He was very candid and he was very positive, actually. It was never in a sort of ultimatum or conversations that would impose a pressure on the president or myself. It was rather that he was telling his story, his vision, and it's fair. And I think it was, I didn't know how it will end up, but I think it was both very constructive, and it left a hope that it can indeed work. If I were Magnus, I would once again think twice about, okay, I'll leave the World Championship title, but it's difficult to come back. And the chess history is strange. I mean, who would think in 1972, when Fischer dropped in 1975, that 3 years after you would have absolutely different heroes, everybody would only think about Karpov and Korchnoi. Fischer drama would not be even on newspapers anymore. Everybody would concentrate and so on. And with the world rapidly changing, with the war, and with everything, so you don't know what kind of developments it could be. I think for Magnus' legacy, losing a title like that would be missed. But once again, he's the one to decide. And we can only be, let's say, reasonable, but not necessarily following everything that he has in mind.
Mm-hmm. We avoided it this year, and the the Ding Nakamura game is unfolding as we speak. But there is currently no tiebreaker procedure for second place. Now, we interviewed some of the players. Most, if not all of them, expressed a desire to have an actual playoff for second place in case the world champion declines to play. What is your take on the tiebreaker system as it exists currently, and what is your take on the idea of moving toward playoffs rather than the SB or any other tiebreak system for deciding second place in tournaments?
Yes, that's a very good point. We thought about it. I believe it's a bit weird that you sort of preconditions that because world champion alleged that he might not play, you suddenly have a tiebreak for the second place. So what if Russian players, God forbid, Russia does something even worse, and then you Russian players are not allowed to play at all. So you do also a tiebreak for third place to determine who would replace Russian winner. I mean, it's a bit getting far stretched, I think. Having a tiebreak for first place is reasonable. Having a tiebreak for a player who would replace one of the players is not exactly what you want to do. I understand those who claim that maybe it's the way to go. For this event, we decided that it shouldn't be. I think the only person who, I don't know, who in the studio are part of Hikaru airing this thought. I remember discussing it with Fabi during Warsaw, and he said, well, having tiebreaks for second place would be too much. And I remember it very well. But it's not like we were relying solely on his opinion. We also believe that, where do you stop? That's the question, where do you stop with this? The same like with the tiebreak system for the Rapid and Blitz Championship. You remember the discussions there. So currently, actually, we have sent a questionnaire to players about the best system to determine about the World Rapid and Blitz if players share first place, what to do. Whether we should go all players playoff, 10 players shared place, so play another 5 hours playoff and determine who's going to be, or we cut it somewhere. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to find the way which would be also fair, because if talking about the Rapid and Blitz, it's not a topic here, but it could be very possible that the guy who shared first place simply played much stronger field than the guy who was 10th by the tiebreak. And whether now the number one should prove that in one Blitz game that he can continue fighting for a gold medal, and the guy who came all the way from down in the Swiss Gambit should not? I don't know. As for the playoff in general, whether to have matches or to have a candidates tournament, that's a good question. Let's take a brief look backwards. Entire playoff or matches system was introduced in 1960s. And you remember after the infamous tournament, both famous and infamous tournament, Curacao 1962, the system was introduced, the matches were introduced, and they were played. Now, we have to ask ourselves what actually left a big memory for the chess spectators. Do you really remember many matches that would be really leaving you like in history? Apart of Fischer like crushing everyone, would you name Spassky's opponents in 1960s? Would you name, I don't know, who advances there? I mean, even for Kasparov, these matches didn't leave much of a trace, because although Kasparov in 98 is moving up, and then he beat Belyavsky, then Korchnoi, and then Smyslov, and so on. Whereas a candidates tournament is something that always a candidates tournament, starting, maybe it has to do something with 1953 legacy candidates tournament, but also afterwards. I mean, London 2013, everybody remembers as a very exciting tournament. We remember a lot of games, you see a lot of players. So there are pros and cons, and one more thing, very often we forget about the practicality of things. How you practically make these matches. You make them of 4 games. It's possible, and actually we switch the women's system now for the 4 games matches, but there the percentage of draws is much lower. Now, if you make 4 games like tried once in Kazan, 4, 4, and 6, that's the only probably practical way you can have it all together. Then another problem arises that basically nearly all of the matches will be decided in Rapid and Blitz, which we still are reluctant to do, because, I mean, it's a classical world championship, and to determine it this way, I don't know. If you try and divide it, let's say making quarterfinals of 8 games, then another quarterfinals of 8 games, and then a final of 12 games, whatever, that could work, but it's practically, if you start thinking of it, it's very difficult. So there are several sides to it. I understand the cons of the candidates as well, because the main con, in my opinion, is that a player who does not have a good tournament has an impact, basically, and by his poor play, or even if he simply doesn't care in last rounds anymore, so he can impact, and there is a problem with that. But we thought about various ways to do it, whether to have some incentive for players to occupy. Okay, this tournament you have incentive for second place, but actually the incentive for second place or for third place, thus the players continue fighting. We even altered the system of prize awards. You know, it's now points and so on. Of
Of course, for these players, another 10 or 20 grand would not make a huge difference. We raised prize fund. It's 500 grand for the second time. Okay, first time was last year. We altered the system. We constantly look for an improvements, but I'm not sure if tournaments should be replaced by the matches. Although matches arguably are more exciting.
Yeah, and some of the things you mentioned. I guess there's been a call for consistency, where some events have increments, some events don't. And as you just mentioned, that the women's cycle now is different from this open cycle. So what's the thinking behind changing the formats, changing the time controls, and why is there not just one for all of the events?
That's a very good question. First of all, for the women's cycle, we actually were striving for several years to have it consistent with open cycle, and it was fair, and we basically achieved it. We introduced Grand Sweep both for men and women. We have a Grand Prix for men and women. We have a World Cup for men and women. We introduced the Women's Candidates Tournament, the same format. It took place in 2019. But this year, for the reasons of ongoing war, we simply didn't have a solution. You have 2 Ukrainian players, and you have 3 Russian players, one of which, Kostyanyuk, now moved under FIDE. So what you do, you have Ukrainian players who are not allowed to compete with Russians by their government. So do you feel it would be right to kick out Russian players just for being Russian? We don't think so. Do you feel it would be okay to impose on Ukrainians to either you play violating the regulations of your own country, or you quit the tournament? Would be also unfair. So we found a compromise, and I think it's reasonable. It comes at a cost to us, actually, because for us it would be simpler to organize it at one venue and so on. We're going to have 2 pools in 2 various places. One would be in West, one probably in the East. But that's how it works. Now, it's always a question when you say, to have some sort of standardized solutions. It's easier it would be easier for us. The problem is that it does not exactly connect with the reality. Many times you have absolutely different type of event. I'll give you an example with having increment or not having an increment. Not having an increment came actually an idea that came in connection to the match. The match is the most exciting thing, and there, you have a broadest possible audience. Now, for broadest possible audience, it's clear you play 2 hours. This increment of 30 seconds is very difficult to understand and to grasp. You have to add, you remember you had all this long draw series and so on, so you bring an element of, call it more excitement. Some player in time trouble, he has only half a minute to complete his 6 moves and so on. So it counts in. Now, then logically came a consequence that the candidates, as a qualifier for the match, does have it as well. Now, would it be logical to go one step down and to have, let's say, in the World Cup, the event without an increment, or to have rapid chess without an increment? So always a question, because simple solutions are simple. Just to have, we play all the same time control, we play no matter what the event. But the events are different by their nature. They're different by their spectatorship, the number of players, the length of the competition, the number of arbiters who are observing and monitoring the event. Imagine you have a tournament without increment in an event where not every board is monitored by the arbiter. It is also different. So there are always many questions, and I realize, of course, that people would rather expect us to say, okay, from now on we play all the same one-time control, players get used to that and that's it. But it's not happening. Let's say for Grand Swiss we have a long-time control, 7 hours. And why is that? World Cup we have a short time control. And that's also questions that we have to understand where it comes from. Because sometimes it comes from the reasoning of spectatorship. Sometimes it comes from the reasoning of the format of the event. And we always try to have this balance. For FIDE itself, once again, I would like to underline, for us it would be easier not to break our head and just to go with one-time control. But it's not for the lack of not for the lack of compassion toward players, or not because we are thinking. Actually, we are thinking about every particular event, what would be the best and most suitable. And it's not like we're having 12 different time controls. Let's not exaggerate. In classics, we have like 3. So it's not, or basically 2, the longer one and the shorter one. So, and in Rapid, you have basically 1 used now, 15 plus 10. To have everything the standard way, it's possible, but I don't think it's the best solution, because I think adjusting sometimes is better and smarter than just following one practice.
Could we get your take on online chess? And in particular, do you think that hybrid games or online games that are FIDE rated, is that part of what you and FIDE see as the future of modern chess?
Well, online chess is very important. I think, I mean, there are 2 conflicting views, and I disagree with both of them, that online chess is the future of chess, and online chess is just something that is not chess. Basically, that's not true. I mean, there are obvious problems with online chess, but there is no other way to engage as many people as it does. As simple as that. We have millions and millions of people playing thanks to online chess. We have millions of people who started to follow chess to watch broadcasts thanks to that. So it's clear that there is a future to that. Now, what is the future of online chess in terms of sportive value, of the official titles and so on? We started experimenting on that. We started conducting official events. We had online Olympiad. There are quite a bit of things which require tackling and tweaking, and not all of them are easy to tweak, actually. Hybrid is better in this regards. Hybrid is more difficult to actually organize, because you actually need players to be at some location. Maybe all of them would be in different locations, but they would be playing. We started FIDE rating the hybrid events, as you know, and we will continue with this practice. Of course, for rating the hybrid event, you need some preconditions to be followed, especially in regards to the arbiters. Not easy, but I believe that's the future, because more and more things are done online. But I would tell you that talking to many governments, sponsors, big companies, and so on, I realize that for many of them, the moment that you switch your official event from OTB to online, it loses a bit of its, let's say, prestigiousness or value or status, because too many things which are happening online are not serious or not considered serious. So here you have people coming in, competing, and so on, which provides for special atmosphere for journalists, for TV, for broadcast, and still with all the modern technologies, we are nowhere close to do the same for the online. Let's say Magnus Online Tour, exceptional, great players and so on. Still, you cannot you still cannot compare it with official event like Candidates. No way. I mean, it's still a long way to go. So we will be slowly moving and developing it. I believe that it's still a future. But chess is more than just a game, because in online you lose this factor of a, I don't know, cultural event taking place, socializing, kids coming, playing, facing grandmaster, taking master class, playing simul, taking photos, and so on. All this is still missing in an online event. Said that, once again, I cannot see any better way to popularize chess than to promote online.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And Emil, for everyone watching, this is Emil Sutovsky, the FIDE Director General and a chess grandmaster himself. And I have one fun question as we let you go. What do we have in store for the closing ceremony? Because the opening ceremony seemed extravagant. Any fun surprises for tomorrow's closing ceremony?
Yeah, we are working on it. I think the opening ceremony was quite special, and many people still recall it. We are working on it, and of course, closing ceremony, which will be tomorrow at 9 p.m., is planned to be special. But what exactly extravaganza or something memorable moments, we are still polishing it, and we tried not to disappoint.
Well, we look forward to it. And I guess before I do let you go, just that one last question that everyone wants to know. When is Magnus Carlsen's deadline? Because you said you're in discussions. At some point, a decision has to be made whether or not to move on from Magnus playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. So when is his deadline?
We haven't set a formal deadline, But let's say, I would say July 20, which is also an international chess day, is about a time when we'll have a decision.
Okay, well, we look forward to learning more then. We've learned a lot from you today, so thank you so much, Emil, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denny.
And Hikaru Nakamura, Ding Liren still competing for second place here in the FIDE Candidates. Ding Liren did not get the desired outcome of the opening. He is looking for any possible advantage against the sturdy American player, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru has a half-point lead over Ding Liren heading into today, as you can see on the screen in front of you. With 4 wins, 7 draws, and 2 losses, Hikaru has a fantastic event. Ding Liren has had a fantastic second half, but a late loss to Timur Rajabov had him get leapfrogged by the American Almira. I mean, Ding Liren, he's not getting what he needs to get.
I agree with you. Just I wanted to tell you that I'm feeling that I feel that I am playing this game of musical chairs. That was a very interesting interview. I've learned a few things, especially that we finally have a deadline for this very important official statement and announcement. But I was trying to analyze this game, and I thought that, Ding Liren tried almost everything here, and it might backfire very soon if he is not very careful. I think bishop f6 is black next move. It is very important to trade the dark square bishops, and first of all to unpin the king.
Yeah, bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Let's say bishop f6. King will take on f6.
Just.
No, if you play rook c1, then I have to reconsider, because I also have to keep control of the c5 square. So let's see, rook a c1. Let me think. I have to adapt myself. Maybe I will swap on d1 and first play rook d8. What do you think about this?
Looks like perfect defense, right? Because swapping off the rooks doesn't leave white with much remaining.
My mama told me that if there's only kings left on the board, then the game ends in a draw. So
that is still accurate, despite the many changes and alterations FIDE
I think we should ask Emil, he's still in the room.
Yeah,
FIDE considering.
A draw is still the case when all the pieces go off and just kings remain. No, this is a position where it seems very difficult for Hikaru to go wrong. While we had Emil on the show, several moves had been played, but I feel like Ding Liren, he's just pushing pieces, hoping for some mistake. But look at the clock, right? Hikaru Nakamura still has 1 hour, 37 minutes remaining. It's Ding Liren who's desperately trying to find something, and if he really tries to win, he might be trying to lose, because he just doesn't have a plan.
Well, this is true, but on the other hand, even the Emil's interview underlined the ambivalence of the situation that the players has been in since the beginning of the tournament. They don't know what they're playing for. It would be much easier for them to play and not force on the position in this situation if they knew that, for example, the second place is not on stake. But for the moment, we don't know, and we should emphasize on this.
And that's why Ding Liren's making moves like rook d1 to c1, keeping more pieces on the board. And there is a direct threat. Rook takes c6 would be a problem for black, with knight e5 check coming. That would be a fork. So Hikaru, he has to watch out for little things here and there. But Ding Liren, if this were a game at the first round of some tournament, he would just trade rooks, trade another pair of rooks, just agree this one should be a draw. But because the onus is on him, he doesn't know what he's playing for. Hikaru, a draw with black is a great result, no matter if a world championship match is at stake. So all the pressure was on Ding from move one, and I just can't get over how the opening has gone and how well Hikaru has been able to stabilize.
Yeah, and I think this is another thing that makes Hikaru scary to play against. Of course, he wants to play for a world championship match. He wanted to win the candidates. I'm not claiming that he doesn't, but he's also enjoying his experience here in Madrid. He likes the fact that he's here, that he qualified, that he's playing, that he's making recap videos. He's just living in the moment. And it seems like some of the other players, Hikaru even talked about Fabiano Caruana in this context, may have just overthought it. They may have expected too much of themselves. They may have painted the situation as either I get second place or the world falls apart. And that's not how Hikaru has treated the candidates. And I think that's largely what has opened the doors for him and why he's able to play so confidently and at times so quickly and accurately. But I do like Rook DC1. I think that's a measured attempt to unbalance the position and keep pieces on the board.
Yeah, and I think it also goes to show that Black shouldn't just play with his hand rather with his brain, because sometimes our opponent puts a rook on c1, we play rook c8 without even thinking. But you need to think in a position like this, because you never know when some kind of tactic aiming at the e6 square could be very good for white. So you just need to be on the lookout at all turns. It does seem to be a very stable position, but as we know, Jan Nepomniachtchi won the tournament already. Clear first place for him, and Hikaru Nakamura in second. All he needs is to draw his game against the man chasing him, and then he will get second place. That means additional prize money, and perhaps, as of July 20th, 2022, we'll know if he gets a shot at a World Championship title.
Yes, we will. It's been an incredible performance. 5 wins. Not only the only person without any losses, but everybody else has lost at least 2 games. I think that stat really demonstrates the extent of Jan's dominance, but we remind you that he did lose his last round game, I think to Liren at the 2020 Yekaterinburg Candidates. He mentioned that game really stung at him, even though the celebration was on, and he doesn't want to repeat that loss. And so you can tell the concentration and the focus is on, it's there in his last round battle against JKT, and that mysterious move A5. I think the mystery has been solved.
What a move it was. The rook lift happened, Donna, you called it. So the rook in the bottom right hand side of our screen for Jan Nepomniachtchi is on A6, Jan-Krzysztof Duda on the clock, and we'll go through the last few moves because we saw an H pawn push, then an A pawn push in response. So as we analyze this position, go back to when the move H4 happened, and then A5 after C4, what a shocking move. H5 and rook A6. This shows some phenomenal understanding because this is not an accident. He didn't push a pawn and get his rook, but he must have seen variations where his rook is needed to cover the 6th rank, but it's not a natural plan, Almira.
Well, but let's have a look at the opening. It started all in a bit artificial manner as well. When you play queen d7 and your bishop is still on c8, maybe you have to rethink your strategies and to look for well, a way to dismantle your pieces. And this might be the plan with a5, rook a6. You need to bring this rook into play, and probably the lines that they have analyzed with d4 directly, they might be equal, but there are some positions which might occur where your rook is stuck on a8 and your bishop is still on c8, and you have problems developing those 2 pieces.
It's a good point. And queen d7 was already thinking outside the box in the opening, and then a5, rook a6, creativity galore in this last round matchup. So we saw bishop developing the e3, trying to secure the d4 square, and Jan said, I don't want you to plant a piece there because if you can keep the position closed, then white can play on the king side with a free hand. So that's why Jan, understanding his king might be in some danger, you often play your best defense when you distract your opponent and play a different part of the board. So Danya d4, and after pawn takes, knight c takes d4, knight e4 was played. The one big downside of pushing your d-pawn was giving white this e4 square. So whose chances do you favor here? Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has more time, been playing a great tournament, or Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who has some aggressive intentions on the king side, chose this pretty random seeming opening, and wants a last round victory?
Yeah, the complexity has reached a zenith here with, massive tension in the center, big decisions for both players. I can't really evaluate this position. The old school, Russian schoolboy in me prefers white, just because the f6 square is a permanent weakness, and white's got this pawn on h5 that's exerting more pressure on black's king side. Keeping that in mind, you might say, well, I see a way for black to force a queen trade, and I mentioned this previously, knight takes c2 and queen d3. I think there's a non-zero chance that Jan goes for this. Now, white does not have to take on d3. White can trade on his own terms, and white can go rook a c1. And I think it's very important to point out that even in an endgame, black still experiences problems with the f6 square, the king on g8 is not out of the woods just because the queens are off the board. And if you play b5, which looks really obvious and natural, white can strike at black's queenside with a2, a4, as you're indicating. And I think that Jan has to be a little bit more careful than Jan. I think the black has to be a little bit more careful than white here. And I think that Jan-Krzysztof has put his time to good use.
Amir, it's a good illustration that queen trades don't necessarily neutralize your opponent. Black's queenside pawns may have gone too far.
What I found interesting is that Daniel thinks that after knight d4, the game has reached its paroxysm. I thought it will be a few moves later when Jan-Krzysztof will decide to sacrifice something. But I was thinking about the way, so how to do it, because I don't think that Jan will go for knight c2, queen d3. Can he start with b5 here, but then white will go, because for the moment my c4 pawn is not hanging. If you will play a4, I can continue with, I can follow up with b4.
And at some point, I'm not sure when that moment is, I'm just looking at knight f6 check, because whether it's before a4 or not, the knight f6 check forces the bishop to take, the pawn takes back, and now we start seeing all these pieces stare at the king. This queen needs to get to h6.
And back rank problems. That's why I hate playing these positions. Always back rank problems.
King can't get out this way. You can't really push this pawn ever because the g6 pawn and, well, the h6 square is under white's control. So
can I take on c2 here, and now that I can also develop my bishop, play queen d3 in this position?
I guess Daniel would say, let's just go rook c1, trade on our own terms, and go for this pawn. And it's a problem because black's king does not find shelter. Even when the queens come off, even if material stays even, white just continues to have this pressure. And with the presence of opposite colored bishops, we don't just assume it's going to be equal because of what you hear, that all opposite colored bishop endings are drawn. No, the side with the safer king is usually the happy side with opposite colored bishops, because black's king is in trouble in the dark squares. White's king is tucked at home, has like 4 different pillows, all the blankets. You're not getting anywhere there, you nighttime monster. Stay away.
Yeah,
But I think this is Jan's best chance, maybe.
Quite possibly, yeah.
To get for the opposite color bishops, but it's not an end game, it's a middle game, even though the queens are going to be traded.
I think the more we analyze this, the more I realize that from a practical standpoint, if not objectively, black's position is quite unpleasant. Because if you look at this in a superficial manner, you see the knight on d4, you think that's a great knight. You see the queen on d7, the rook on d8, you think, black's got pressure in the center. But then you realize that white has tremendous potential energy. The threat of knight f6 check. The pawn on e5, which has been a theme in this game ever since Duda established it there on move 4. The fact that black's queenside pawns were disjointed, and the fact that b5 doesn't solve all of black's problems due to the a4 pawn strike. All of this taken together, I think, is making Jan visibly uncomfortable. I think this is a great opening choice by Duda. He's got a lot less to lose. We've established that paradoxically, right? Even though Jan's won the tournament, he doesn't want that bad taste in his mouth. He wants to be in a good mood at tomorrow's closing ceremony. Emil teased us with some of the extravagancies that might be on show tomorrow. So this is getting spicy.
And there are no draw offers until move 40. And I think that really helps in a situation like this, in the 14th round of the candidates, when Jan Nepomniachtchi has already locked up the tournament. So whether or not he loses, wins, draws, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? He wins the tournament. That was a big decision, because that invites the queen to the party over here on the king side. But the point I was going to make is I love that all 4 games are still in progress. All 8 players are trying to, play their best. They still feel energetic. They want to win their games if possible. And that's not true of many tournaments. So it is cool to see the players fighting it out.
That's not even true of your predictions.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was wrong. I admit it.
That's right, Robert. You were wrong.
Yeah, I'm big enough to admit when I make mistakes. Everybody, I'm looking right at you. I made a mistake. My predictions have been terrible ever since Danny left. This wasn't supposed to be my responsibility, but now that I'm doing it, I admit I am not.
Hey, I volunteered to be on the on the chopping block. But I wanted to say one more thing, which is that in last year's candidates, in the final round, 3 out of the 4 games were also decisive. And I think the genius of of chess is the rating system, which creates an inherent motivator to play. Players who have a bad tournament, they want to win the last round to lose less rating. Players who are having a good tournament, they don't necessarily want a quick draw with white. They want to capitalize on their good form. So, nobody wants to end the tournament with a whimper. And even if there's nothing on the line per se, I think that's the reason we don't see a lot of quick draws. Maybe in the old days, 40 years ago, the players would look at each other, we want to go to the bar next door, let's end it. Nowadays, these players are professional athletes. They fight until the bitter end, which is great for us and great for chess fans. We should appreciate that.
Might not be great for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, except Jan Nepomniachtchi.
He would have loved to exit today with a quick draw, make history in the candidates with 9.5 points out of 14 rounds, but he's on the clock and it's looking scary for him. Not much has changed in the game between Liren and Hikaru Nakamura. And let's go to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. Actually, no, I take it back. Let's go to that man's game, Richard Report, because we actually have not looked at it. It does look very similar to the game between Caruana and Firouzja, but we should give these players the time that they deserve, because Richard Report, Timur Rajabov, they've been fighting all tournament long. For Rajabov, it's been a successful event. For Report, it's been a struggle, especially down the stretch. So we have this position here. Looks very familiar to us. During this tournament, there's been a lot of exchange Spanishes where white takes this knight on c6. It stemmed from the anti-Berlin, but it sort of transposes in many regards. And this bishop on d6, best piece on the board for sure. That bishop looks excellent there, right?
By far.
No, but, well, the difference between those two games is that Richard Report has the bishop on b2, and Fabiano Caruana has developed it on e3. Another game comes to my mind, but completely different. It was Levon Aronian against Vladimir Kramnik, where Vladimir Kramnik didn't castle and play rook g8 and g5. And here, the execution is a bit different, but the idea behind this move is very similar. You want to launch a very direct attack.
And g4 can be played right now. The rook went to g1 for a reason, and it's not to protect the g2 pawn. It's to go right after that king on g8. And you brought up the game between Levon Aronian and Vladimir Kramnik. That was a masterpiece by Kramnik, who blew him off the board. It wasn't even close, that game. It felt like Levon Aronian never knew what hit him. And so here with g4, g5 coming, and I was joking about this bishop on d6. It's a really bad piece, so you don't really want to take it. Unless you were quickly playing f4 or something, there's no reason to take this bishop here. Its future is probably back somewhere on the king side. So I like the look of Report's g4.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason he's thinking is that pawns don't go backwards. And my guess is that Rajabov, why did he play bishop h5 to f7? Well, he makes sure that g4 doesn't come with tempo, which gives him a tempo to decide how to react. Now, he cannot simply allow the pawn to land on g5. So black can meet g4 with the move g7, g5, closing down the king side. That does create a massive hole on f5. And white can try to get one of the knights there. That's one option. Another option is to say, okay, what's the drawback of white pushing the pawn at g4? Well, that weakens the f4 square, so black can send the knight there via f8. Downside to that is that it does allow white to execute the g5 pawn push. I don't really envy black's situation after g4, but Richard also doesn't have to hurry with g4. He can start by playing the very typical knight h4, knight f5. So there's a lot to decide here, but no question in my mind that white's position is for choice.
Yeah.
Well, Timur Rajabov, he plays those types of structures with pair of bishops in the Rosolima, but this is not the same. There, black very often sacrifice the pawn on c4 and gets the activity for the pair of bishops. Here, it seems absolutely impossible because the knight, has such a beautiful outpost on c4. So unless you take on c4, what you don't want to do here, because you lose control over the white squares, the light squares.
I think it's really important, though, that as soon as the move g4 is played, and I say this often, pawns are 2 squares away, look at the square in between. So g4 is a move that, of course, Report wants to make, but then it gives black this very clear plan to bring the knight in. So I wonder if there's an improving move one of the ideas we've been talking about is knight h4 first. That makes a lot of sense. But I'm wondering if there's like an improving move that just says, I'll play g4 eventually, but I don't want to actually give black a plan. Because if we pass the turn to black and we said, all right, you go, what is black's plan here? Maybe it is to take on c4 at some moment. That's not really a plan. That's a move. So what do we think black's plan is? It's likely knight f8, knight e6, and knight to d4, something like that. So we want to note that, and by playing g4, we might be welcoming the knight instead of the d4 into f4, and that could be problematic for the king on h1, whereas white thinks he's going for the attack. Maybe it can flip back against him.
Yeah, and Richard has been thinking for 7 minutes here, and there's a lot to consider. g4 is a very committal decision. You can't take it back, but it would be very much congruent with his style and his willingness to take positional risks. So I'm expecting him to either play g4 or to start with knight h4. I think those two might be the main moves that he's deciding between.
But if white starts with knight h4, black replies knight f8, how do you continue here?
Let's say knight f5.
And knight e6.
Yeah. Yeah, now you're basically saying, all right, you got your knight to f5, congratulations, I'm going to give you the medal.
Can I go somewhere over here, around these parts?
You can go queen g3.
But I will always, I anticipated it, I wanted to play king h8 here immediately.
And I'm almost thinking of like, I don't want to take there, but I want to play f4.
Because the knight can't take.
Right.
And if the pawn takes, the big diagonal opens for the bishop.
Oh wow, the Eva Bar didn't hate it. But the point is knight takes f4, runs the queen g7 mate, and if you take with the pawn, then this bishop is thrilled to be here. There might be some kind of sacrifice in the near future on the g7 square to get to f6, and white could even consider playing e5. So I don't know if it really pans out.
But look how complex this position is. You start with king h1, you play rook g1, you threaten to play g4, but then you switch to another plan. You play knight h4, you play knight f5, and then you play queen g3 and f4.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we're now speaking of attacking chances, but it's such a closed position. So the side that controls the pawn breaks, I like to say, is often the side with the advantage. And after bishop f7, g4, g5, one of those pawn breaks, maybe an eventual f4. You can play g3, move the knight, play f4, play it slowly.
But, okay, but let's try g4. I think it's a very direct approach, and you are not in time here. You cannot play knight f8, knight f6, because I will play g5 immediately.
Right.
So this is a real cross-examination. Where are you going?
So I'll put my knight on g6.
This is a very unappetizing position from a human point of view. Rook g3, rook a g1.
Yeah, it's just the forces.
Right? We're starting to build up on the king side, yeah.
So g4 is asking a real question. Are you playing g5?
I think the answer is yes. I feel like Rajabov obviously hates getting attacked. I mean, everybody does. I think he would respond with g5.
And how do we bring our knight to f5?
Knight c4 to e3.
Yes.
Yeah, who cares if it's illegal? Just ask Emil's permission. One illegal move for turn.
Okay, well, we can start with this knight here, just so we can...
Knight f8. So, two can play at that game.
Okay, queen here. You're going to go knight g6, I assume. I'll go knight e3.
Knight f4.
And knight
I'll go knight... I was thinking knight f5.
And why didn't we play h4 before? Could we?
We can play it now.
We can play it here.
Yeah, h4. I guess your point is that if I play h6, then that creates a target. And that target will force me to lose a tempo. Yeah, or bishop f8.
Now, what I liked before, that when we start with h4, then we still have this possibility of playing king g2, king f1, and playing rook h1.
No, I hate this for black. I feel like black can get checkmated here in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this does not feel comfortable. I mean, if g5 is your response,
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
And what bothers me now about black's position is the fact that you don't have any counterplay.
It's the fact that the queen side is so gummied up, and if black already had b6 and a6 in, you could make the case that okay, black can consider b5, but that knight on c4 is standing sentinel over the whole queen side, and it's like white has carte blanche on the king side, which is not to say Rapport can do whatever he wants and is just mate, but I mean, this is a very unenviable situation for Timur, and he, one of his big hopes right now is that Richard will get into time pressure, I think.
Yeah, he's going to need Richard to keep on thinking here because this could be a blistering attack down the G file. So as we leave report to it, he is going to try to work this out. We'll go back to our bird's eye view, take in all 4 games because no player has finished their tournament just yet. We see in the bottom left, Liren trying to double his rooks. Maybe he has some chances here.
Maybe a little something, yeah.
Yeah, it's a slow, methodical approach from Liren, but he is going to try to work his endgame magic. In the top right, we see a position that's in many ways similar to the one at the top left. So Report Rajabov, Caruana Firouzja, they're maneuvering their pieces, not quite a tactical affair yet. And that's not the case in the bottom right, where Jan Nepomniachtchi, he decided to take this knight on f3, the queen took back, and we'll see how those players continue because Jan has made a move to put Duda back on the clock. But for now, we are going to head towards a break. We are always excited when Eric Rosen plays, but we're equally excited when James Canty III is on the move. His hat says that's not a move, but he has plenty of good moves because he's razor sharp. We in here, G5 and we live. That's James Canty III taking on the always tricky, the personable Eric Rosen, the beloved Eric Rosen, Thursday, July 7th at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time right here on chess.com. So the players in the playing hall, Richard Report, still thinking, trying to make this attack work. He would love to end his turn with victory, and we love to see this. Madrid in all its glory and all its beauty. This is where the candidates is taking place. We'll be right back.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
It was bigger than chess. In fact, it was bigger than the World Championship. It was war, literally and figuratively. Every aspect of the 1972 World Chess Championship was a battle. The United States and the USSR were embroiled in the Cold War. 10 years after the Cuban Missile Crisis, US President Nixon met with Soviet Premier Brezhnev in Moscow. Despite an easing of political and military hostilities towards each other, the United States and the USSR took the Cold War to the 64-square battlefield, where masterful chess was played on and off the table. The players couldn't have been more different. The American-born Bobby Fischer was an eccentric and outspoken New Yorker with a particular disdain for the Soviet Union and communism. Boris Spassky was the calm and refined frontrunner of the Soviet chess machine that dominated the sport for decades. By 1972, Bobby Fischer had made a name for himself as someone who wasn't satisfied by just winning. He sought to dominate. Leading up to the World Championship, Fischer won 19 straight games and decimated 2 grandmasters 6-0 and then 6-0 in the candidates matches, setting a world record that has never been broken. However, Fischer had never beaten Spassky in any of the 5 previous games they played. Boris Spassky failed to win the World Championship in 1966, but took the coveted title in 1969 when he narrowly defeated Tigran Petrosian in their rematch. The 1972 match marked Spassky's 3rd appearance in the title event, but the first time as the sitting world champion. In the months preceding the match, Bobby Fischer's demands for increased prize money made the 1972 World Championship one of the most challenging events to organize. But his tenacity led to this match being the richest chess event in history. Unfortunately, Fischer's demands and antics did not stop there. His behavior before and during the match created drama, suspense, and worldwide intrigue involving some of the world's most powerful people. Over the course of the next few months, Chess.com will be releasing various media commemorating the 50th anniversary of the most epic World Chess Championship in history. We will be hearing from experts, learning about the players, exploring the drama, and getting inside the heads of Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky. We will also be examining the most important moves and games of the 1972 World Championship. Keep an eye out for hashtag FischerSpotsky50 and join us on this fascinating chess.com historical journey.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
We know what that means. Hikaru puts the jacket on, the game is over.
Mis amigos. The next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid.
That is the genius of Jan's performance, the fact that he really did make it look easy.
Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
I don't even need to say it. You can just read it. Mis amigos. Oh, and that's my amigo Danya waving to you all.
Can we say it all together?
Oh, should we say it all together?
Yes,
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
1, 2, 3.
Mis amigos.
This is International Master Elmira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hassan. Just like the players in the Candidates, we have to have our fun saying Mis amigos too.
It's our shot at the glory, yes?
Yes. Our last.
That reminds me of my biggest pet peeve, which is those old school assemblies where the speaker is like it's like 7 a.m. Good morning, everybody. And then everybody says, good morning.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you. I hated that. But, I love the shirt.
Oh, thanks. Well, this came today. I was told I could wear it. I wasn't sure if I should. Either be dressy or be mis amigos. I think being friendly is the way our broadcast should go.
Is that something that we can buy at chess.com store?
I have no idea. I
Look at
took
you
the
repping
shirt.
chess.com merch.
I took the shirt off of the table that was out there, and that's when it might not even be mine.
Okay.
Oh, so
we'll have a look.
commentator steals shirt.
I mean,
very professional.
Uh-oh, here they come.
Oh.
Okay. So, is this the right size though? Okay. So I have one too.
Hey,
okay.
So Danya has no friends.
You poor little thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay, Danya.
It's okay. I'm happy with the way I dress.
Yeah,
I like to be professional during commentary broadcasts.
We'll find you some friends. I think maybe they'll have to get more shirts. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's really not you. It's them.
Right. That's what I needed to hear.
Back to business.
No. We're having a good
That's
time.
lame.
Look at the side of Hikaru Nakamura's face right there. Ding Liren with his tiny chair. How have I not mentioned that this round? I always mention Ding Liren's chair.
Right, Ding Liren's chair.
Actually, why didn't we ask Emil about the chairs?
How were the chairs selected?
Yeah.
What was the process like?
Yeah.
You were asking about online over the board chess, the difficulties.
That's not the important question. The important question.
It's very important though, because I like his answer about how important it is to preserve the over-the-board tournaments. Especially, I've read a lot of studies that even now our brain is perceiving what is happening online is still it's not real. So it's important for us to be here.
Before I get into discussion of what is reality, I'm going to reset. I'm going to remind everybody of where we are, what we're looking at. You know who you're looking at. That's Hikaru Nakamura. But in this event, it has been Jan Nepomniachtchi. That has been the storyline. He has been stellar, and he leads with 9 points out of 13 games, looking for a record 9.5 points, or even more. If he can win, he'll have 10 points out of 14. That's unheard of in these parts. But as we look at second and third place, we have Hikaru Nakamura taking on Ding Liren. That matchup is in the event that Magnus Carlsen, come July 20th, we now know that's the deadline that FIDE is giving him, International Chess Day, that if he says, I'm not playing, then Hikaru or Ding Liren will square off against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, and that makes the second place game more critical than a second place game has ever been at the candidates. You can sense the intensity on Ding Liren and Hikaru Nakamura's faces. Hikaru needs a draw to clinch second place. He's half a point ahead of Ding Liren with that win in the penultimate round against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And they're in an endgame. The endgame looks completely equal, but Ding Liren, we talked about it. He played rook dc1. We liked that move. And maybe, just maybe, he's starting to find and squeeze some water from the stone.
Almira, I'm starting to like Ding Liren's position. And in the last bunch of moves, the bishop went to d6. I think this was a really important moment. Hikaru brings his bishop to d6 rather than trading off the bishops on f6. So there must have been something here he didn't like. Probably something to do with this rook c7 check idea. Maybe knight to d4, because now e6 is under attack. And if you take with knight takes d4, there's this intermezzo rook c7 check. And there's a lot to work out here. We have the benefit of the evaluation bar saying it's just even, but with that rook being first to the punch, that's often how we lose games. It doesn't matter that it's a level position. We don't feel comfortable because we're passive and our opponent seeks some activity. So maybe that's what Hikaru didn't like, but he plays bishop to d6 here, and after rook c2, knight e7, he's rerouting his pieces. He trades the light square bishops, but while he protects e6, perhaps it's the c6 square that's going to be a problem in this game, as the last move, knight to b3. This rook can come to c6. There's no more a5, and maybe this knight can go to a5
Black
or
is worse.
c5. Black is uncomfortable.
And you're just one tempo short. If you could play knight b6, knight c4, but here knight b6 will be met with knight a5.
Ah, that's really annoying.
And here is the difference between f2 and a3 and f5, e6. It's in the end game, you can really feel it. And that's why I think, well, humans feel that how unpleasant this position is. While the computer might defend stubbornly, I think that Hikaru doesn't like his position that much right now, and he's looking for the ways to, well, to simplify it.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback off of Volmira's point, we talked about this yesterday in Alireza's game. It's not just the fact that white is 0.4, 0.5 better. In and of itself, that's not a particularly daunting evaluation for Hikaru. It's the fact that he suddenly has to deal with a worse position when 2 seconds ago he could taste the sweet nectar of second place. And the life seemed to be inevitably getting sucked out of the position. All of a sudden, white has the C file, a great square for the knight, the D4 square for the bishop. Black's knight doesn't have too many prospects. This could get really ugly if white gets a rook to C6 and black no longer has that A6, A5 pawn break at all. So Hikaru, I think, just needs to take a couple of minutes here to readapt himself to this new set of circumstances. He made it a serious inaccuracy. Not sure exactly where. Maybe it was more than one. But he's got a new set of challenges that, you know, that he needs to adapt himself to right now.
And you mentioned how in the game he's not going to be able to play A5. This might have been his last opportunity to do so. He had brought his knight to E7. He was so concerned about this pawn E6, which I understand. It's uncomfortable, bishop staring down at a king. But A5,
But what if I don't want to take? I was calculating rook C1, rook to C1. Here.
I think I can.
I think that was Ding's idea.
Yeah, undoubtedly. A takes B4, you have to calculate rook C6, bishop C6, rook takes, and then this pawn on A3 is captured.
And bishop B5.
Bishop B5.
Similar to what Duda rejected yesterday, kind of position with 2 pieces for a rook and a very weak king. It's hard to make yourself go for this.
And the king, that's what's really important. If this king were already on H7, you'd be like, no, black, I'm doing this in a heartbeat because I have 2 passed pawns, I'll get my rook in. But because the king is where it is over here on F7, you see the first check. You see the second check. You're like, where's my king going? If I go here, there's a fork on F7. If I go here, I'm giving another pawn with check. And it says it's just a repetition. The king should go here. The bishop goes back and forth. That is so difficult to not only visualize, but to properly assess from this far away. And it's a great example from yesterday's game. When Hikaru was playing against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, there was that position with a rook and a passed pawn for 2 minor pieces. And actually, I'm just going to bring it up. I'm going to bring up that position if I can, because I think it's really instructive to show some of these similarities. But it's hard to make it work because I don't forget them side by side. I'm going to try to pull up the game from yesterday with Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Hikaru Nakamura. So if you don't mind, there was that moment right around, where was it? Right around here.
Yep. Wow. You literally clicked on a random moment and it happened to be right.
This is yesterday's game where what we would have seen was after this sequence, right? D7, Hikaru came in here and talked about everything. And he also thought that his winning chances were great because after A4 takes, rook to D7, you see bishop C7, bishop takes E5, this rook takes G7 would be mate. So even though the engine says zeros, it's just equal, it's not the case. But it's very, very, very difficult to see this from a mile away.
Yeah. Uncanny similarity, really. Exact same material imbalance, very similar situation. And the consequences are not as severe for Hikaru, who rejected this line. Duda playing knight c7 basically meant he was lost. Here, Hikaru obviously still has excellent chance. I mean, I don't even want to say drawing chances. That implies the position is lost. You know, he's worse. He still has a very solid position, but I think he's doing the right thing and taking a long time to figure out how he wants to arrange his pieces, what defensive formation is going to be most solid.
Maybe the pressure did get to him.
It's very possible. Maybe just Ding Liren's maneuvering was a bit seemingly innocuous, but also confusing. What's he going for? It seems like he's just making moves. And then suddenly, with the pressure heading towards the e6 pawn, Hikaru felt he had to trade light square bishops. And one idea I'm thinking about for him right now is his move g5. It's very committal, though, making a move like this. And it opens up the bishop, staring into empty air. But after the move g5, if you trade on g5, I could see a future where black moves the king, brings this rook over here, and there could be a party down the h-file. It's very far away, especially with the rook landing on c6. But this kind of play with pawns pushing on the king side, it could give black the necessary counterplay because right now white is having all the fun.
But here, the white king has this refuge. He can play king f1 and king e2.
Right.
But Hikaru, he's made a different move.
Brought his bishop to e7, very clearly aiming for this pawn. I think g3 is automatic.
Yeah, you don't want to go h5 here. I mean, maybe you do. It's good from a positional standpoint, but it creates an additional target. So I think Ding is going to play g3. It's a lot more congruent to his style.
And this is more forcing, right? Knight f6, you probably have to take on f6. And this still is going to be better for white, of course, but you've allowed some trades. You need to be certain because eventually this king can come up to g5 and start going after this pawn. That's an overextended pawn in the endgame, which becomes a target rather than a strength. We saw yesterday that Hikaru's knight landed on g6. That's where it's useful. If this knight for Ding Liren could get to g6, we might be having a
That's easy. Knight c5, d3, f4, g6.
Exactly.
What's stopping you?
Just wrap around this way.
All right.
But the point is this pawn on h5 now becomes a clear target that black will go after. So,
and especially in this position, as strange as it could be, the knight is much better than the bishop on f6.
Yes, it's true. And this knight is such a nuisance over on the queen side. You want to trade these pieces because the knight on d5 is very, very strong here. And he played h5 all right. I mean, in Ding Liren, I trust.
What do I know? I don't like that move, though.
Me neither.
I feel like yes, you're stopping g5, but that was not dangerous enough of an idea to warrant creating another target.
I really
And
don't like
Hikaru was surprised. You could tell. He raised his eyebrows.
It just felt unnecessary because if he played g3, you maintain the status quo and white controls this open file here. Blacks control the d file. Well, there's a knight in the way. And if you move the knight to b6, as Almira said, the knight just goes to a5, taking away your only square. This bishop can come to d4. If you try to trade off bishops, thinking that bishop d4 is annoying, once we get a position like this and the rook comes to c6, black is completely frozen. My knight is going to wrap right back around to b3 and to d4, c5. This a6 pawn is a target in addition to e6. So I think that Ding Liren would have been better served sitting on the position, showing some more patience here. And Hikaru made a quick move, bishop f6, and got up because he wants to take back on f6 with his knight, and this h5 pawn is immediate target.
I think that Ding wanted to play the position with the pawn on g2 if black plays g5, but not with the g3. The variation that I was analyzing is that, let's say, if you play g3, black plays g5, so you'll take on g5, you take on g5, and then I will continue with g4, and with black. Yes, on the next move. So I think he didn't like this setup, and he didn't want to weaken the f3 square.
Yeah, there becomes a bit of a bind there, especially when black's rooks end up on the h file, and the king is perfectly safe for white, so you don't have to worry about that. And will this amount to anything more than an optically pleasing position? Because we look at this, we love white's rooks, we feel very good about it, but at some point you actually pinpoint a target and then start hammering away at it. And it's not easy to do that. You get one rook to c6, but you can't get another rook on the 6th rank. So you're right, Almir, maybe g3 was worrisome for Ding Liren, but considering how quickly Hikaru played bishop f6, he understands that this pawn on h5, it might not be long for this board.
But it's a devious plan, actually. I think what he wants to take on f6, knight takes f6, then white infiltrates.
Yep.
No. Infiltrates on c6 and knight c5. So while your knight is going to be on h5, far, far away, in a galaxy far, far away, I will take your a6 pawn and threaten the e6. That was the plan, I thought.
It's a really good point, though, that black's knight gets distracted from d5 over to h5 just to win this rook pawn. And in the meantime, as you're saying, the white's pieces start coming into the attack and might just win a pawn right back.
Yes, so, a very strange deflection in a way.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting idea, though. I know the engine through its mouthpiece, the eval board, the eval bar is not approving of this. A lot of people might look at this and say, wait a second, black can just play e5 and chase the bishop back. But that's exactly what Ding wants. He wants to bring the bishop, I think, back to b2. And what has been the consequence of the move e5? Yeah, you're pointing out the f5 pawn. I would also indicate the d5 knight has lost its anger. And rook c6 and knight c5, with black's pieces suspended in midair, this becomes a lot more unpleasant. The downside of white spending a bunch of tempi on this is that black does get a chance now to get the d5 knight around 2c4. Knight b6 is possible here, but I can see why Hikaru would potentially reject this option. I mean, knight a5 prevents knight c4. So I wouldn't rush to criticize Ding's choice. I think it's creative, it's interesting. Maybe not objectively best, though.
And opening up the 6th rank could have serious repercussions. And the bishop on f6 defends a piece. The e5 pawn can be targeted. Maybe the knight hops into c6 at some point. So I agree that even though immediately the evaluation bar says, nah, that's not so great, that it becomes difficult for Hikaru in other ways after playing e5. You solve one problem, but you create other problems for yourself. But Hikaru, he's thinking right now, he played bishop f6 quickly. He's not going to play so quickly on this move, and he's deep in concentration.
Well, the eval bar should not be trusted in these positions.
Yeah, I mean, same thing happened. I think we don't have to pull it up, but Ding's game against Duda, I took a closer look at it. It was an equal endgame, completely equal endgame, and then 5 seconds later, it was winning for Ding, who had the black pieces in that game. I think he did something very similar. He chose a bunch of moves where there was an obvious reply that a lot of people would just assume solves all problems, but in fact creates a bunch of other problems. And Duda didn't want to change the nature of the position, and that allowed Ding to get good squares for his pieces. And I think he's trying to do something similar here, posing Hikaru with unpleasant and unenviable dilemmas. Only time will tell if this strategy is going to be successful for a second time.
And Ding Liren, he pushed his pawn to h5. We weren't so sure about that move, but he followed up with bishop d4, a very clever attempt. And that's how you beat these super strong players. They don't just blunder, they don't hand you the game. You force them to make a decision. Do I push my pawn to e5? And Hikaru, he knows he can play this move e5, attack the bishop, but he doesn't really want to, because his e6 pawn, as you were mentioning, Danya, is so important, covering the d5 knight and covering the f5 pawn. So these little decisions, it's like a micro decision every single time, rather than like, here you go, here's my bishop, take it, you win the game. It's always like, oh, I'm increasingly uncomfortable. I don't know how to handle the dynamics here. And so I think bishop d4 was a really, really good move. But speaking of good moves, we got to get going. Look at the top left there.
Whoa!
Richard Rapport, everybody. Bro. That is perhaps the game's most creative player. He just pushed his pawn to g5, where 2 black pawns can capture it. We love to see it. I don't think Rajabov loves to see it, but the last moves, if we bring up an analysis board, we haven't gone far. It looks completely different just because the pawn sacrifice, but the bishop wants f7, g4, and h6, and what a cold shower g5 is. h6 was supposed to stop g5, and Report says, no, 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 in we go.
I think that Danya has to switch it to shuffle it up a little bit and start saying, damn boy. You know? That's just...
Doesn't have the same ring to it, though.
Wow,
but
g5.
What happens after h takes g5?
H4? I mean, at first that knight takes g5, yeah, maybe.
And then rook takes.
But okay, rook a g1. And it's not like it's mate immediately, it's just that white has a lot of pieces on the king side.
I mean, how many arrows do you want me to draw? You want me to go full Hikaru?
Yep.
Like, this position looks really unpleasant.
And knight e3, knight f5 also.
Yeah, when the queen moves, knight e3, knight f5, everything comes to the party. And what's interesting is if we look at the evaluation bar and remain objective here, that it said that white was about +1, something like that. It's going to change its mind as it gains more depth. And we know that white's position is better. But if the position remains closed, it's an advantage because you have more space, not because you can actually do anything concrete. So g5 is one of these forcing variations that will put Timur Rajabov into the think tank, whereas a move like knight h4, knight f5, we understand that this is going to be pleasant for white, but black will play knight f8, knight e6, or knight g6, and do very much the same thing. So it's pleasant for white, but nothing special, as these top grandmasters like to say, whereas g5 is a shot out of nowhere, but a shot heard around the world, because this king on g8, it's going to fall directly under the rook's fire.
I was thinking that, well, that was the word that I learned yesterday. So is this the right situation to say that he's not clinging on his g4 pawn?
He's jettisoning that pawn.
Okay, and like, what is the past tense of
Clung.
clung? Okay.
I clang. I clang to my pawn.
And I guess
I
we should...
clang to my pawn.
No, clung.
We should also put an h4 in addition. Knight takes g5 looked like a lot of fun, but if you don't feel like sacrificing a full piece, you can just play h4, and that way you open up lines for the rook. And we don't like being down material, but when you sacrifice a pawn, you get an open file for a rook, and that's really good when you're attacking.
Yeah.
Black's best move would be to put the rook over here.
No, this is a wildly unpleasant position to face. You might have to start running with your own 2 feet.
So
King f7.
Yes, because if you're taking on h4, it's immediately made queen h6.
Yeah. And then there's going to be a
but
rook
there is
sack.
bishop f8.
But then rook takes g7 and rook g1.
Oh, and if we just don't want to deal with the bishop, same exact thing. Almira spotted it. Oh,
no,
sorry, queen
I
h6
want to
first.
play yes.
I was thinking with a
h6
queen on
first.
h6, bishop f8, this line. Of course, queen h6 first,
Right.
and
But now if
Right.
king f8, you have knight h4 after queen g7.
yeah.
Or rook g7, knight h4.
Ouch. Poor king. Poor king. Rook h8, one last attempt, and then knight g6 check. Says thank you for your rook, and white goes up material, and this king is not any safer. So
What an idea, and that's why you want to watch the last round, because with all of the inhibitions gone, not that they're ever there for report, but you see some crazy ideas.
And Rajabov has no idea, and it's only moved 19, but he has no idea that he's better here. He sees g5, he's like, oh no, my king.
Right.
So Eric Rosen not playing here, but this looks very, very scary for that king on g8, so he's probably worried. His calculation has improved over the tournament.
Yeah.
So I think that Rajabov will lead him to it, because the game with our winner of the candidates, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, that one is also heating up with this king on g8. If we look in the bottom right, bishop takes pawn on g6, opening up that king for a piece though. So a lot has happened in this game, but
Now, Danya, it's reached its paroxysm, the game.
Yeah. FG is forced, I would imagine.
I doubt you can leave this bishop here, especially because it's nope, attacking that pawn here. So we'll analyze f takes g6.
Queen, I guess so. So you need to attack the g6 pawn,
Yes.
because you can't play queen f6.
And queen g3 is not the right way,
Queen
because
c2.
that allows the black queen to come back to the defense.
So you need to put the queen on such a square, on e4, because it prevents the black queen from defending the pawn.
Oh, and this is so beautiful because you also allow rook b1.
So king g7, rook b1.
Oh my gosh! Wait a second. So just like the
This is really dangerous.
just
for
like the
black.
report Rajabov game, where you might sacrifice a piece and the engine says you're fine. This doesn't look fine for black. This looks like you're losing. I would think I'm lost here.
But hilariously, just like Hikaru's tactic against Duda, where Jan-Krzysztof put a rook on a square which is defended by the queen, and then a bishop can distract the queen. There is bishop d5 in this position.
Lovely move.
Which is a saving grace for black, forcing a transition into an endgame. Now this time it's not as disastrous as bishop d6 was yesterday, but after knight e4, it's a very complex endgame.
All three results possible in a game like this, where white has an extra pawn, or two extra pawns in the E and F files, and black has two extra pawns over there on the queen side, so it could be a pawn race. It's just a mess.
This is a super unpleasant position for Jan. You know, the engine might be giving zeros, but even to see this line is incredibly difficult.
But Amir, we said it throughout the tournament that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he hasn't been perfect, but many games he's played engine-like when he needs to.
Not only he's played engine-like, but also I think that one important point that he revealed also during his interview, he said that he's kept his energy. He didn't play a single game, I think, which lasted more than 6 hours. So he still has the energy to calculate in this game. And what is the time, by the way? I cannot see it.
An hour for Jan and 32 minutes, 49 seconds for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So
he
much
still
more
has
time.
enough time to figure it out.
Plenty.
But f takes g6 seems forced to me here.
I'm guessing he's like just considering the follow-up. That's what these players typically do, where they know they have to do this step one, but they want to make sure that they have a response ready.
Actually, there is a small trick that my coach taught me. Alexander Chernin is like he worked even with Fabiano Caruana, and he said to me that if this move is completely forced, then you have to make it because you're half a move closer.
Right.
Because then you still have a better vision of the position after f takes g6. So maybe we can have a closer look if there's anything else.
Have to play queen e4. I don't think there's another option. You need to put pressure here, open up your rook for the attack, and king g7 isn't forced. So it's just like my natural reaction to defend the pawn, but there must be plenty of other options.
It's important to point out that queen takes g6 is not a mate threat. I think a lot of people would assume that it is, but the threat inherent in queen takes g6 is that you lose the bishop. Like the threat is queen takes g6 followed by queen takes c6. So theoretically, black could create a counter threat, such as attacking white's rook on e1, for instance, a move like queen d2. And the engine likes this move. Queen takes g6, king f8.
Just to show that the rook now is hanging here, and that's why the evaluation bar drops. So you defend your bishop tactically.
But try and assess the position after rook e3. Try and convince yourself that black is okay after rook e3. This is a terrifying position. And I understand that when the computer finds a defense, you always think it's obvious. Oh, just this and this, and black is fine. But put yourself in the shoes of someone who actually is looking at this position from a distance of 4 moves. I mean, your hands are shaking.
It's terrifying. This looks so scary. I mean,
it looks like you're mated.
And we know from yesterday's game, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he made an assumption based on a variation very far down the line. I think that in a player's head, you think that this is just winning for white. You dismiss it, even though it appears that after queen d1 check, king h2, black has this saving resource, rook takes d6. And that makes a lot of sense. But from forever away, it's hard to see all this.
Oh, and rook f3 check, queen takes f3, and all of a sudden black has amassed a tremendous amount of material for the queen, and here black is winning.
Right, because your pawn is pushing and your king is actually quite safe with your 2 bishops around it. But that's, again, it's light years away and hard to spot, but we are seeing this variation.
Nepo got up and then Duda moved, he's like, I don't care. You're not stopping me from going to the bathroom.
No, he's not. And, well, this is going to be a really interesting turn of events because for Jan Nepomniachtchi, his king is in danger. For Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's down a minor piece. So accuracy required by both.
What a position.
Yeah, what a fun one. I mean, I'm looking at all the games because all of a sudden, the game between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana, that one is getting spicier. And I think, as we take a look at that game, that maybe Alireza, he got impatient. The position was closed. We've seen throughout the event that Alireza, he wants more exciting games, dynamic positions. And as we bring this one up and analyze it a little bit here, F5, the last move by Alireza. And that allows white to initiate a series of trades. And I'm going to show that. Let's bring up an analysis board here because I want to show you knight dominating over a bishop. E takes F5, bishop takes F5, knight takes, queen takes, bishop takes C5, bishop takes C5, and then you put this knight on E4. And because there are no pawns on the adjacent files to kick this knight out, this is an amazing, it's a stallion on E4.
I was thinking with the king on h1, the rook on g1, and the similarities between the 2 games, he was simply feeling forced to play f5 because white had this move g4 to this position.
Oh, so he's looking over at Richard Port's game?
That's actually
a really good call.
Yeah.
That's so uncomfortable.
But,
but what?
But to me, the move g5 here was asking to be played.
But maybe with a bad turn result, you don't trust your calculation and you're worried that somehow g5 will backfire, but I like the look of g5. Although, what if I play knight f5? And we get a similar position.
Where black is up a pawn.
Yeah, black is up a pawn.
Which illustrates, by the way, just how good white's position is in the game, event of the game continuation. I mean, here you're going to play g4 in order to carve out that outpost and permanently discourage f5.
Right, and with knight g3 into f5 at any moment, and light square domination against a dark square bishop, where the engine says, yeah, no problems here, all is well. But then the players, they're like, no, this looks really uncomfortable for black because only white can try to go for a win. And speaking of that other game where G4 happened, we're just spoiled in this round. I don't know what's happening. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins the event, and everybody decides it's a free-for-all. Because in the game between Richard Rapport and Timur Rajabov, we see in the top left that Rapport actually sacrificed a piece, and the engine does not approve. So that was a big moment here. Instead of pushing pawns, knight takes G5 played, and the engine not entirely certain, but does say black is slightly be preferred, but we were talking about this position.
Yeah, but the engine is giving, first of all, such a position, the engine cannot be trusted in such a position at a low depth. I think a detail that we cannot overlook is that black can actually start by eliminating the knight on c4. Bishop takes c4 is a very nasty intermezzo. This is a bishop you have to recapture. And after h takes g5, white doesn't have that many gallons, or since we're in Europe, liters left in the tank. I mean, there's, yeah, you have your heavy pieces, but you only have one minor piece. And black can get the bishop around from d6 to f6 in order to lend maximum support to the g7 pawn. I could see this fizzling out really, really quickly for white. Can you?
Although, at this moment here, the bishop takes c4, I was wondering, can I just go knight back to f3?
I was thinking about knight f7, actually. That's why I was remaining silent.
But I have queen d8 to f6 at the right moment. That knight on d7 comes in really handy.
That's true.
So bishop b6.
And you can play queen f6 here.
It's not over even here, like queen h5 and knight g5 is a possibility, but this seems to be very gimmicky.
That's why knight f7 was more dangerous, but I was feeling, I had the feeling that it was losing by force because you don't have queen f6, I have knight h6.
Oh, after knight f7,
But I guess you can just take
yes,
it, right?
no, you can just take, yes, bishop f7 and queen h6. Well, yes, it's completely lost.
Yeah, too many pieces given away. But knight takes g5. We love Rapport's creativity, but he probably could have just played h4 as well. So he was going for the direct assault, saying that I'm going to win by brute force. But with h4, the point is that now you're threatening to just take on g5. And of course, if gh4, queen takes h6, problems down the g file are going to win white the game. So maybe h4 was more prudent.
Yeah, that seemed like a perfectly viable attacking option, with the main difference being that this doesn't sacrifice a piece. But I can also understand Rapport. He decided on what he was going to do, and he didn't want to separately calculate f takes g5. He believes in his attacking chances. He believes in the open g file, and it's going to be a treat to watch this unfold.
And we'll see if Rajabov can put up the kind of stellar defense we've seen from him in games such as the one against Alireza Firouzja, where he played over 7 hours, 90 moves. He was always worse, not being attacked in terms of checkmate, but he did have to withstand a lot of positional pressure to hold that game. So Rajabov, he's thinking, imagine if he wins this game. He goes to a +1 score, and he had lost 2 games earlier in the event to Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Everyone said, oh, this Rajabov guy, what's he doing here? Hasn't won a game of Classic since 2019, and now he's won 2, and he could win his 3rd if he shows that he can fend off Richard Rapport's feisty kingside attack.
But don't you have the feeling that those were the games that he won only because his opponents threw themselves at him?
The game against Liren, yes, but the game against Hikaru, I would say that I just really liked Rajabov's opening, and I felt like he handled things pretty seamlessly.
And he also declined an implicit draw offer.
Right.
Hikaru, there was that moment when even Hikaru expected Timur to go for the draw, but very fearlessly he accepted a position with an open king and then conducted it impeccably. So I understand what you're saying, Lemire. Like, I agree that there is this additional onus on the players, weirdly, because Rajabov was 27-53 to try to beat him, but he's really proven himself in this event in a big way.
And we had him in the studio, and he was talking about how he felt it was unfair for people to criticize his lack of tournament victories, individual game victories, because he's like, I haven't played much since 2019. But as we see here, I mean, Radjabov is a legend. He beat Kasparov and Linares. He's helped Azerbaijan to 3 European Team Championships, gold medals. He's played in now his 3rd Candidates Tournament. He won the World Cup.
And he's only 35.
Yeah. What more can you ask from the guy, right? Like, he has done a ton in the chess world, and you know, he didn't fight for first here, but he's made his mark on the competition.
There's one detail which is always left out. I don't know why. When people talk about his winning with Garry Kasparov in 2003, which is that he played a French with black.
Well, I remember reading that Gary and the rest of the tournament were very upset because that game won like the brilliancy prize in the game of the tournament.
Gary off.
But it wasn't. They were saying that it wasn't actually a great game. That Gary went wrong at some point, and then Radjabov capitalized. But because Radjabov was a teenager, regardless, how many people can say they beat Garry Kasparov? The number is not very high. So the fact that Radjabov could do that as a teenager and has been successful in so many other events, it speaks volumes about his level of chess.
Well, especially here, I agree, because we always analyze the game from the perspective of the absolute truth, the aesthetical beauty. But I think that beating Garry Kasparov is such an achievement. It's it stands for itself.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you've done it. And it doesn't matter how Hikaru Nakamura makes a draw, as long as he does it, he will get 2nd place. And Ding Liren just trades rooks down the D file. Pieces are coming off the board. That means that Hikaru is inching closer to a draw and 2nd place. The game is far from over. There's still a lot of life left here. But with Hikaru trading rooks, we'll just go back to see how it happened. He did, in fact, go E5. So
wow, and another surprise, not going back to B2 to reserve the parking spot on C5 for the knight.
Can we have just a quick look at Bishop F6? I still don't understand what happened here. Just before he played Bishop D4, Bishop F6, Bishop F6.
Okay.
I don't understand what was wrong with this variation, and Rook C6 I wanted to play here.
No, I agree. I think this was the way to go.
Maybe he didn't see how this is winning. I mean, I don't see how the game is winning, but knight takes H5, you have knight C5.
Yes, knight C5, you will...
And Rook A6, and you're going to get this 2-on-1 situation with black's pieces away, you know, lounging around on the beach. This is a really unpleasant position.
Yeah, especially if you do this. I mean, this knight just comes to C7. If you go Rook A7 to try to kick the knight out, this rook comes to C7, offering a trade, because when all is said and done, the B5 pawn goes, and white has a 2-on-none over there on the queen side. So you're absolutely right that Bishop F6, Knight F6, Rook C6, but you need to be really accurate as black.
But what again, take this, I hold Ding in the highest regard in terms of his endgame play and his technique. I think he's one of the greatest technicians of our time in chess history. But this particular tournament, it seems like a couple of times he's gone for a certain position, and then at the last second, just when the gates of success are staring him in the face, he turns back. It's like that overstated joke about the 3 people who are stuck on an island. You know, 2 of them swim back and drown, and the 3rd one swims 99% of the way there, and he's like, I'm tired, I'm going to go back to the island. Just something about Ding's decision-making has been strange. And like you said, in the current position, the game isn't over. I would still take white, but I think Hikaru is very, very close to pushing Ding's initiative back and neutralizing it once and for all.
And I would almost argue that maybe Ding sees too much, that he's like so strong and calculates so well that he's always finding his opponent's best responses, and he sees in this position that his evaluation function is on point. He's like, okay, in this analysis board, maybe he just plays rook to e7, and now h5 is falling. And if I play knight c5, then black plays a5, which is a very useful move, because if you lose a pawn, you don't want to have more pawns remaining that might also fall, as we just showed in the variation, and down goes b4. But for me, it's all about h5. I still can't fully get behind his decision to play h5 here. g3 just keeps the position as is. It maintains his advantage. It's a nagging advantage. It's going like
white is quite a bit better here.
White is better for sure. And so I think h5 was too committal, and then he ventured in with his bishop out to c5 and stuff like this. And Hikaru, he's confident. Look at him. He's really confident right now.
There was a point he got uncomfortable earlier, and now he's back to where he was when the queens were traded. He's up on the clock, and Ding is just not feeling himself here.
Hikaru knows that head shake that he right again. As soon as I say it, and there it is. He goes away from the board. Hikaru feels this draw. He knows it's bound to happen. And for Ding Liren, you could sense he keeps glancing up at Hikaru. He's trying to find something to do on the board, but Hikaru Nakamura playing stubborn defense in this game.
And is there a weak point in Hikaru's play? I was thinking about Achilles' heel, so like what could be described as this, like for Hikaru?
Wow, that's a tough question. I would say
if there is any.
That would be a good question for Hikaru, actually.
Yeah. Why don't we save it for him if we can get him in the studio? That'd be a really good question. He might not want to answer it, but he has been very honest. Obviously, all chess players have weak points or moments where they've gone wrong. In this tournament against Fabiano Caruana, he castled, and then that got him to a tough position. Even in this game, it went from looking like there should be no problems in the world, and then Ding was able to press a bit. So yesterday, against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won the game, but when he was sitting here, he was like, oh, I thought I was playing like an engine. I was playing brilliantly. So obviously, he's a human, and he doesn't play perfect chess, but it'd be interesting to hear his thoughts on his own play because we can pick and choose all these moments, but ultimately it'd be really interesting to hear what he has to say. And I'm looking left, I'm looking right. The Duda game against Nepomniachtchi, no move yet from Jan Nepomniachtchi, the tournament winner. In the top right, with Caruana and Firouzja, is a brilliant knight on e4 against a bishop that is staring into thin air on b4. In the top left, I still don't know what's going on. We have an evaluation bar with Report and Rajabov, and no matter what it says, I still don't believe it. I still have no idea. I feel like Rajabov is sitting here pretty stressed, but he's going to have to really calculate, not look at a few lines, because he might just get checkmated if he makes one misstep.
And here, I think if he plays bishop c4, do you have rook g7 immediately or not?
Or rook g1 maybe.
So we'll analyze.
Rook g1 maybe allows bishop f8, but I wanted to try rook g7 immediately.
So if bishop takes c4.
Maybe it looks like everything I tried loses immediately, but.
But you have to try moves like that when you're attacking.
The computer doesn't like it, so rook g1
King f7, I think, is the issue. And then I've got too many minor pieces kind of surrounding the king, and I knight f6, bishop f8, rook g8.
Yeah, this doesn't work at all.
But the move rook g1 certainly looks fun because the g7 pawn's under attack, and if you just play defensively with bishop f8, after pawn takes c4, this is the kind of position that Report saw ahead of time. Whereas he made a sacrifice that some may call speculative, some may say it's wrong, but he's looking at a position like this and saying it's very challenging for black to play as white aims for moving f4, opening this bishop up against this king. Maybe this queen goes to h3 and rook to h5. All sorts of threats here.
I think this is very reminiscent of Mikhail Tal's sacrifices. Now, a lot of people just assume that when Tal sacrificed, he mated people in 4 moves from the moment he sacrificed. But that's not how it actually worked, because he sacrificed stuff against the leading players in the world. These people didn't just fold over and die. But he got positions like these, where it's not like black is going to get checkmated in the next 2 moves, but it's just incredibly hard to choose one candidate move over another one. So you start getting to time pressure. Then you miss some sort of follow-up resource, such as f2, f4. So this is exactly how Tal won so many of his games. Just imagine sitting where Rajabov is sitting, trying to figure out, do I play queen f6 or rook e6 or rook e7, or do I take on c4 or not? And as I say that, he's already down to 34 minutes. You could take 34 minutes on one move here.
I wasn't even looking at the clock. It's only moved 21. Oh my goodness.
This is tough.
Because white's plans include queen h3 and rook h5, and he did just make a move, queen f6 to start with, and that seems to be a good move by Rajabov. But in these types of positions, right, queen h3, rook h5, check down here, pawn f4 is overwhelming the e5 pawn, and behind it is the g7 pawn. It's just not easy to make an individual move because we see 5 different plans from white, who is down a minor piece, but has the possibility to break open the position. So in the game, we saw queen f6 played, and that just keeps g7 defended. I assume rook a to g1 will be the response here because you're just trying to put more pressure up on the g7 pawn, and still queen h3 is an option. Still f4 will be available, and there's so many threats here.
Yeah, rook bishop f8, I guess, is called for. Mm-hmm.
But do you have queen h3 and rook f5?
My God. So the knight on d7 is hanging apart from everything else. And bishop e6 intercepts the contact between the rook and the pawn on e5, so that might be a deterrent. Although bishop takes c4 could follow on the next move. Yeah, we're going to get a position like this. Queen g2, queen g3.
This king's never going to find shelter. So even if it says that black is doing well, you don't even know, do I take on c4 or do I leave that piece? I assume you probably have to take it at some point, like now because of e5, but these positions are never, ever clear. And white has an attack. White has one pawn for a piece, but the king on g8, whether it's a rook g6 or rook f5 or queen back to h3, it just is a difficult position for black to handle.
Very, very much so. I love this. I love this kind of play. I'm a sucker for these kinds of sacrifices. And Richard, you know, he's got to play pretty quickly himself because it's hard to defend these positions, but God knows it's hard to keep the attack going. So it's not just a, you know, a one-sided story. I'm expecting rook ag1 within a couple of minutes at the most.
Very, very, very natural move. And for Rapport, he probably needs to put pressure on Radjabov on the clock. The last thing you want is to sacrifice a piece for just one pawn and then start thinking too much, because you'll be the one in time trouble, and then you're going to have an issue justifying your sacrifice. But he did play rook a to g1. We love his chess style. He's just so much fun at the board, and it makes it so fun for everybody watching.
I have another question for Richard's report. I really want to know if he threw his computer away.
Well, if he could throw his computer away and play games like this, the guy maybe is unstoppable when he's fully focused. He has everything going his way. It's going to be a nightmare for his opponents. So I just love the way he sacrifices pieces. He literally doesn't care about material equality. He's just like, let's go for it.
Mm-hmm. That's Radjabov's move. He better come back to his seat soon. But there we see Alireza Firouzja pondering his unpleasant position, trying to figure out how to deal with that monster of a knight on e4 over on the top right of your screen.
And it looks like in the bottom right, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they're following the variation that we were looking at. And will Nepomniachtchi be able to play bishop d5? He's definitely going to think about it.
He's going to play it quickly. I think it's the only move. I mean, is there anything? You can't allow the rook to get to b7, or even the queen to get to b7 or the fork.
I don't think so. But the reason why I'm not sure he'll play so quickly is because he's been blunder checking a lot. Ever since his game against Hikaru, where he just mixed up his preparation or did something wrong, it feels like he's been making sure, and as soon as that, he makes his move. So he finds bishop d5. Doesn't need a blunder check because he's a baller right now and someone stepped in front of the camera as per usual. But Ding Liren back on screen, and oh my gosh, Alireza Firouzja played move h5 in the top right. Let's go to that one. Fabiano, he has this really pleasant position with a knight on e4, and the last move was pawn to h5. Amir, what do you make of it?
I know nothing. Look, I felt that f5 was such a big positional mistake, but here I don't understand anything.
I love White's position, right? It's risk-free. There's just nothing that Black can do.
I agree with Dania that g5 was really necessary in the position, even though that knight f5 still obtains the same outpost on e4, but at least you have a pawn.
No, Alireza has gotten impatient just so many times this tournament and done something drastic. The most sort of illustrious example was his game against Nepo. Wrong word, but you get what I mean. Where he played g4 and h4, and he literally the same thing. f5 and then now h5. And I think he's trying to induce h4. I think he wants Fabi to go h4. I'm not exactly sure why h4 is bad, but I feel like Alireza wants to provoke this move for some reason. Should White do that?
I don't think so.
Then you have a clear target.
Sorry,
Maybe
bishop b7. Oh, bishop b7, and there's a tactic. g3, bishop takes h4, and rook f4.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, it's a free-for-all.
Yeah, that's what Alireza wants. And so if you're Fabiano, what you do is you don't push pawns like that. I would play f3.
And if h4?
H4 doesn't scare me.
You can play even h3, or you can not do anything. If black plays h3, white could even take that pawn and get an open g-file.
Right, and h3, there's no infiltration squares because the g3 square is covered. But my bigger plan, and let's even not play, let's just go back here, is I was just going to improve my pieces one by one. Now I have the g5 square in my sights. And let's say you don't mind, and I play rook f2, and then I play king g1, and king f1, and king e2, and I move my rook over here, and I do the Petrosian king march, where I get my king to the queen side. Now, that's a long story, and actually I can just put my king on e2, because you cannot possibly get to the king over there on e2. It's really safe. But Fabiano instead chooses the move g3, taking a page out of your book, Danya. If h4, he might take it.
Yeah, but the downside is that he's weakened the f3 square, so Alireza might double rooks on the f-file. Maybe Fabio also wants to play f3, but I don't know if, then the question arises, well, why did you play g3? Why didn't you just play f3 as you were indicating? Is Fabi being a little bit too cavalier with his kingside pawn moves? It's always very hard to assess exactly how you should arrange your pawns in such positions. So the jury's still out on whether this is a wise move.
Yeah, he will do all this stuff. f3, king g2. We know what the near future holds for Fabiano, but from there, that's the big question. I love his position, though. I mean, it's just, I don't think it's stylistically matches Firouzja, and I think that you can do no wrong, essentially, from the white side.
Yeah, but at the moment, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Firouzja's position is still very solid. Fabi's going to have to do a tremendous amount of work to actually convert this into something tangible, but Alireza is not going to enjoy the rest of the game, that's for sure.
No, he will not. 30 minutes to make 14 moves. Not that easy in this position, but I think he's capable. And, I see Jan-Krzysztof Duda on screen. Let's go to the bird's eye view, because all 4 games are still in progress here in the 14th and final round. And Duda, what's he looking at? Ooh, Jan Nepomniachtchi brings his rook over to b6, so he was able to save his pawns on the queen side, and we were looking at a position just like that, right? Where it's an endgame, chances for both, 3 results possible, but Jan Nepomniachtchi played amazing defense so far in this game.
Again, and he's just been doing that all tournament long. It's like it was never in doubt. Zero fear. I don't know if Jan saw bishop d5, or if he hoped that Jan wouldn't find it, or if he strove for this endgame all along, but it's a complete 3-result game. It's a wild position, and Jan could not ask for anything better, given what I think was quite an unpleasant position out of the opening.
Almira, it's just the Nepomniachtchi show, right? Just all tournament. He's had 3 games where he probably really was in trouble. Now against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, it didn't look good, but the way he played a5, rook a6, striking with d4, finding his way through this maze of complications to give back the piece he was ahead and now enter an endgame with even material. I just, I feel like Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing unbelievable chess, the best chess of his career. And if he can end this game and this tournament without a loss, I think it really will do a lot for his confidence.
Well, not only he's playing the best chess in his career, I wanted to say that he is back. Because no one expected him to be back, especially after this painful loss against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match. So he played such an incredible tournament, and this game is just the last confirmation we needed to say that he's the next challenger, and he's up to this challenge.
Seems like he certainly is, and while he's back, we'll also be back, because we're going to take a quick break, get ourselves ready for time control. And Well, after this tournament ends, one of the biggest events in chess, the 44th Chess Olympiad, takes place from July 29th to August 9th. It is coming to Chennai, India. It is the biggest team event in chess with something like 180 countries in the open and 160 in the women's. So it's a wonderful event full of camaraderie, team spirit, and a lot of fun, in addition to the grueling chess. 2:30 a.m. Pacific time each and every day right here on chess.com. And we see Hikaru Nakamura. He's still in this fight for second place. His task is not over. He looks to secure at least a draw, which would earn him second place and perhaps a shot at the World Chess Championship match. We'll be right back.
Online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
It was bigger than chess. In fact, it was bigger than the World Championship. It was war, literally and figuratively. Every aspect of the 1972 World Chess Championship was a battle. The United States and the USSR were embroiled in the Cold War. 10 years after the Cuban Missile Crisis, US President Nixon met with Soviet Premier Brezhnev in Moscow. Despite an easing of political and military hostilities towards each other, the United States and the USSR took the Cold War to the 64-square battlefield, where masterful chess was played on and off the table. The players couldn't have been more different. The American-born Bobby Fischer was an eccentric and outspoken New Yorker with a particular disdain for the Soviet Union and communism. Boris Spassky was the calm and refined frontrunner of the Soviet chess machine that dominated the sport for decades. By 1972, Bobby Fischer had made a name for himself as someone who wasn't satisfied by just winning. He sought to dominate. Leading up to the World Championship, Fischer won 19 straight games and decimated two grandmasters 6-0 and then 6-0 in the candidates matches, setting a world record that has never been broken. However, Fischer had never beaten Spassky in any of the 5 previous games they played. Boris Spassky failed to win the World Championship in 1966, but took the coveted title in 1969 when he narrowly defeated Tigran Petrosian in their rematch. The 1972 match marked Spassky's third appearance in the title event, but the first time as the sitting world champion. In the months preceding the match, Bobby Fischer's demands for increased prize money made the 1972 World Championship one of the most challenging events to organize. But his tenacity led to this match being the richest chess event in history. Unfortunately, Fischer's demands and antics did not stop there. His behavior before and during the match created drama, suspense, and worldwide intrigue involving some of the world's most powerful people. Over the course of the next few months, Chess.com will be releasing various media commemorating the 50th anniversary of the most epic World Chess Championship in history. We will be hearing from experts, learning about the players, exploring the drama, and getting inside the heads of Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky. We will also be examining the most important moves and games of the 1972 World Championship. Keep an eye out for hashtag FischerSpassky50 and join us on this fascinating Chess.com historical journey.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business.
We know what that means. Hikaru puts the jacket on. The game is over.
Mis amigos. The next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid.
That is the genius of Jan's performance, the fact that he really did make it look easy.
Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
And these players certainly have left a legacy here in Madrid. International Master Elmira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. I almost forgot my name for a second.
Yeah, I'm Grandmaster. Who am I again?
I told you that you will no longer know who you are then.
I don't know who I am because I have somebody else's face on my shirt. You know, mis amigos. I've been saying it every day. I've lost my sense of self. But these players, they're still fighting till the very end here. All 4 games, all 8 players still in session here. In the bottom right-hand side, we see that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they have an end game where we've been saying all 3 results are possible. In the top right, Fabiano Caruana still seems to be pressing with an advantage. He's got a good knight against a bishop that doesn't stare at anything and a better pawn structure for white. In the top left, nobody knows what's going on in Richard Report against Timur Rajabov because that game features a piece sacrifice from white for 1 pawn, but an exposed king for black. And then in the bottom left, Hikaru Nakamura trying to make that draw fully concentrated here as Ding Liren has infiltrated with his rook on the 7th rank. So really great games still in play here in the final round of the Candidates.
Yeah, I mean, this is mouthwatering. I don't know where to turn to. Nauseatingly complicated endgame in Nepomniachtchi Duda, middle game in Rajabov Report. Firouzja Caruana Firouzja rather. Shocking development there with Fabi deciding to open up the center. You mentioned the good knight. That knight used to be titanically great. Now it's just good. So I don't even know where we should go. I'm going to leave that decision to more capable people.
Oh, well, while we see Ding Liren and Hikaru Nakamura try to find out who finishes in second place, we'll get right back to our final exciting day of chess. But for those just joining us, earlier today we talked with FIDE Director General Emil Sutovsky, who's also a Grandmaster, because Emil spent about half an hour discussing the candidates with us, the World Chess Championship, and Emil also gave us a little bit of news here and some insight when we asked about Magnus Carlsen and when FIDE would like to see Magnus make a decision about playing in the upcoming World Chess Championship.
Of course, we would not be happy if Magnus skips it. It's obviously not the end of the world, but he's not just a world champion, but a dominant world champion, and you don't want a player who is clearly number 1 in all ratings to be, I mean, all ratings, all classical ratings, for all the time, I mean. You don't want him to skip the cycle. At the same time, we also don't believe that the world champion can just say, you know, it would be this way or I don't play. So we have to find this balanced solution, and we will be working on it. I think for Magnus' legacy, losing a title like that would be missed. But once again, he's the one to decide, and we can only be, let's say, reasonable.
when is Magnus Carlsen's deadline? Because you said you're in discussions. At some point, a decision has to be made whether or not to move on from Magnus playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. So when is his deadline?
We haven't set a formal deadline, but let's say, I would say July 20, which is also an international chess day, is about the time when we'll have a decision.
Well, as we heard from Emil Sutovsky himself, the deadline is not set in stone, but July 20th seems to be the date. That's just about not even 3 weeks away now. So Almira, Magnus Carlsen, you've been saying he needs to let everyone know if he will be playing or not. He has to by July 20th.
Well, actually, there is one interesting detail which I was thinking about during the break. Let's say Magnus declines and he doesn't play this much. What he needs to think about, and very carefully, is the next cycle. And if he wants to play, he needs to go through the qualification path. And we all know how difficult it is. So he's not even sure that he will qualify if he wants to play.
Whoa, and I mean, I really want to talk about this, but I just saw a move played in the game between Ding Liren and Hikaru Nakamura, and all of a sudden, Ding Liren has a sizable advantage, and we don't know if second place will be for a World Chess Championship match, but we have to go right here because this conversation has been revolved around Hikaru Nakamura entering the round in second place. But just at this moment, after Bishop G5, after King F1, instead of putting the Rook to D8, offering a Rook exchange, Hikaru plays Bishop D8, and the computer is not happy.
Yeah, right square, but wrong piece. Apparently, Bishop D8 is, I think, a pretty clear indication that Hikaru is not comfortable with his position. What is the purpose of that move? Well, it might be to cover the B6 square, because White wanted to arrange his pieces, perhaps with Bishop B6 and Knight C5. What is the worst case scenario for Black? I think the worst case scenario is a situation where White wins A6 and creates a passer on the queen side, because Black's minor pieces are too passive to be able to handle a pawn on B4 that's surging forward and is supported by White's minors. So maybe Bishop D8 is an attempt to prevent that, or at least discourage it. But man, it's passive, and White's pieces are looking real good all of a sudden.
Amir, a pretty surprising development there, where the bishop retreats back to D8. Maybe it allows for A5 at some point, but such a passive position for Hikaru.
Yeah, this is a very passive position, and I like Daniel's explanation because I want to play Bishop B6 and Knight C5, so it doesn't allow me to regroup my pieces and to put them on more harmonious squares. But on the other hand, I cannot find the next move for Black. So let's say if I play something like, Rook B7.
Well, the idea of Bishop B6, by the way, reinforcing that threat.
Can't play A5.
Knight F6.
B5 is there. Knight F6. I'm guessing White just played Bishop D6.
Oh, now
targeting this pawn.
Remember when Hikaru played E5? Now Ding's idea looks genius. All this time later, the weakness of E5 finally bites Hikaru in the you-know-what.
Oh my goodness, this is really getting out of hand.
So E4, you continue with
Knight D4.
Knight D4.
Yeah, this is getting really out of hand, and Ding immediately, after only a minute of thought, Rook B7, it's on the board.
And so far, we have to give Ding Liren so much credit because he decided to keep his rooks on the board. At one point, he brought his rook from D1 to C1. I'll bring up that moment again. Not a maneuver you see every day, but with the rooks staring each other down, he doesn't want trades because liquidation would help secure a draw for Hikaru. Rook D to C1.
Genius decision, by the way. Just amazing decision.
And just to bring the rooks up to the C file, and Hikaru, he was so worried about E6, he gave up the C file. And then once again, it seemed like Hikaru was able to neutralize any advantage that Ding had hoped for. And the rooks were traded here, Rook D1, and then Bishop D6. So putting pressure on that E5 pawn. Ever since E5 was played, it's become a bit of a target. And then instead of repeating, am I not mistaken here? Bishop
no,
D6,
you're not.
Knight G4, Bishop C5. Knight F6 is the start of repetition.
So Hikaru was clearly either A, afraid that Ding had a better move that he didn't play, or B, he thought that he could more effectively force the draw with Bishop H4. And the eval bar doesn't dislike this, but it did directly lead to the position in which Hikaru failed to play what seems to be the only correct move, and that's rook d8 in this position.
Yeah, rook to d8, just offering the trade. Easier said when you don't have the responsibility of the game, because maybe this pawn could get in trouble if the rook comes to a7, things of that nature. But this rook is about to go to d3. This knight would have to move, and the rook comes down to d2. And white's king and pawns are not that safe. So we're going to show the standings here really quickly, because Jan Nepomniachtchi has earned first place, no matter how he does. But second place is very important. If Ding Liren can convert his advantage in this game, as we have the live position, the last one was f5 to f4, then he will earn second place. Hikaru Nakamura will fall back to third.
This is highly unpleasant, and f4 is a clear attempt at generating counterplay on the king side. He's trying to weaken white's pawn structure, and maybe ultimately Hikaru's trying to get a past h-pawn, because that knight from g4 can drop back to f6 and finally pick up that pawn on h5. So I really like f4. I think this is his best chance. This is clearly what he was relying on, but it doesn't solve the underlying problem of black's pieces essentially now being permanently confined to their passive squares.
And Amir, what did Hikaru standing up, nodding his head, sitting back down, and he's still actually like nodding his head, bopping around a little bit. What does that tell you? Do you think he's trying to convince himself that his position is good, or do you think he truly believes that he has everything under control?
Maybe it's the same situation as yesterday, where he truly believed that he was much better, and he was playing for some positional concept. Whether here he truly believes that this f4 move will let him liberate his bishop. Let's say you take twice on f4, you have another resource of playing bishop h4. Unfortunately, you don't have rook f8. Otherwise, I think everything would be perfect in this variation. But here he created a few weaknesses, but somehow you don't have an extra rook.
No, and as Daniel was highlighting, you can play knight f6 and win this pawn, but that doesn't solve all of black's problems, because black's pieces are so passive. The rook on b7 is stellar. This pawn can become a target, especially if this knight starts jumping into the action. So Hikaru will have problems to solve no matter what. And after f4, Ding Liren pauses. He doesn't just take, because he might be considering this move f3. It looks surprising, but if this knight were to take the pawn on e3, bishop takes, pawn takes, a bit similar to the game between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja, we'll have a situation with a very strong knight against a bishop that won't exactly find the most promising squares. And if you play a5, you immediately drop the b5 pawn. This e3 pawn isn't exactly going anywhere. So this is probably the type of position that is really uncomfortable for Hikaru, because he's going to have to fend off threats, and he has nothing that he can do on his own.
There is a plus side of taking twice on f4, which is that it approaches the time control. And Ding, he doesn't feel comfortable in time pressure. He's got 16 minutes. He's definitely not in acute time pressure. But after knight f6, you could play, for instance, king e2 or king g2 and king f3. Boom, you've made time control. You've preserved your underlying advantages, and now you can essentially torture Hikaru for the rest of the game. So my vote is with taking twice on f4. It looked like Ding is about to make a move. Now he's retracted his hand, and he continues to think. Big decision here as Hikaru trying to hold what is now a clearly worse position.
And Ding Liren very concentrated right now, because he senses it's his moment. He can take on f4, he can play f3, he has all sorts of options here. And every position, every resulting position is good for him. But he doesn't want to allow Hikaru an easier way to escape with a draw. So we are going to head back to this game in a moment. We're going to go to the game of Richard Report and Timur Rajabov.
There's so many weird things happening in all of the games right now, but this might take the cake.
What in the world? Rajabov, he senses it though. He knows that he has the upper hand here, and we're in a position where Rajabov remains a piece ahead for just a pawn, and it kind of looks like black is the one who's about to attack the white king.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be too influenced by the eval bar, and the engine is giving a completely decisive advantage for black. Where did it think white went wrong? Is it this last move, f2, f4?
Let's analyze. But Rajabov?
Let's not. I don't want to take away.
He's not sure. And there he goes. He plays rook to g6.
And that's a good move.
Great move. Trading off this attacking piece. That's why the rook lifted in the first place. And it's a huge advantage for black. But after the piece sacrifice, we saw the queen come to f6. The rook came to g1. Bishop back. Good defense. And rook f5. The first step,
dubious.
In the wrong direction.
Lets the queen occupy prime real estate on h4, which severs a lot of the coordination between white's pieces. And following it up with f4 is the cherry on top.
Yeah, knight d2 first. So he goes back. He doesn't want the bishop to capture, I guess, but you can take this pawn if you'd like. He probably figured that his initiative would fizzle out, and then he's just down a piece for a couple pawns. So he brings the knight back, maybe heading for f3, but after rook e6, he doesn't even play knight f3. He goes f4, and rook g6 is an excellent, excellent move by Rajabov. This rook is threatening the black king. Now it feels like white has zero attack.
This is highly uncharacteristic from Richard, who I think has just completely run out of gas.
It's a long tournament. It's a really, really long tournament.
But it feels like in Rajabov's game against Ding that Richard lost his objectivity. Here he...
Yeah. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt after he sacked the piece. I thought that h4 had the benefits of the piece sack without the negative, which is the fact that a piece sack, by definition, sacrifices a piece. But again, I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but it just seems like he's not feeling confident in exactly the kind of position where he usually feels most confident. When he's attacking, it's complicated, and he's completely lost the thread here. A pair of rooks is going to come off the board. Black's king is the safest it's been in the last 15 moves, and white is still down a piece.
And what a change in storyline this is for Timur Rajabov. He's going to score his third win, if he can convert this, in the second half, right? People were saying, oh, he shouldn't even be here. He had the lowest odds, all that kind of thing. But Timur Rajabov proving he belongs. He beat Ding Liren a couple rounds ago. And speaking of Ding Liren, the #1 player from China, as he takes on Hikaru Nakamura.
More crazy developments here.
Okay, we need to analyze this right away because this game can be very, very important, not just for the tournament, but for the future of the World Chess Championship. And instead of taking on f4, Ding plays e4.
Allowing f3.
Oh, to cement the pawns in place. Oh. Keep them away from each other. f3 is a really nice move, but knight d4?
Knight e5, or knight, I would actually consider knight f6 here.
And just go for...
But the specific line, e5, knight takes h5, and then I get my knight around to e6. I don't know, my voice cracked when I said that.
No, but that's really important. We've seen knights in e6 all throughout this tournament, how good they are at blockading a pass pawn, annoying pawn, and white would still be better here, that's clear, but at least black would feel like his defenses are coordinated. But you mentioned also this knight e5 move to keep this pawn in f3, and it's not easy to dislodge this knight because the knight isn't just protecting f3. It can go over to c4 and boop.
That might be what Hikaru missed.
Boop. Back rank checkmate. Thank you for this pawn. It's not backing up, and rook c1 would be mate. So the pawn f3 is actually used for attacking purposes.
Nerves. I think nerves are coming into the equation as time control is being approached. With the players nervous for different reasons, Ding can sense that Hikaru is losing the thread, and Hikaru can sense that Hikaru is losing the thread. So this is an incredibly tense moment. Ding probably has to get his king up to e2 just to prevent this nasty idea of f4, f3. Make sure that his king doesn't experience problems so that he can focus on maximizing his piece activity.
And that line with f3 to threaten back rank checkmate, you don't even think about checkmating the white king. Let's just go back a second here. This piece not getting to the first rank. How in the world do you expect to get down over here? It takes a while, but it is a very good move. It looks like it could just lose a pawn, though. So I understand why Hikaru wouldn't make that move for a number of reasons, whether it's knight d4 and this king eventually walking around this way. It just feels like by pushing the pawn to f3, you know you're going to lose it. And yet there was active counterplay that would have helped Hikaru get closer to equality.
Absolutely. That was great analysis. A spot of mutual blindness as Ding looks up, and he takes his time, and he's got 9 minutes for only 2 moves. So a good job managing the rest of his time. No need to rush, no need to blitz out the last 2 moves, because Ding knows these next 2 moves are critical. Once an hour is added to his clock, you can get your coffee, you can take your deep breath, you can adjust yourself to the new circumstances, but you have to make sure that you don't give up a lion's share of your advantage before you get to move 40, and that is what Ding is dedicating his time to. But I am expecting him to get his king up to e2 and not to give Hikaru a second shot at f3.
I couldn't tell if he was about to move, but Almira, the type of position that we're about to see if he plays king e2, there are no tactics for Hikaru. f3 would have given Hikaru that chance. And Ding Liren, he's a boa constrictor. He wants to give you no options. If we look at this position, I mean, Black's queenside is frozen. The rook on b7 is excellent here. So he's neutralized everything. He's preemptively stopped any plans that Hikaru would have. So it feels like Ding Liren, with just a couple of precise moves, he's going to force Hikaru into one of the most uncomfortable types of situations in chess.
I think this game illustrates that maybe throughout the game, Hikaru was wrong in assessing the positions. At every critical moment, he was a bit wrong. He was thinking that maybe it was equal, it was a bit better, maybe when it was dangerous, it was not, well, really so. And here he missed this f3 opportunity because he thought that it was not the right way to play.
And Almira, I think you're making a great point. And you asked earlier about Hikaru's weakness. Now, I'm nobody to talk about Hikaru's weakness, but insofar as, you know, as this question adds to our understanding of these amazing players, I think that Hikaru has had some issues evaluating big decisions throughout this tournament. Take his first game against Caruana, short castle. Take his game against Rajabov. When he gave up that pawn, he thought he had enough counterplay to secure at least a draw. So a couple of times throughout this tournament when he struggled, it's largely been because he's misevaluated critical ideas. Even against Duda, that pawn sacrifice, he thought he had full compensation, but at some point, if Duda played b4, Hikaru would have had his back against the wall. So that may be the only aspect of this tournament that has not been perfection for Hikaru Nakamura, but will he pay the price for it in this game?
That's the big question, and we know how much Hikaru Nakamura respects Ding Liren. In fact, he at one point said that he would potentially give his spot in the candidates to Ding Liren if Ding Liren had not qualified. But the question is not just about this game, a couple of rating points, who wins the head-to-head. This is for a potential spot in the World Chess Championship if Magnus Carlsen declines. So as we see here, Jan Nepomniachtchi has won the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Will he take on Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion, or will Magnus abdicate the throne, step aside, and leave the door open for Ding Liren if he can defeat Hikaru Nakamura, or Hikaru Nakamura if he can hold on here for dear life? Who will play?
That's a great graphic. I just want to compliment our hardworking team who have added so much to this broadcast with cutting edge, really cool, may I say sexy, different graphics. You're like, yes, you could say it. It's the last round.
Yeah, you can say that graphic's banging. That's a good graphic.
But so if Magnus doesn't play, well, we are sure that Jan Nepomniachtchi will play. But what if the second place finisher will not play?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, there are a lot of what ifs here that we don't know how to handle. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he gets an opponent. It's going to be one of these three. And at the end of this game, it'll be one of either Magnus or the person who ends up in second based on the result here. And right now we just saw Ding Liren bring his knight to d4. He stops the pawn from going to f3. And his knight is also venturing over towards the king side. There is going to be a problem on g7 at some moment. And I don't know. It feels like Hikaru, he can bring his rook over to e8, maybe try to get after this pawn on e4, but the a6 pawn is forever a weakness.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would wonder why rook d8 here is not a good idea. Looks very natural, and I think Ding has spent time calculating the line knight e6. Now, check on d1 is innocuous, but you might say, well, but what about rook e8? I can win the pawn on e4. But if you keep calculating, knight takes f4, rook takes e4, you should see that there's that pawn on h5. We remember from Nakamura Duda, rook b8 check, pre-move knight g6, and it is checkmate whichever way you go. That's a beautiful construction using each minor piece and the rook to keep the king trapped.
That is really a beautiful checkmate that you don't see very often.
Study-like.
Yeah, the king has to go to h7, and then the knight thanks the pawn for its placement. The rook thanks the knight, and, well, no thanks to either of those pieces.
This would be winning without the bishop, I think.
Yeah, black is just checkmated on the spot. So, yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. So that's what Ding Liren is aiming for. His calculation has been very good throughout the majority of the tournament. And it's a nervous situation. Both these two players, they seem nervous, Almira.
You know, they feel a lot of pressure, and here, especially in this position, you should assess correctly if you can give up this bishop. Well, bishop d4, and knight f6. Can you hold this position?
This is a nasty position, but rook games are always drawn.
I can imagine that this even is winning for white, because I can bring my rook to b6, or I could just play king to up.
Yeah. So every pawn is weak here, every single one for black. So I don't really see Hikaru going for this.
Yeah, this is no fun. That's for sure. And Hikaru, he brought his rook to
d8. Oh.
Wait.
Or to
Is
e8. Yeah, I didn't think so.
That was my my slip there.
King e2 here is the idea for Ding. That's a beautifully calculated idea.
Oh.
You see what I'm...
You give away this pawn with check. This seems to be hanging with king f3, hits a rook, hits a knight. And the variation doesn't end here. Knight takes f2, says, please take my knight. I was going to lose that piece anyway. And then you get this bishop on knight on d4, and now black is doing just fine. But after knight takes on f2, I think that this knight can move somewhere. And the problem is that this knight is under attack, and if the knight moves, the rook is lost. So we just need to find a square for the knight, and then black is in trouble.
Knight e2, maybe? Knight
e2, yeah.
The closest to the king.
And it's a matter of technique here, as they say.
Because the a6 pawn.
Yeah.
It's always a weakness.
It's a target.
Sometimes you can sacrifice an exchange and hope to draw because you're up a couple pawns, but a6 will fall, b5 will fall, and then white will get a queen over there. So...
So king e2 or king g2 both look very effective, but this is move 40, so we shouldn't expect Ding to make a move until almost all of his time is elapsed. There is an hour added to each player's clock after the 40th move is executed. And what an important 40th move it is.
And I'm looking at Ding here, just trying to figure out what he's seeing. He would maybe want to play the move f3 to defend the pawn with a pawn, but that allows the knight into e3 with check, and the knight potentially into c4, and then white's queen side is in trouble. So you can't get away with f3, even though it's a move you otherwise would be very happy to play.
But maybe he also compares the variations which would start with knight e5, knight d4, and if the rook is better on e8 or on a8. Because like this position could arise after knight e5, knight d4, just before. Like e4 instead of bishop f6, knight e5, knight d4, bishop f6, king e2 here, and only in this position, yes, there is rook e8 which is played, so he's trying to understand like what is to his benefit. The rook on e8 is probably better placed in this position, whether rook e8 is not doing really anything.
Yeah, trying to put pressure on the pawn, but you lose sight of your own pawn on a6. And we've talked about many positions today where even if black wins a pawn on the king side, the queen side pawns fall so fast, and then you can't stop white's pawns from rolling. So Hikaru brings the rook to e8, and king e2 or king g2, such a nice move here. As Ding Liren, he drops to about 4 minutes here. He is one move away from time control.
He's deciding between king e2 and king g2, which could transpose to each other if the king reaches f3. And you might say, well, why doesn't he just choose one of these two moves? Well, we know why. This is a critical decision. King e2 is hard to play psychologically because it puts the king on the same file as the rook. But we know that concrete calculation always transcends general principles or general thoughts. And ding, he prepares his hand to make the move, but no, he continues to think. And maybe he's forcing himself to triple check, squeeze the last minute out of his clock, make sure that he's trying to play as precisely as possible. 2:30 left on his clock, according to the latest update.
Yeah, and if, with just one move, it's not too difficult for Ding Liren, but we've seen him struggle at move 40 in the past. When he played against Timur Rajabov, the black pieces, he made his 39th move, a pawn capture. Then on move 40, he spent all of his remaining time, and we've seen it in the opening video where we all are screaming, "Oh, what happened?" And it was just a shock. So Ding Liren, he needs to remain composed right now as he has just one move to make, and he does not want to throw away this advantage. Look at him. He does look nervous.
Well, we should show a very simple variation in this position after king e2, bishop d4, rook e4 doesn't work. Because
and there he goes.
Yes.
And it's king g2 that he chooses.
He goes the other way. So he decides to stay away from checks, but Amir, you were saying king e2?
A very simple variation. So bishop d4, rook e4, king d3, and then rook g7 is coming.
That's the king protecting the bishop, allows rook g7 next, and that means the knight is also gone. That is devastation. So that's would have been a possibility if Hikaru tried to steal a pawn. He wouldn't have done just that. But after king g2, maybe there's an argument for this bishop takes d4. You still can't easily take on e4 because rook takes g7 check will be very unpleasant. It doesn't actually lose a piece for black. So it means that you can try this kind of thing, but after the bishop can slide back, the knight is actually trapped.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, I wasn't realizing it either, that this knight is trapped. So
I still have knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 and
yeah, rook a7. You start hunting for the pawns, and
if the knight moves, you have this check, winning that pawn. No, this is why bishop is better than knight.
The knight's a terrible defender in these types of situations, and there are weaknesses on multiple flanks. By the way, two things. If we go back to our bird's eye view, we've got a couple of games that haven't reached time control yet. Nepo Duda is going to be a draw. That game's going to finish first. Crazy stuff happening on all of the other boards. The Nepo game is going to end in a moment, but what is happening in Fabi's game?
Chaos, pandemonium, uncertainty, pressure.
How did this happen? This is just crazy.
I don't even pretend to understand what's happening in that game, and we're going to bring it up here because Black's king looks like it's in some danger, and then b5 out of nowhere, just trying to distract this queen, which is needed to defend this rook on d4. So b5 was Alireza's move. Tactically, it does not cost you a pawn. White already is up a pawn. It's a double isolated h pawn, but still. So after this position, we saw a trade on d4.
Which was shocking to me, by the way, but
it was indeed.
Moving on.
It didn't seem necessary to open up the position when the knight was so perfect on e4, but he opens the position up, allows h4, and then plays queen c4 check and knight g5. This does look threatening for the king in the corner. Right? Knight on g5 looks scary, but after b5, oh gosh, Fabiano slides back to d3. What if you just trade queens?
Yeah, well, you can just trade queens, take on a4, and this endgame is a bit better for black now. Because you can take on h4, play bishop d6.
Yes. This looks really unpleasant for white. So we see the trade.
I can't believe Fabi's worse. Oh, and ba knight e6? You might say, I see a fork.
Oh,
well, I see rook takes f2. And a handshake in the Nepo Duda game as expected.
Yeah, that game fairly peters out for a draw. Duda, he just shook his head a little bit. He's probably like, what more can I do? Or maybe his pen's just not working.
Right, or both.
I think he's very glad the tournament is over with Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It wasn't a good event for him, but Jan Nepomniachtchi has made history. 9.5 points out of 14 games. That is a record in the double round robin format of these candidates.
Incredible. I mean, this is a showstopper, mic drop. You can choose your phrase. what a performance by Jan. And he improves on last year's candidates by not losing the last game and playing yet another excellent defensive effort to neutralize what looked like a vicious attack by JKD. And speaking of vicious attacks, we can get to that game in a bit, but Timur Rajabov is on the verge of winning his game against Richard Report. I don't know what to turn to. We've got so much exciting stuff going on.
Let's go to that game because that one is really exciting. And we see in the top left, Richard Report throwing all of his remaining pieces towards the Black King. And Timur Rajabov says, I'm just defending. Every move I've made helps my king feel safer. The knight on g5 is about to be loose.
This is over.
Let's quickly see how we got here. We left off f4, the rook came to g6, knight f3, queen h3, just a nice move keeping the queen safe. And after pawn takes, we see a swap. The knight can't take because the queen is loose. King takes g1, doesn't really help all that much. So queen takes g1 and bishop h5 attacking the knight. And queen g4 offering a queen trade. And just bishop e7 putting pressure on this knight, opening up the f8 square for other pieces. e6, threatening the knight, you have to move it, right? No, you do not. Here comes rook f8. The point is if you take this knight on d7, after rook f5, e takes f5, black has bishop takes g5.
But not queen takes g5 for a beautiful reason.
Show it.
Trade on g5. You're like, what? It's over. Black wins? No, f6. The bishop on b2 finally announces its presence, intercepting the black bishop. White wins the game. But paradoxically, it is black who wants to keep the queens on the board because it is black who is going to checkmate white's king if white hunts for promotion. Queen e8 check, king h7.
Don't take this.
No. You're going to get mated. h7, d8 queen. You might say, oh, white promotes. White's going to establish material equality. But look at white's king. Queen f3. And black can actually abandon both hanging queens here with bishop e3 check. And it's a very straightforward mate.
When do you ever see this?
Never.
I don't think I've ever seen this.
Both bishops are hanging and both queens are hanging. Oh, I guess the h5 bishop isn't hanging.
But I've never seen this kind of position. And bishop e3 check leads to mate. You have to take, only legal move. And then no matter where your king goes, it's going to be checkmate. The bishop
e2
comes in.
Beautiful.
The king tries to run away. The queen goes to f3, forcing the king back to g1. And then queen f1 is checkmate. So Timur Rajabov, perfect defense when Richard Report threw all his pieces at him. And now both players under 10 minutes. It's kind of like a rapid game. But for Report, he just doesn't have enough firepower left.
Well, we were thinking that this is going to be Richard's masterpiece, but how do you say, the canvas is totally different now. And I have a feeling that this was a blitz game.
Mm-hmm.
I think people would consider it potentially a blitz game because of how messy it was, the sacrifices, how it turned around so quickly. But Rajabov deserves a lot of credit. He was faced with what seemed like an onslaught, and yet he reacted perfectly move after move. And we need to get to move 40 if you're the players. I'm not playing, but move 40 is critical. You get an extra hour on your clock if you are these players. So that's what Rajabov and Report are looking forward to. And if Rajabov wins, he will get an extra 24,000 euros because he'll get third place based on superior tiebreaks. And that's not a bad extra payday for somebody who stormed back at the end of the tournament.
And you want to hear something mind-boggling? If Hikaru had drawn his previous game and Rajabov won today, he would have been second. I mean, try that on for size, given the kind of coverage that Rajabov has received, the predictions, and the way that he started the tournament. Timur Rajabov's story is going to go down as, in many ways, one of the most impressive candidates' performances. Not from a purely sporting perspective. That honor belongs to Jan. But from the perspective of someone who's been overlooked and someone who started badly. This was unbelievable as he casts a menacing glance at Report. You can see what's written in his eyes. You ain't got anything here. And Timur Rajabov, barring a miracle, is going to win. There's that look again. It's the look of death.
Could revive his career. He hasn't been too active over the last several years, but a strong finish may prove not just the world, but to himself that he still has so much left in the tank and that he's hungry for victories. But we have to go back to our matchup for second place because it looks like Liren. He is gaining ground against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru finally pushes the pawn to f3, but it's way too late, and now the king is on g3. This pawn f3 is just a target, and Hikaru plays knight c4, going for the queen side now, and
bishop e7.
Oh my goodness, bishop e7 is beautiful.
We should show why king takes f3 is ineffectual because of knight d2 check. This is what Hikaru is.
It's kind of funny because you think the knight comes to c4 to take on a3, and then they reverse course and go to d2 with check because your e4 pawn drops, and then black is not even much worse. So instead of taking f3, bishop e7. It's essentially removing the guard idea. The bishop is such an important defender here, as we see Hikaru swiveling in his chair. He's trying to convince himself now. That's the facial expressions I'm seeing. It's not confidence. It's like, all right, I'm going to let Ding know that I'm doing all right, but internally, he's looking at this like, where did I go wrong? And the position is on the verge of falling apart.
After bishop b5 here, only here you take on f3.
Right.
And then, well, I should go for knight f3 here.
Yeah, and then the king
g4 and
will
f4,
go here.
devastating.
F4, e5, move the bishop from e7, and g7 is going to fall. That's the problem, is there are pawns everywhere, and all of black's pawns feel pretty weak.
That's where white's king is becoming a very important piece in the game, and its counterpart on g8 is absolutely helpless.
The king is a weapon in the endgame, and this is exactly where we see that. Now, it's a very good point. So, Ding Liren, he has 57 minutes on the clock. He will not just take a pawn because it looks free, because of knight d2. He has to play bishop e7. It's a move that he can spot in his sleep. He's wide awake, he's concentrated, and I think he will in fact play bishop e7, just trying to bulldoze down the 7th rank.
Yeah, and if you're Ding, you don't want to take 40 minutes just because you can. I remember I had a game against Ray Robson one time, and it was a U.S. championship. There were 30 minutes added after move 40. We were in horrible time pressure. We were blitzing out 10 moves. We made move 40. Both of us looked at each other, almost smiled. We both got up, got our coffee, beverage of choice, bathroom, candy, back to the board. Before we knew it, both of us had 2 minutes on the clock. And we're right back to time scrambling on move 42. So if you're Ding Liren, if you feel confident, then you want to go ahead and play the move. King f4 here is also a possibility, but I'm fully expecting bishop c5 to e7. He is just a couple of moves away from securing an incredibly important and impressive victory.
And we see the feature chats coming in. A lot of people saying Ding has this. Let's go, Ding, you can do it. A lot of Ding Liren fans out there. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura has more fans than pretty much anyone out there. But right now, a lot of people rooting for Ding Liren. And on the other side, spam this flower to give Hikaru power. We know those copy pastas. They are always in the chat. And that's an interesting avatar on that user.
I don't know what to say. Yes, it is. Very, very interesting, yes. Yes.
Well, look at Ding. He's not rushing his move. I see his eyes glancing up the board, and it looks like he's staring for bishop e7. In the top right, as Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja, they're in time trouble. It looks like black is better with that A pawn.
Not just better, I mean much better.
Much better, agreed, with that A pawn, but without so many pawns remaining, it feels like Fabiano has good chances to hold on, whereas in the top left and the bottom left, we see the evaluation bar all the way down and all the way up.
Well, we should keep an eye on Richard Laporte because I think he might resign in this position. He is not one to prolong the game when there's nothing left to play for. That one is over. All of the pieces are coming off the board. That bishop on e7 is heroic. It is stopping the pawn on d7. The other bishop is going to pick it up and eat it for lunch. And this game is simply done. What a finish to the tournament for the Azerbaijani Grandmaster.
Nobody thought that Rajab was getting a plus score in this tournament. They thought he was going to be the punching bag, that he was going to finish a -4, and instead he comes through in the second half, ruining other people's tournaments. He beat Hikaru Nakamura, right? That was a big upset at the time. He beat Ding Liren with the black pieces when Ding Liren had won 3 games in a row. And now in this final round, Rapport plays his typical enterprising style. It looks really scary. And Radjabov has just been objective. We talk about how solid he is. And to many, it's like he just draws a lot. And there, I think the resignation has indeed happened. Timur Radjabov finishes his candidates with 7.5 points out of 14 games. And he must be ecstatic. I mean, he looks happy. Rapport, probably not so thrilled, but happy to have the tournament be over with. But for Radjabov, what a second half.
Simply incredible. And I'm going to say for the last time, I promise, a phrase that I've been repeating throughout the candidates, which is that anybody in the candidates can beat anybody else. And that's why predictions and expectations are violated every single time. You've got everybody over 2750, everybody's experienced, and objective is indeed the word that I would use to describe Fabiano Caruana. To not describe Fabiano Caruana, to describe Timur Radjabov, it is certainly not the word that I would use to describe Fabiano's last 10 moves. What is he doing?
He's losing
what
his
is
thread.
happening?
The entire second half of this tournament, he's been unrecognizable.
Off his rocker here, man, oh man.
And just to get you to the live position that we last have rook takes c6, and after rook takes h4 here, he made the move f4, which gives away the pawn on f4.
Wait, what if you just take it?
Attacking the knight.
Knight e6.
Attacking here. Knight e6 will not pan out because you can take on h2 check, and after king g1, you put bishop e3, I imagine?
Or...
Oh, you're trying to go rook h... No.
Oh,
that's
get
too
that
deep.
out of here.
That's
Knight takes
too deep.
f8, and then you say, oh, rook takes c6, and I take on f4. We're good. It's a draw. But no, Black has this intermezzo. Fabi definitely missed this. And if Firouzja sees it, he wins the game.
Wow, but that is, from a distance, in time trouble. That's such an understandable mistake. And the reason why I said Fabiano has been unrecognizable is not because of this particular blunder, but the second half of this tournament, he is just losing games left and right. If I'm not mistaken, he's going to end up with a -4 in the second half. He was 3 wins and 4 draws in the first half. He's going to have 4 losses and only 3 draws in the second. This is the player who started 7 out of 7 in the 2014 Sinquefield Cup. That was beating Magnus Carlsen. That was beating all the best players in the world. And then now something happened here in Madrid where 5 out of 7 to begin with, he might end up with only 6.5 points out of 14.
And
this might be also like Firouzja's best game in the second half of the tournament. He finally played a reasonable game today.
You were asking for it.
Even though, yes, he provoked Fabiano. I have this feeling that every move that Alireza made today, starting with f5, was a simple provocation.
And he doesn't take with the bishop.
Completely understandable.
Rook, which is still winning, I think.
A lot to calculate. So he takes with the rook on f4. They are in time trouble. Much, much better for black. Not the end of the game by any stretch of the imagination. So Alireza takes back with the bishop on f4. And one good thing is that this pawn is going to the a1 square. This bishop is on the dark squares, which means that if this knight tries to give itself up for these other couple pawns, you will still not be able to make a draw in a bishop and pawn ending. So that's really instructive, important, and that means this knight is going to have to chase down some pawns, but knights are slow-moving pieces.
And knight e6 is met with rook f6 here. Just one last
Ouch.
thing.
Yep, that's a very important detail. And I'll share a thought that might raise some eyebrows, which is that if Alireza fails to convert this, he might feel more disappointed than after any of the other losses. Because to end the tournament with a win with black and Fabi, and again, an opening that Fabi is known to specialize in, that would do wonders for his confidence, for his ability to go back through the games without a grimace on his face. So critical moments here. Fabi drops his knight back to e4. That is the correct square.
And we should also remind people that Fabi has never lost to Alireza Firouzja in a classical game of chess. So this would be a first big victory for Alireza, and that will feel better going forward, because once you get that first taste of victory against somebody, you probably feel more confident and shouldn't be scared. So knight e4. I still think that there are decent chances for Fabiano to hold, but it's going to be immensely unpleasant. And I would say that probably something like 80-20 in terms of winning chances for black versus a draw for white, maybe even a little bit more for Alireza's winning chances. But you could see this one, rook behind pass pawn, yikes. Maybe it actually is just more.
Rook c4, though, is a very important resource. Now a4 would be a terrible mistake. owing to knight c3, double attack on the bishop and the pawn. So Alireza should start by moving the bishop back, but that of course allows white to blockade the pawn. But black's plan here is very straightforward. You want to bring the king to the queen side, and the moment you dislodge whatever white chooses to put on a4, that pawn is going to rumble forward. And the fact that there is a pair of pawns on the other flank favors black squarely. Because white, that's an additional distraction for white. It delays white's ability to bring his own king into the defense, and Alireza should be able to convert this.
It's a good point. Bishop's long-range pieces, they typically thrive with pawns on both sides of the board. Knight, very slow-moving piece, can't help out on both flanks so easily. So it seems like Fabiano made his 40th move. Alireza has 3 minutes and change to make his 40th. So will he bring his king over? He certainly will not play a4 and blunder. That would be a tragic way to misplay this position after he's outplayed Fabiano in the last pretty much dozen moves. So king g8, I like that. It's a step in the correct direction. Let's just bring that king over.
Yeah, this is a position in which I wouldn't necessarily trust the engine evaluation. The engine can be very myopic in these kinds of situations. If you calculate 6 moves ahead, you might not see how black dislodges the white rook from a4, but it seems to me to be an inevitability. Great time control move by Alireza, withdrawing his bishop from the vulnerable square, and a sip of water, and that pawn on a5 is ready to go. And Fabiano Caruana has a torturous, miserable struggle for the half point ahead of him.
He really does. Well, Firouzja, he's looking like he's happy for maybe the second time all tournament. Almira, he's at a very bad event, but he's made move 40. He has an extra pawn against Fabiano, no risk. He can just play for a win, and I think he's going to win this game.
Well, they've reached time control for the moment. He needs to calm himself down and to find the clear path to winning this, to converting the extra pawn. And I really like Daniel's idea. You should bring your king, black's king. Maybe you should start with king g8, king f7, and then actually I was thinking that if you move your knight, then you can even play bishop d6.
Right.
In order to support your pawn.
Right.
So, depends. He needs to adapt his strategy.
He will certainly need to adapt. Hikaru Nakamura on camera right now. Ding Liren in the bottom left played the move bishop e7, and the evaluation bar is going through the roof. So Ding Liren objectively has a winning position. Hikaru Nakamura will try his very best to survive this game. Oh, well, he looks shocked. He must have missed something in his calculations, and we'll leave him to it. But Hikaru Nakamura, an unhappy camper right here, and look at those paintings on the walls. So many luminaries from Spain here at the Palacio de Santonia. We will be right back for the finale here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
It was bigger than chess. In fact, it was bigger than the World Championship. It was war, literally and figuratively. Every aspect of the 1972 World Chess Championship was a battle. The United States and the USSR were embroiled in the Cold War. 10 years after the Cuban Missile Crisis, US President Nixon met with Soviet Premier Brezhnev in Moscow. Despite an easing of political and military hostilities towards each other, the United States and the USSR took the Cold War to the 64-square battlefield, where masterful chess was played on and off the table. The players couldn't have been more different. The American-born Bobby Fischer was an eccentric and outspoken New Yorker with a particular disdain for the Soviet Union and communism. Boris Spassky was the calm and refined frontrunner of the Soviet chess machine that dominated the sport for decades. By 1972, Bobby Fischer had made a name for himself as someone who wasn't satisfied by just winning. He sought to dominate. Leading up to the World Championship, Fischer won 19 straight games and decimated two Grandmasters 6-0 and then 6-0 in the Candidates matches, setting a world record that has never been broken. However, Fischer had never beaten Spassky in any of the 5 previous games they played. Boris Spassky failed to win the World Championship in 1966, but took the coveted title in 1969 when he narrowly defeated Tigran Petrosian in their rematch. The 1972 match marked Spassky's 3rd appearance in the title event, but the first time as the sitting world champion. In the months preceding the match, Bobby Fischer's demands for increased prize money made the 1972 World Championship one of the most challenging events to organize. But his tenacity led to this match being the richest chess event in history. Unfortunately, Fischer's demands and antics did not stop there. His behavior before and during the match created drama, suspense, and worldwide intrigue involving some of the world's most powerful people. Over the course of the next few months, Chess.com will be releasing various media commemorating the 50th anniversary of the most epic World Chess Championship in history. We will be hearing from experts, learning about the players, exploring the drama, and getting inside the heads of Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky. We will also be examining the most important moves and games of the 1972 World Championship. Keep an eye out for hashtag FischerSpassky50 and join us on this fascinating Chess.com historical journey.
Everyone wants to know, what do the commentators do on their day off? Grandmaster Robert Hess attempting the unbelievable. Oh, did not stick the landing. Gonna lose a fractional point for that. Robert, better luck on the broadcast.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Mis amigos.
And we see Ding Liren focused here in the playing hall at the Palacio de Santonia. We got a little bit of Mis Amigos, but right now Ding Liren has no friends. He is just trying to be alone, figure out how to beat Hikaru Nakamura. He's left to his own devices, and those devices have certainly been good enough as he tries to take down Hikaru Nakamura, who's in second place.
They certainly have been. He's winning, no question about that, but a difficult technical task still ahead of him. We know what Hikaru is capable of in lost positions.
So Hikaru decided to take with the bishop on a3. This is a very interesting option. After bishop e7, he played bishop b2, king f3, and bishop a3.
That makes sense, because the knight is quite well placed on c4. It prevents the e-pawn from pushing forward. So from a conceptual standpoint, Ding's plan should clearly be to move the king aside, push f4, and then push e5. And then at some point move the bishop away from e7. If he does it too soon, then the black bishop can return back to b2. So the g7 pawn is currently defended enough. So I guess king g3, to me that makes the most sense.
And Ding Liren is pondering because he definitely wants to move his bishop out of the way, but we saw this earlier in some variations. If you do it too soon, this knight can often come to d2 with check. First, the bishop comes back, then you have to watch out for this threat here. So you don't want to rush if you're white. And I think that bringing the king over first so that you can play f4 and e5 is a very, very good choice. But it seems hard for Ding Liren, to go wrong. He plays king g3, and just like we were calling for,
Dingley Ross.
Dingley Ross, exactly.
Now, Ross is another character from Friends.
From Friends? Yeah. Ding Liren on an episode of Friends would be amazing. Unfortunately, Friends, all we get are reruns these days.
I hate Friends.
It's a pity that there were no guest stars from the chess world in those sitcoms. I think
Friends?
No, The Big Bang Theory would be the most, I think, relevant show, especially that they play chess all the time.
Who do you think would be a good guest star from the chess world?
I think MVL.
MVL,
Yes.
Big Bang Theory. Now that is what I'm talking about. Because Hikaru Nakamura, he was in an episode of Billions. He had like a cameo doing a chess simul with some of the actors, the characters I should say in the show. And MVL on Big Bang Theory, that show's over too, but that would be awesome. Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing chess players anywhere. It's just kind of cool. It's always cool to see like a leading GM in a non-tournament role. It's almost weird, but I always love seeing it.
Yeah, Maurice Ashley has been in a bunch of things, so we can pick and choose different parts of culture, and chess players, they find themselves there. But Big Bang Theory probably, it's a very studious show full of very intellectual people doing things, so I guess that would make sense with chess, huh?
Well, but I can even imagine a series now about chess players. Why can't we take 4 chess players and a penny and anything is possible.
I think we should call it Queen's Gambit.
I watched that. That was a great show. Would not watch the other show. You couldn't get 4 chess players and have me watch it. No shot. No chance. With just walking around playing chess, and talking about their lives.
That sounds like it could be a good...
You're lying through your teeth. But Hikaru Nakamura, he is a star. He is the biggest chess content creator on Twitch, and he's trying to figure this out. And he was shaking his head as we went to break. He must have missed something or is feeling particularly bad about a certain continuation, but he knows he's in trouble. Both he and Ding Liren, they're looking at this position knowing that white is much better, but how much better is the question?
Well, there's a ticking clock on whichever counterplay Hikaru wants to find, because if f4 e5 happens, then the long diagonal is intercepted and white can move the bishop away from e7. Or just push the pawn all the way to e8. So to me, maybe the last chance at counterplay, and this is a very Hikaru-esque move, is a5. It also happens to be the engine's top choice, but I think in this case it's very clear why. Now, if you take on a5, then maybe knight takes a5 because that attacks the rook. And what you don't want to do is go, I can play rook takes b5 and I can win a pawn. Hikaru would love to get this kind of position. This is a very drawable endgame, especially because bishop b4 might actually just win the pawn on e4. So white still has to be careful, and white has to find something precise against a5. I am expecting Hikaru to play that move.
And I'm just going to continue the variation because white ends up 1 pawn and perhaps make it 2 once rook g6 happens. But we know that in a position like this, after bishop to d2, I think it's better than bishop f8, but similar idea, that if you take on h6, this is theoretically a drawn position. You see that it goes to the table base, says it's a draw, and I've had this position before. It's not too difficult for the defending side if they know what they're doing. So Hikaru trying to find a way to liquidate, to get the situation to peter out to H and F pawns. That would be a dream come true. And Ding Liren wants no part of it. After A5, I don't think that Ding is just going to take this pawn on A5. He can make this move bishop C5, which attacks G7, and that's a pawn that black can ill afford to give up because the king will probably get checkmated over there in the corner.
But if black doesn't give it up, if you play bishop b2, then white plays b takes a5, and now already black's queen side collapses. Rook takes b5, forking knight and bishop. Knight can come back to c4. But now the bishop, if white wants, can come back to e7. You've essentially gotten the same position up a pawn, and then it's only a matter of time. You know, f4, e5, and white's going to squeeze the life out of black's position because Hikaru would be out of counterplay in this case.
Gosh, black's pieces barely have moves. It's just incredibly unfortunate for Hikaru because he's doing a good job of preventing Ding Liren from ending the game anytime soon. But even when pieces get traded, you feel like, okay, with the fewer pawns, I have a better chance. Black's position is completely frozen thanks to his pawn h5.
Yeah, this is miserable. This is grim, and he's got over an hour on his clock, does Hikaru Nakamura. But in this case, I don't think the additional thinking time is going to help him very much. We've seen crazy things happen in this tournament and other tournaments, but I just don't see Hikaru pulling it out at this point. I feel like the process of winning this is a little bit too straightforward, and Ding has too much time on his hands and on his clock.
Would you be surprised if Ding Liren doesn't convert this game?
I would, but on the other hand, we've seen this a few times, so the players are getting tired. And this is also a very important factor that we should take into consideration, that if this will be a 6-7 hour game, at the end, the mistakes are, well, it's easy to foresee, I would say, but they're understandable.
Right. And Hikaru, I mean, right now he doesn't look too exhausted. He's really working hard at the board, and he's going to give it every last ounce of energy because it's the last game of the tournament. So there's no chess to be played tomorrow. You don't have to sit and play 7 hours of chess. So he is going to try and survive this one, especially because second place is up for grabs. And it's important. We've been talking about the storyline quite a lot, and we did have Emil Sutovsky, the FIDE Director General, in the studio. He gave us some updates, some of FIDE's positions on things, and the question is, will Magnus Carlsen play for the World Chess Championship? It's an important thing to discuss, and we will remind you of what Emil Sutovsky had to say when we had him in the studio.
Of course, we would not be happy if Magnus skips it. It's obviously not the end of the world, but he's not just a world champion, but a dominant world champion, and you don't want a player who is clearly number one in all ratings to be, I mean, all ratings, all classical ratings, for all the time, I mean. You don't want him to skip the cycle. At the same time, we also don't believe that the world champion can just say, it would be this way or I don't play. So we have to find this balanced solution, and we will be working on it. I think for Magnus' legacy, losing a title like that would be missed. But once again, he's the one to decide, and we can only be, let's say, reasonable.
When is Magnus Carlsen's deadline? Because you said you're in discussions. At some point, a decision has to be made whether or not to move on from Magnus playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. So when is his deadline?
We haven't set a formal deadline, but let's say, I would say July 20, which is also an International Chess Day, is about the time when we'll have a decision.
So on approximately July 20th, we'll know if second place in this event is officially important. But to the players, we've had Hikaru Nakamura in studio a number of times where he's suggested that he wants to leave that possibility open, and he entered today up a half point over Ding Liren. He would love to exit the round up a half point. So Almira, it's our last time to talk about it. It's the last round. So Magnus Carlsen, I guess, do you think that he'll play?
Well, I've said it already so many times. I really think that he has to play. It's almost an obligation that I feel towards the whole world. But I understand, well, his reasons. And what I wanted to comment on is, like, I don't understand what is a soft deadline. As Danny would say, bring the contracts. Like, you cannot leave us all hanging out there. So we need to know. The world needs to know.
And something July 20th hopefully is that timeline. We'll see if it gets extended for some reason. But Magnus Carlsen was in Madrid. He did meet with FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich and Emil Sutovsky. So they had apparently a quite productive meeting. And while Emil was here talking to me and Danya, he said that FIDE generally is receptive to changing formats, to doing new things, right? This whole question of should the candidate cycle be uniform and have increment all across the board? And Emil responded with, these are different tournaments. They are qualifying people for the candidates, but the World Cup is different from the Grand Swiss, right? And which is different from the Grand Prix, number of participants, length of tournament. So, it's interesting just to hear that he's willing to be adventurous, not just him. FIDE is willing to be adventurous and change their minds, to change their formats in various ways.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think Magnus is going to play. My opinion has changed a little bit and perhaps acquired some nuances. I've heard other players opine on this topic. Ultimately, I think one consideration that might sway Magnus is Jan Nepomniachtchi's play in this tournament. You heard, it's all over the internet now, Magnus saying that Jan was criminally underrated. In general, very praiseworthy, praising of Jan's play in this tournament. And something, I don't remember who said it, Hikaru Giri, but the fact that Magnus is ultimately looking for a challenge at this stage in his chess career. He's proven everything he could possibly need to prove. He's cemented his status as the greatest player who's ever lived. Or at least, he's in every list of the top 3. He's won everything, done everything, climbed every mountain. All of that is there. He doesn't need to add to his resume. What he wants at this stage is a challenge. Somebody who's really going to make him think and work for it, work for defending the title. And I think that what Magnus Carlsen might have seen in Jan Nepomniachtchi's play is exactly someone who could offer him that challenge, who could offer him a satisfying challenge in terms of defending his title. And I'm really, really hoping that Jan's play will have put Magnus over the edge and made him decide that, yes, he wants to give Jan another shot. And yes, this next World Championship match is going to be worth the world champion's time.
Yeah, I think that's a large part of the story. And we see faces from Hikaru Nakamura up here. But I think in addition to a challenge, as he actually just on eye roll, Hikaru is really displeased with his position. But from Magnus's perspective, I think he also would like format changes. And that's a big thing because Magnus Carlsen, the chess player, he has many phenomenal games to his name. But as Magnus Carlsen, the person, there's a legacy here. And he has voiced criticism that the world champion gets to skip out on everything and then play the winner of the candidates. This is not a new argument from him. In fact, I believe he's been saying it for 10 years. And he is a big fan of sports. And you can't really name many sports outside of boxing, I guess, where the champion just gets a free pass instead of a favorable pairing or something like that. So I think that Magnus feels strongly about that based on what I've heard from him in the past, and it makes a lot of sense. And it's good to hear that FIDE speaks with him, that they're willing to, not negotiate might not be the right word, but they're truly willing to listen to one another. And that way they can come not to a compromise, but to a solution that makes sense, not just for Magnus, but for the chess world as a whole.
I also think that the chess world is ready for these privileges to be abandoned. Because, well, if it would be maybe 50, 60 years ago, that was never the case. And we still remember that there were matches played where, in case of a tie, the world champions, they simply, they conserve their title, they preserve their title. And it's a very important change.
Yeah. And we're seeing a great chat here on Griffos 7. Imagine if Ding puts on his jacket. It's the last day. Give this person a diamond membership because that is funny.
That is funny.
And we
That's
keep
a witty
talking
remark.
throughout the event of Hikaru knowing what's over, putting on the jacket, and if Ding says, I'm going to take one from your book. So give that person a diamond membership. That is an awesome, awesome comment.
It really is. Yeah, Jack can come up with some good stuff once in a while, or even more than once in a while.
And Ding Liren got up. So for a second, I was like,
yeah, wait
imagine
a second.
if he actually put on his jacket and he was like showing Hikaru, this game is over. Let's get out of here.
That would be nuts.
No, Ding Liren, I think he's so singularly focused on his position. And we have one more game in the top right between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. And this tournament cannot end soon enough for Fabiano. Started 5 out of 7. Was right behind Jan Nepomniachtchi, playing some great chess. And in the second half, it has just been one of the bigger collapses we've seen. It's about to be, if he loses this game, be his 4th loss in 7 rounds. From Fabiano Caruana, I don't know if he's done that in like 15 years.
Yeah, and I mean, losing 4 games in a tournament leaves me tongue-tied. It's just crazy. You don't have any ways to describe it. And Hikaru talked about it yesterday. He seemed to feel strongly that it wasn't fatigue, it wasn't exhaustion or something that happened necessarily with his frame of mind. Well, maybe it is. But he made the point that Fabi, after that incredibly good start, he could taste the World Championship. And once he lost that first game in the second half of the tournament, as we look at his very impressive stats in the first half, once he lost to Hikaru, that long end game, it's like something switched, something just went wrong, and he kind of realized that he no longer has chances of winning the tournament, according to Hikaru. And that sent him into a complete tailspin. That was not an acceptable outcome for him, and rather than sort of coming to terms with that and playing for second, he started taking wild risks. He lost that game to Duda. He lost that game to Ding. And it's just like his frame of mind wasn't in the right place. But what a disappointing last couple of games for Fabi. And, you know, it would do a lot for him, I think, to save this endgame against Firouzja. If he loses this game too, it will just complete what has been just a catastrophe in the last couple of games for the former world champion challenger.
And what's very painful is that the Candidates Tournament happens every 2 years historically. So this is your big opportunity. Fabiano Caruana, 29 years old. He now needs to wait until he's 31, 2 years from now, if he even makes it back. And that's not a slight against Caruana. We just have spoken about this before, that there are great players who have made the Candidates one time and never again, or made it 0 times. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, not to pick on the guy. You know, we talked about him being in a Big Bang Theory episode. That would be awesome. I still stand behind that. But he played in the last Candidates without actually having qualified. So some of the best chess players on the planet, they have not actually qualified for the event. So there's no guarantees that Fabiano Caruana is back in the next Candidates.
Well, it's also, if you should look at, if you look at it from the historical point of view, they're simply not lucky that they live at the same, at the same time as Magnus. Whether there were so many different champions, let's say 30, 40 years ago, even more than, and all of them had a shot at the tide. So here it seems much more difficult.
Yeah, the level of chess is just through the roof. There's so many fantastic players. Of course, engines will help that out. With the players, we become much more resourceful defensively. They have access to just the best assets that a person could possibly hope for. And somebody who grew up with the engines, Alireza Firouzja, the teenager who's been having a really bad event here. Danya, you keep talking about this. If he can end this with a win, I think that would do so much for his long-term confidence.
It really would. I mean, it would save quite a bit of his rating. He's 2793 right now. He was over 2800. You know, at this level, a couple of losses is calamitous for your rating. I mean, in the blink of an eye, you can drop 20 points. That's about what he's losing in this tournament. But it would also, as I said before, it would help him approach the games objectively. It would help him realize that, wait a second, if I play my true style, if I don't overpress, if I don't overcook it and overdo it, I can actually beat these guys. And he didn't necessarily even play his best this game, but he didn't make any crazy decisions He took a big risk with f5 that was probably a mistake, but the moment Fabi opened up the center, he responded very accurately. So if Alireza plays true to his style, if he harnesses his strength, I think he can prove to himself with a win here that there's a future for him on Mount Olympus, and there's a future for him in the next candidates if, of course, as we're discussing, he can qualify, and that is far from a given.
No guarantees in life, in chess, and for Fabiano Caruana, I can guarantee you that he is just so happy that today is the last day.
Yeah.
It's been a different Fabiano, and it's hard to see. We were talking about this with Jan-Krzysztof when he was suffering yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura. Fabi, who's usually quite stoic, even in defeat, he does interviews. He's a very gracious loser, but you don't just see him lose games this often. It really is that rare, and something about the second half. I don't know what was in the water. I don't know what was going through his mind, but it's not the Fabiano Caruana that his fans have become accustomed to seeing, that he himself is used to being, and I feel like he's going to leave this tournament kind of confused. Like, what happened, and what do I need to change?
And it is a fascinating process, the process of analyzing games. I would love to be a fly on the wall in the cabinet of one of these players as they and their team assemble to look at the mistakes, to figure out, in the case of people like Fabi and Alireza, what went wrong. In the case of Nepo, what went right? What do I have to preserve in my World Championship match? What do I have to keep? And what did I do that I didn't do in the previous match? I would love to see that process unfold. And that process is critical for improvement at every level, whether you're 600 or 1600, or as these players 2780. You cannot make serious strides in chess without a sober, serious, and deep look at your mistakes and how you can use those mistakes to become a better player in your next tournament.
There's a lot to look at from 14 rounds of chess. We see the moves that are played, but they think about how they were calculating, why they were thinking a certain way, and figuring out that underlying thought process. That's how these top players can make those incremental improvements to get even higher up the rankings.
Robert, and we were talking about how Magnus was dominating and still dominating the chess scene for so many years. But if we would to change the system and would have a democratic way of everyone playing the same tournaments, we would have a universal system, would it create the same situation, for example, as in tennis, where you have more players who still dominate the field, but like Nadal, Djokovic, Federer, and it would be easier to follow national heroes? And do you think this is more interesting for the audience now?
I think the audience would appreciate it. I think players would appreciate it. I don't think players particularly enjoy playing the same people over and over and over and over again, right? Mm-hmm. You get this, the Grand Chess Tour is great for the top players because it secures them a very nice wage, right? They get minimum prizes based on their performance, so they, financially, it's great for them. But I think that in any sport, especially tennis, you see that in order for Nadal to eventually play Djokovic, they have to get through some great competitors along the way. That it's not guaranteed that they'll win. It seems that way because they always are winning these days. But I remember the U.S. Open several years back where this guy named John Millman, he was able to upset Roger Federer. And everyone who had paid to see that was supposed to be Federer versus Djokovic, they didn't show up because they were like so upset that this quote-unquote nobody, John Millman, who the players had great respect for, he's a training partner for them, beat them. And that's the thing about chess, is chess players in any one game, if you see a grandmaster against a top player, an upset can happen. It does happen. The Isle of Man tournament a few years ago, I think of the 2,700 plus players in the first round, something only 11 out of 20 won their first game. And in an individual round, over the course of the tournament, those players will rise to the top. But that's exciting. And I think that the round-robin format is not particularly great. What I do think is, or who I think is great, is Ding Liren, because we're being informed that a move that just happened here in that game is leading to a completely winning advantage for him. So Hikaru Nakamura, I got to say sorry to all his many fans out there. His latest move, knight to e5, was incorrect. You understand the impulse going towards the king side, but it was a big mistake.
And Ding has to make sort of a list of priorities here because it's unclear whether his priority is to push his kingside pawns. And if he decides that that's his top priority, then f4 is kind of a no-brainer. But you can also say, I want to win the a6 pawn first. There's no actual hurry. My pieces are firmly ensconced in their places. Let's win a6, prevent black's only source of counterplay, and then we can divert all of our attention to the kingside and central pawn play. So if he decides that that is indeed his priority, then he should consider rook a7, but not immediately because there's knight e5 to c6. That's a very nasty move. So you should reshuffle your pieces to make rook a7 possible, and that, I think, is exactly what Ding Liren is doing, replacing the bishop on c5, the bishop on e7, with a knight on e7, and forcing black's knight into permanent passivity. Rook a7 is coming. This game is on its way to being over.
And that would just be an extra pawn, and once a6 falls, probably down goes b5. The knight on f7 can't really move. This is... it's just no shot for Hikaru Nakamura right now. So early in this game, it looked like Ding Liren would have no chance at victory, but somehow he was able to slither his way through the position, and Hikaru Nakamura at first was putting up some very capable defense, but somewhere along the way he went wrong, and Ding Liren's pieces just have been a perfect squares, much more active squares than their counterparts. And now it's clear. I mean, the king on g8 is not safe. The knight on f7 is relegated to defensive duty. And knight e7 check, cutting off the e-file before playing rook a7. That looks like it's lights out.
Yeah, it does. I don't see a single opportunity. I mean, white's pieces are so nicely positioned. They're all totally invulnerable. The last little Achilles heel was that possibility of a6, a5, dislodging the bishop from c5. And there goes Ding. And no, he goes f3, which is probably good enough for a win. Because it does allow a5.
Yeah, that's...
Wait, there's something in the variation with knight e7 and knight g6 that I was trying to calculate. Maybe he was worried about his e4 pawn. Then you have to play here, yes, knight g5 and f3 here. So you see, he's trying to anticipate this variation, and he starts with f3, and maybe after a5 you have the same position.
So I think it's likely that Hikaru plays at a5. So Almira, you're saying here white can still play knight e7 check, which is...
knight e7 and then knight g6.
Aha. Knight g6.
I thought that you were forced to play king g8 here.
Yes. And now I actually think white can play rook takes b5. And after AB, bishop takes b4, it's possible that Ding just decided that this position is completely winning for him, which I think it actually just is. Because you're going to play f4, e5. That knight on g6 is going to survive, you know, an earthquake of any magnitude. And you know what's important? If black goes knight e5, you can actually still play f4. This rook endgame is completely winning on account of that pawn on g6 just being a monster.
Yeah, the winning plan is simple. f5, king f4, e5, push your pawns. And it's not really just one extra pawn. It's kind of like two extra pawns for white and then one extra pawn for black. So if this pawn were on f6, we might be telling a little bit of a different story. But with the pawn h6, and just to show what that might look like, I can play f5, king f4. I'll just make some moves. King f4, and if you do sort of nothing, in comes the pawn to e5, then the pawn comes to f6, and it's like white is up 2 pawns over here, and then black's pawn not going anywhere.
I think the only miracle save for Hikaru in this position resides in a stalemate idea, but I don't know how to make this work. You need to put your king on h7, the knight has to be on g6, so, and you need to sacrifice your knight and sacrifice your rook, you know?
And your bishop, and your pawns,
Yes,
and your rook.
everything.
Yeah.
And you have to stack them on the right squares. So like in the final position, white's rook has to be on the 8th rank. So you're right. I mean, you should leave no stone unturned if you're trying to save such a position, but I have no idea how, yeah.
But let's
rook
say...
takes f7 a thing here? King f7, knight d6 check with a fork. So...
Ooh, king e7.
And knight takes b5.
But king f6. And I win the pawn on e4. That's important.
So with the pawn on f3, rook takes f7 is a pretty big threat.
Oh, that's a great point. It is.
But I was just like calculating some tactics, but this is important because if the knight takes here, rook takes e4, black has a rook for bishop and knight that should be good for the minor pieces, but with so few pawns remaining, and especially pawns all on these pawns on the same side of the board here, no pass pawns for anybody, it should allow black to escape. So f3, the move in the game, it actually threatens rook takes f7 amongst other things.
I wanted to get back to the live position, so let's see, that's exactly the idea that I wanted to illustrate. Let's say a5, knight e7,
okay.
king h7, knight g6. Let's say I ignore this threat, so I'll play knight g5, something like you'll take on b5, we'll exchange on b4, and you think that this is winning, and somehow I will be able to sacrifice knight e4, and then you'll play rook b8, and this is, you know, the stalemate idea.
Right.
Right, if these pieces are gone and there's a rook on the last rank, that would, in fact...
Oh my god, you want to hear something hilarious?
It would be stalemate, so that... it would be a help stalemate, so it would take a lot of work from Hikaru and Ding to orchestrate that together.
Yes, but this position, I think if you want to trade the bishops and to give up the pawns on the queen side, this is what you should reach for. With the king on h7, the knight on g6, and wait for a small mistake.
Yeah, it would require a mistake to survive. And I'm still wondering, in this position after a5, is rook takes f7 an option? Because after king f7, knight d6 check, the only way you keep your rook defended is by king f8 or king to e7. And then after that, I just take this pawn, take this bishop, and now white is winning because the e4 pawn is defended. And it will just kind of be a matter of technique at this point. If you take on b4, white simply takes back. You have a bishop, knight, and pawn for a rook. There's no way that black can survive this.
Yeah, I agree. This position is completely winning, especially that now the move h5 comes in handy because your pawns are fixed and you have a dark square bishop. So you will win this in a way. You will put the bishop on the big diagonal and bring your knight to f5.
Just team up. That's why knight and bishop are better than a rook, is the two of them can team up on a square. A rook is only one defender. So actually, does black even have a move? Because rook takes f7 wins the game. So you might need to move your rook as black, but where do you move your rook to? Because I can play e5 if you move your rook. Let's say you play...
Your a8 only move.
Where?
Because rook c8 just walks into a 4.
Oh gosh.
I guess you can play rook d8.
Rook d8, but knight e7 check. And if the king goes here, you might still be able to play a move like knight g6, and e5 is happening. And it's like from every angle. You stop one thread, and you walk immediately into another, and that's why the rook needs to be on e8 to stop the pawn from pushing. Oop, not rook d7. So if you make rook a8, I think you can just play e5 by yourself, because if you take this pawn, rook takes g7, the king has to go to the corner because f8 is covered, and after this, bishop d4 is lights out. You're just...
No, knight c6, rook a7, or even just moving the bishop somewhere. It's mate, you're winning material, black's pieces are all in the wrong place. You're just too passive here. You're just unable to get any of white's pieces off of their dominant posts.
Maybe we can try bishop b2, but then rook f7, and you lose your bishop on b2 after knight c4. That's the same variation. But at least I have my pawn on h6 and b5.
Yeah, right. I wouldn't even go for this as white. I mean, even though this is quite straightforwardly winning, but you can complete. Yeah, but as long as there's a danger of black creating a passer, I feel like this is a little bit too double-edged. But instead of this, white can also just go rook a7. And let's not forget about that plan. Hikaru, he was about to, I think he's about to play that move. But white has an abundance of winning plans here. Knight e7 check and f4, the old idea. That also looks completely dominant.
Just spoiled for choice, completely. Every single move for black is a nightmare to make, and for Ding Liren, he has 8 different options that all leave him with a huge advantage. So, wow. I mean, this game is so important, potentially, but it decides who gets second place in the overall standings here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates. So we know that Hikaru Nakamura entered today in second, and Timur Jabov, he wins his game and is tied with Hikaru, But Ding Liren, if he beats Hikaru, he lands himself sole second place and perhaps a shot at a world championship title.
What an incredible performance under pressure. Was it perfect? No. Was it immaculate? Did he make the right decision at every critical moment? No. But he kept his chances alive. He didn't panic. Against Rajabov, when he faced that opening adversity, he panicked. He made a couple of irrational choices. Here, when he faced adversity in the opening again, he faced the possibility of the position liquidating into a draw. He found Rook DC1. He took risks, but they were measured risks. They were risks primarily aimed at keeping pieces on the board rather than going for some gimmicky, crazy line. And ultimately, those risks are paying off in a big way.
And as we get to our final games, our final moves, I'm going to say it. Chat, feel free to ask any questions you may have. Oh, how did that was quick. We already had a chat pulled up. I was trying to be inviting, inclusive, and we got this ready. Hikaru's face in calculations is me looking at the third bowl of mac and cheese for the day. Dat Blue Panda 17 with the jokes. I mean, 3 bowls of mac and cheese, that's just way too much.
That is an obscene amount.
I don't judge people, but that doesn't sound healthy.
I do like a good bowl of mac and cheese, though.
But one, presumably.
Yeah.
I don't eat mac and cheese.
Oh, but every day I want to ask another question. What does Hikaru have in his bag?
In the plastic bag?
It's very important for the players to drink and to eat something during the game, but what are those elements? What are the secret ingredients?
Maybe he brings his Fanta, the Fanta he's been drinking, or some water. I'm just speculating now.
Yeah. I mean, Magnus used to have a very strict ritual of bringing only certain things to the board. I think orange juice was on that list. Eventually, he sort of grew out of it. But I still remember that time, and Ding is determined to not let this game drag on any longer than it needs to. Yet another accurate move. This is, in a way, reminiscent of Hikaru's technique yesterday against Duda, where at some point he senses it, and every single move is the top engine choice.
Just perfect play at this moment. Winning the a6 pawn. Look at White's pieces. A knight protected on f5. A bishop protected on c5. Black's pieces are scattered, the pawns are weak. And it's rook, 2 minor pieces, 4 pawns per side, and yet the eval bar is saying +7. It's just black has no choice but to shuffle back and forth, and White has all these plans, is about to actually go up material.
Yes, and for someone who was not even supposed to be playing this tournament.
Yeah.
It's such an important comeback.
And Ding Liren played 30 games in 25 days or whatever it was. He played non-stop classical chess in these round-robin events in China just to make the quantity of games required, 30 games, to play here. So for Ding Liren, he didn't have time to prepare. He came to Madrid 2 games before. He might have been jet lagged coming from China, but he has shown why he is seen as such a threat. The second half of these candidates tournaments, they always go his way. He won 3 games in a row here. This will be his 4th win of the second half. If only he can get the first half, right?
Or if only he can get to 50% in the first half, or +1. Because he has the most stamina. Somehow he has that ability to turn it on. He won 3 games in a row. Only player this tournament to do that.
Only player in recent candidates history to win 3 in a row. That just doesn't happen.
So, he's made the most out of this tournament given the way he started. Nobody could predict this. And that's the danger of drawing conclusions after you look at one game. There's tons of people who are just saying this is going to be a disaster for Ding. He's going to lose 50 rating points. Look where he is now, about to defeat Hikaru Nakamura for a clear second place. And, if Magnus abdicates the throne, a chance to challenge Jan Nepomniachtchi for the title.
Let's Flamenco ask me specifically, instead of asking you, who would win a wrestling match?
Only one way to find out.
What if we just, my lower center of gravity should help me out. I'm gonna go with me in wrestling and maybe you in boxing.
What about arm wrestling?
Oh, I'm going with me for sure.
And what about, I think the funniest will be the catch.
The catch?
Yes.
What catch?
Catch match.
A catch match? Oh, cage match.
No, but this it's...
Like MMA?
not cage. I think this very often it's those are staged catch. Like where you have all these figures, they throw each other at.
Oh, like wrestling, like
yes, wrestling.
Okay,
like
gotcha.
This,
well, then there's no winner, right? You pick who wins.
Right.
There's a stage, you get to choose.
The
So who
judges
wins
are always
between
gonna
us?
pick me, yeah. Right on there.
You have to pick the winner. So who wins?
So what we're talking about? What discipline?
What you just
what you were
said,
saying,
right?
Oh. No, then I would then sumo. Sumo, yes, sumo. Like I love sumo. So here I think that you have your chances.
Okay.
And that will be it will be an equal match. So.
Wow, that
sumo.
sounds like a very kind answer. Just so you don't have to pick a side here.
Well, Almira's being a professional commentator, not.
Do you think Hikaru should
picking
resign?
sides.
Would you resign, Almira?
No. I think that it's very important to, at least to find every possible defensive resource in the position. So I know how difficult it is to defend this one. Well, at least you should play a few moves here.
Yeah, you get a loss whether you resign or you get checkmated, so you might as well play because the 0 next to your name isn't going to change.
Yeah, I feel like too many players make way too big of a deal about like when people resigned, because you can't unresign, right? Resigning basically means you're giving up the game, you're giving the point to your opponent, and there are people who resign a little bit earlier, people who resign later. I mean, it's largely just a matter of taste. And I think we need to make the assumption at this level that all of the players respect each other, which they do. So, somebody resigned 3 or 4 moves later than you think they should have. Move on. Maybe they thought that they saw one more chance. Maybe they just wanted their opponent to prove it. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Now, playing until mate, that one could argue is unethical, but nobody at this level does anything even resembling that.
I think it also offers the opportunity for a player who is losing to grieve, because you have to accept the defeat.
Yeah, and I mean, Hikaru looks like he's grieving right now. He is clearly very unhappy about how this game has gone. And yesterday, he was in the studio. He said that no matter the result of today's game, he was proud and happy of and with the way he's played. So he's had a great tournament, and he was very, very close to second place. And it's going to be disappointing in that regard. But I do think that he's shown such a high level of play that he at least can shush all the critics, all the people who say, oh, you're a streamer, you're not a serious player. And the top players, I've spoken to a number of them, they've never thought that way, because they watch Hikaru and they lose to Hikaru online in all of these events. And they're like, no, he's playing great chess. And he did struggle. So before, even before he was streaming more or less full time, he lost a ton of rating points back in 2018, 2019, because he was number 2 in the world. He was over 2,800, and then he dropped to something like 2,730. And then when he picked it back up, he immediately has skyrocketed back to something like 2,770. So people's rating, it sometimes fluctuates. And for Hikaru, he was at a low point, but it seems like he's back. Right, he is a very serious contender in any tournament that he wants to play in, and he just seems happy to play. Not at this moment. I think he wishes this game never happened, but he does seem pretty thrilled. And I guess, what candidate would you pick for your Bughouse teammate, Almira?
Well, I don't like.
You don't like Bughouse, so we have to make an answer.
I don't like Bughouse either.
You don't like Bughouse?
I'm a terrible player.
I'm
yes.
terrible Bughouse, and people assume I'm good because I'm a tactical player. But to me, I mean, Bughouse is a completely different game.
Yeah, I'm going with Richard Report though. That sounds obvious.
Ooh.
And I've seen many of those games, the Bughouse games. So I even know that. Fabiano told me that there is a Bughouse theory.
Yes. I don't know it. Theory is not my specialty, but there's Bughouse theory. And for everybody wondering, Bughouse is a game where there are 2 players as teammates. One teammate has white, the other teammate is black. And when you capture your opponent's piece on your board, you pass it to your teammate and they can use it on their board. So if you need a queen to deliver a checkmate, your partner should probably try to trade queens and get it to you, but you can see each other's boards. So it's a lot of fun. It's very, very tactical. It's just wild stuff. So Richard Report would be my pick. I played Bughouse with some of these players before, but I've never played with Report, and just his style, the way, like today, he sacrificed a piece, went for checkmate. I feel like he'd be a lot of fun to play Bughouse with.
Well, but if we're talking about like different games, I for example, like shogi very much, and this is like a Japanese chess. And in shogi, well, if you capture a piece, this piece becomes yours. So there's sort of this element which is introduced in backhouse chess, which you always have in shogi. So something like what is happening in an endgame in shogi, it's very wild, because you have to take into account all your pieces and all your opponent's pieces, which could be parachuted on the board, and it could be a very wild mating attack.
Kind of like Crazy House.
Yeah.
A little bit. That's what it reminds me of. I don't know the rules of shogi, but Crazy House is like one player or two player bug house, where your pieces that you capture can become yours and you can put them on the board. So that just lends to my eyes, Bug House and Crazy House like are tactically overpowered. You get this ridiculous amount of material that leads to just insane combinations. So I have yet to master that game, but I can respect it.
No, but I understand. I think that what you described, that the power of the pieces is not the same in shogi. That actually detail allows you to parachute pieces. They are not that dynamic. Whether like in chess, if you also have the same pieces that are being parachuted, then the variations are far more complex.
Right. That makes sense. What else makes sense is Ding getting his knight to g6. He doesn't need any additional material to convert this position. I think Hikaru is totally reasonable not to resign yet. I mean, he's still only a pawn down. Ding still has to prove it. He still has to continue playing accurately, and it seems that that's exactly what he is doing.
Just that black is running out of moves. And a good question by Sam Fickle. When was the last time a checkmate occurred at the candidates?
Ooh.
I do not have the answer to that question, but I'm sure somebody in chat is a chess historian and can give you that fact. But it's not likely that it's happened in a long time, because usually top players, they don't like getting checkmated. They resign before it can happen. But it is good for the audience to see when the game is about to be over anyway. A checkmate is nice. It's easier for people to understand than just a resignation.
Yeah, and I think that in recent years there has been a shift where top players are aware that chess is now a spectator sport, is now a sport where, you know, the players, they have an obligation to play their best possible chess, and rook b7 here would be Ding's best possible chess, picking up another pawn on b5. But you want to invite players who are new to the game. You want to make it interesting for players who don't necessarily know or understand most of the moves played by top players. And one of the ways to do that is sometimes, if a game features a beautiful combination, to allow the player who carried that combination out to complete it and check it. Because anybody, even someone who learned the rules of the game 5 hours ago, can appreciate the beauty of a situation where the king has no squares left on the board. That's some favoritism here. He controls the screen, and of all the chat messages, he wants to put his own on the screen.
What do you call it? Abusing your own power?
Abusing your own power is right.
I'm not even going to dignify that.
Don't you do that. Don't you dare.
Yeah, Donnie and I are teaming up on this one. So in a rare turn of events, Donnie and I completely agree, and we are not answering, well, I'm not answering that question. So next question.
Well, you're perfect candidates for the Big Bang Theory, like chess, well, in a chess setup.
It all started with the Big Bang.
But okay, let's have some interesting questions.
Who would you pick, actually? If you would want to follow 4 characters, like as chess players, who would you pick?
So I have to watch a show with 4 chess players, essentially Big Bang Theory style? Oh, gosh. And I have to watch the show. I don't just pick them and
what does Big Bang Theory style mean exactly?
Have you know the show Big Bang Theory?
I know of it, but I've never seen an episode.
Okay, so you just...
Is that weird?
It's not weird. It's just, you know, it was a popular show. It's fine that you haven't seen it. But the point is you're creating a show with chess players that's like Big Bang Theory. So instead of scientists, you have chess players.
But is the premise of the show that you just follow them around? And...
Oh, gosh. This is too much explanation.
Okay, anyway, I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone.
But just pick 4 chess players for a show.
Players, yes. So yeah.
4 interesting.
So who are your players?
Okay.
And then there will be a more difficult question because you would need to pick a girl.
Okay, I can do that. Yasser. I pick Yasser.
Okay.
Okay. Yasser's good for story time for sure.
Yeah. Now we need someone flamboyant, someone who has some chic.
Some chic.
And some charm.
Livon Arena.
Let's do Iranian.
Okay.
Sure. No one in Big Bang Theory is chic though. They're all like ultra nerds.
Okay, so we need to choose an ultra nerd.
I am a nerd myself.
I think we all fall into that category.
Big Bang Theory. They don't have to be like the characters. They just have to the style of the show.
Yeah. Okay. So we have two of them.
How about you pick the other two? Because you're the one asking the question. So
I mean, if you want people to watch the show, you have to put Hikaru on it.
Yes.
Okay, Hikaru.
Hikaru for the publicity.
And I liked your MVL pick.
Okay, MVL, and then who are we picking? Alexandra Botes. Then yes.
I don't know.
Let's do it. Rugby 7. Is that what he played?
I'm just reading our producer's question. Who would be the comic book guy, Stuart? That's a funny one.
Why is Ding repeating?
Wait, he just
Rugby 7. What is?
He went back
what's
and
the
forth?
issue?
Yeah, Rugby 7 is just a good move. Maybe he was told to always repeat.
Right.
A lot of chess players are taught that. And Ben Feingold says it jokingly, but it is something that gets you closer to the next time control. And Ding Liren happens to have plenty of time right now, but it's something you build up. It's like a muscle memory that if you have a repetition and then you can find a better move, you first repeat once and then go for a move like Rook B7.
And?
No, he wants to play knight D5.
Back he goes to D5.
Where's that bishop going?
Ooh.
That one doesn't look very good.
No, but you want to go bishop E5 because bishop E5 F4.
Okay, let's get analysis board up here. So bishop E5.
It's not over. Like, I'm just getting the sense that Ding he just needs to deliver that final blow. Knight takes E4. F-E5, Rook E5. And you've got to be careful. You've only got 2 pawns left. This still requires a little bit of technique.
But knight F4.
Rook D7, actually, I think. But knight F4. Ooh. No, but Rook G5 check. I throw in that check and then I take on C5.
Intermezzo. And then this is really annoying because I can't play knight G6 and back rank checkmate you because after king H7, Rook A8, you have Rook takes H5. Wrong piece. Rook takes H5, removing the guard of this knight, and there's no more win.
And if I start with king G4, you will play Rook C4.
Yes, I can always pin your knight with a move like Rook to C4. I can also play Rook G5 check. And after
H4.
king H4, my king can start running this way eventually, and maybe there's no progress to be made.
Yeah, this is already a draw, I'm pretty sure. So, Ding, knight D5 is perfectly sufficient for a win, but
I think that in this sequence here, after Rook E5, you just play Rook D7 and
Rook H5?
Yeah, you have 2 pawns for the piece, but there's no doubt in my mind that this is just completely winning for white.
This is easy, and Hikaru, he shifted his bishop down to B2. I once again like Rook B7. Just go after a second pawn.
Why not? I mean, Ding centralized his knight, so you can't really blame him for that decision, but he can go right for this pawn on B5. So for all 30 plus K of you watching, this is for second place here in the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Hikaru Nakamura, Ding Liren are fighting for that spot. And if Hikaru draws, he's in second. He is in the tough position. It looks like Ding Liren should take this one home. And we are going to take a quick break. When we return, it will be the end of this game and the end of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. This is Chess.com's coverage live from the Palacio de Santoña in Madrid.
It's fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Mis amigos. Mis amigos. Mis amigos.
Nakamura is disgusted. He's distraught. He can't believe it. But Ding Liren has secured second place here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates. It took a last round victory over a very impressive Hikaru Nakamura, who looked determined to finish right behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Ding Liren, the second half of the tournament has been his. 4 wins in 7 games.
It was a tour de force, and after that first round, nobody could have possibly expected him. But I am just so impressed with his composure in this game. It didn't start off the way he wanted. He had a surprise waiting for Hikaru, bishop d3 in the opening. Hikaru responded very well. We were basically calling it a draw. Once the queens were traded, everything looked like it would get traded on the d-file. We couldn't even imagine that Ding would create chances. It all started with rook dc1. He took some risks. He followed up, maybe not perfectly, but accurately enough. He put pressure on Hikaru, and his technique, once he got a winning position, was amazing. What a big last round win for Ding, who is going to hold his head up high, even if he doesn't get to play Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And the best players in the world, they sometimes leave you after reviewing a game where, like, I don't see where their opponent went wrong. And yet every move, they're improving their position. So I remember growing up and watching the games of Mickey Adams and just looking at them like, I would have played the move that the opponent played. That looks pretty good. And yet Ding Liren, even though Hikaru was playing normal move to normal move, there came a point where Hikaru had no activity to speak of, and Ding Liren was able to capitalize.
And very often you get this feeling when you're watching the games of Anatoly Karpov, because everything is, every piece it's on its perfect square. And, what a performance. He grinded Hikaru down.
And that's been his winning style, right? He did the same thing to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It looked like a pretty neutral position. Jan-Krzysztof Duda made a slight mistake, and then came another, and then there was a win for Ding Liren. He beat Richard Rapport, and that was a hectic game where his king went on a bit of a run, but he won in the end game. And then against Fabiano Caruana, an up and down, a seesaw affair, but it ultimately ended in a win for Ding, and he finishes the tournament with a great victory over Hikaru Nakamura, a player he hadn't beaten in classical chess until today.
Yeah, he's going to have a big smile on his face, and Hikaru's going to be happy with his overall result, as he told us yesterday, but he is going to be deeply, deeply disappointed at his game today. You could see the consternation, and I think it would have probably been an easier pill to swallow if he had gotten crushed, or if he had, failed to respond properly to some opening preparation. But the fact that he came as close as he did to holding that position, quite straightforwardly, I think that's going to make him more frustrated, because there were several points at which there's a clear chance for Hikaru to completely neutralize whatever advantage initiative we were talking about. So frustration in the last round, but obviously a very successful outing overall for Hikaru Nakamura.
Can you imagine scoring 8 points out of 14 like Ding Liren did and being a point and a half behind the person in first? Just goes to show what kind of tournament Jan Nepomniachtchi had, where we just stopped talking about him because it was almost a foregone conclusion that he was going to win. He was able to make that draw in round 9 against Fabiano Caruana, and after that, the storyline was such that, is anyone going to be able to catch up to Jan Nepomniachtchi? Answer, obviously not. And a great tournament by Ding Liren, a great tournament by Hikaru Nakamura, and yet it was so far away from first place.
Yeah, I mean, it was locked up. Jan at one point was 2 points ahead of the next player. Can you even believe that? I mean, this is the candidates we're talking about. It's not like Jan is the top seed by 400 points. So, simply amazing. And we had so many great performances in this tournament, and we still have one game going, with Fabiano Caruana very close to actually saving an endgame that at one point we thought was pretty much dead.
Yeah, this doesn't look that bad at all. White has a blockade set up on the light squares. The problem with the bishop is that it can't change its color complex. You would need to go to the light squares to kick out these pieces. So unless this king get to b5, which doesn't look legal, there's no way to get it there. The c5 square is under White's control, the c4 square as well. So the king can't get over there. So it seems like a position where White can just move around, maybe bring the king as well to the queen side, and the a pawn's not going anywhere.
So Fabiano has found the perfect defensive setup. Can we go, for example, can we wait for king e2 and king d3? And while your king is far away from the g pawn, then I will go for the h pawn and go for this rook endgame.
Let's just switch on over to this way.
Yes. Let's see. And
but the problem is after knight takes a5, I'm also attacking c6, and I'm threatening knight c4 check.
To force pieces off the board. I guess you could start with the king
king
move of sorts.
g6.
Okay, king d3.
King d3.
Oh, and now rook h8.
Now rook h8, yes.
And maybe I can play h4.
Right. Somehow white has his cake and he eats it too, you know?
And black can then defend this pawn from a more active way. But then this rook slides over because you can't play a4. Your rook is no longer behind the pawn, which means that white is able to attack black's weaknesses.
But Fabi doesn't go king e2. He goes h4 immediately. So he recognizes the weakness of that pawn and decides to fix it straight away. Now, what this gives black is the additional chance of delivering a check on f8. Okay. Where does that do anything? Like rook f8 check king e. Oh, rook f8 check king e2. You can't play because there's rook f4.
Uh-oh.
So king g4 is what Fabi relies on, and he basically says, okay, well now you have to go back to a8 because a5 is hanging. But is that in fact the case?
Probably not. I mean, so if we get some passive move like rook e8, knight takes a5 works because at the rook a8 you have a check to this king, which means that the rook on a8 is lost. So if the king were not on a checkable square, this could work. So maybe there's a way where after king g4 we king d5.
Okay, so you're out of the checking zone of the knight is what you're saying.
Right.
And if I try to throw you back into the checking zone with c4 check,
then I
king d6.
Again, you're sidestepping.
And I want you to push the pawn, right? Because the more advanced this pawn is, the easier it is for black to approach it. So even though white is still within that balance, right? Only about a pawn better for black, which makes sense because black is up a pawn. It's not an overwhelming edge for Firouzja.
So after king g4, king d5, can I avoid playing c4 check? Like what if I just pass the move and play like h5, for example?
Can I start?
c5, c4. I mean, if you can get your pawn to c4, I'll play c4 myself.
It just looks so awkward.
Yeah, all of a sudden, also the white king. Like in the lines that we were looking at, the king is on the queen side.
Now the king's cut off, and black's king is just walking over here, and this pawn on c4 may be in big trouble if you want the a5 pawn. So this is how Alireza Firouzja wins this game. Let's back up a bit, because we looked at a position at around time control, and we thought that Alireza was maybe just going to win quite easily. But after the king started running, Fabiano reroutes his knight. This looked fine. Bishop b4, and that apparently is an inaccuracy. So the bishop should have gone back to e5, it would seem. But what's wrong with this? Bishop
Well,
b4?
I think it allows a timely c3. And you might say, well, why is c3 important? Because it gives white a bunch of tempi to reach essentially his ideal setup, like ideal defensive setup.
And keeps black completely out of the position.
Right. Knight comes back to b3, and you have this sort of fortress almost. It's weird to say it, but it is kind of a fortress. The rook guarding the fourth rank, the knight and the rook focused on the a5 pawn. How does black make any progress whatsoever? And that's why Fabi's last move might be inaccurate. It finally gives black a chance to mix things up a little bit by getting the rook off of its passive square on a8.
But what if we start here with king d5?
Mm-hmm.
What is your next move? h5?
King.
Maybe.
What if I go king e2? Oh, then you give a check on e8 and rook e4. Ooh.
I like the h5.
Yeah. g7 pawn is now a little bit weak.
But now I can play rook h8. You cannot play. You cannot.
I
take
can.
on
I think
a5.
I can take on a5 though,
you
because rook
can?
a8, knight c4.
Oh my.
But you can take on h5. That's the problem.
But nice tactical vision by doing it with the fork here, which protects the rook tactically. So that's a nice little sequence.
But then you say that I can play rook h5.
Oh, did you go rook a7? That looked like a...
No, he did go king d5.
King d5. I couldn't tell what piece he grabbed, but it looked like one square. So king d5.
So we were analyzing h5, rook h8.
And
Maybe
there's
it
something to
should
note
not-
here, is if I put my pawn on h6 and you take it, now you have the wrong pawn.
True.
And the reason why that could be important is, let's say I play c4 check, and you go king d6, and I play c5 at some moment, right? Where if we get this type of position and I'm trading rooks, there might be a position where I just want to give you this pawn and then take your pawn and I make a draw without effort. So it probably won't even come down to that, but it's something that I have in the back of my mind, that the bishop does not match the corner square. And I'm actually just going to kind of show that very quickly. g6, h5 takes, knight takes c6, seems like a blunder, but the problem is that black cannot force this king out of the corner. So I just go in these squares over here, and when you try to win, let's go there, there, here, you can't even play king g3. It's immediately a stalemate because the white king won't be able to escape, and there's no way to get the king out of there. If this were on another file, at some point the king would have to budge out of the way of the pawn, but for now the king just stays in front of the pawn and there's nothing you can do because the corner is a light square.
And Fabi, with no hesitation, he's got plenty of time, but he doesn't see the need to waste any additional time. He shoves that pawn forward to h5. The g7 pawn is immobilized. Firouzja just doesn't seem to have a very good handle on this endgame. He's been kind of going between one plan and another. I feel like Fabi's drawing chances are a lot higher than Black's winning chances at this point.
I was saying 80-20 in Firouzja's winning chance favor. Now I'm going, 90% draw. I feel pretty strongly that this position doesn't offer Firouzja that much in the way of winning chances. He can't create a passed pawn. This blockade is really annoying to deal with. If you ever try to push your pawn to c5...
Yeah, I was about to say, I think c5 is...
This rook can slide over this way, and then can close your king off with c4. So you said you're going to play c4?
a4.
a4, and I think I'm going to play c4 check to force your king back.
Oh,
and
rook
then
g6, and rook takes g7.
I'm going to force your king back again and take this with check, and my knight can stop your pawn before...
So that might draw the game on the spot right now. This is a huge moment because c5 is played.
Oh, then yes, rook g4.
A lot of people would be tempted to play c4 check and say, let me close it down. But then the rook has no way out of a4. I think you certainly don't want to play that move.
And the rook can't move because the pawn goes to a4. And then this king could also think about winning this pawn over an h5. If the king tries to help, then the king goes into these squares. So yeah, rook g4 is a very important move. You want to keep the black king cut off out of white's territory.
But if I start with rook a7, you still play like rook g4, rook a7. You still
Same
play
exact.
c4, yes? And,
Must be so annoying for black, and then black could lose this game.
Yeah, black could lose this game. And you know what's crazy? The way that Fabi positioned the pawn on h5, it's also important in the line. So again, if we go with a4 instead of rook a7, rook g5 check. Oh no, it doesn't even.
Well,
or sorry, c4 check,
yeah.
king e5. You might say, oh, let me run toward f6. I escape the checks. No, you don't, because the pawn is on h5. King f6, rook g6 check. Draw.
And then I take the bishop, you take the knight, and rook takes here, and this is a draw. So it looks like Fabiano Caruana has things under control. What a game this has been, where early on it looked like Fabiano had no risk and could just play for a win with a knight on a light square against a dark square bishop. Then Alireza Firouzja, he fought back fiercely, throwing his pawns forward and even obtaining the upper hand. And now in the end game, it does look like Fabiano Caruana, he should be holding here. Rook g4 seems to be the last accurate move necessary to hold the balance. So Fabiano doing very, very well. He is about to make a draw, it feels like, so it's a matter of time. But we have a very, very special guest in the studio. It is Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding, how are you feeling?
I feel very good after this very crucial win. Although he played, he had many mistakes. Maybe he nearly equal out of the opening, but after that, I pressured this whole game, and I think I didn't let the advantage slip.
Yeah.
Ding, we thought that the game might be heading for a quick draw at the opening, but then you played rook dc1. We thought that that was a really interesting way to generate chances. Do you think that that was an early important moment, or would you identify any other moments when you felt like the game started turning around in your favor?
Yeah, I think this important moment after rook dc1. Bishop f6 is too nature to play, but maybe he's worried about knight d4. Actually, he can take with knight, I think. Bishop take, rook c7, king g6, and bishop d4 takes, and bishop d5 is an easy draw, I guess.
So you saw that he could just play like this?
Yeah, maybe he only saw bishop d4 first, after knight d4. Yeah, I think king g6 maybe the move he missed. If the bishop d4, knight d4, rook c7, king f6, rook b7, knight e2, rook king f1, knight c3, rook b6. Just slightly better for white.
So
a4 is maybe
rook
annoying.
c2 something.
Were you worried after the opening that when he played f5, you spent a lot of time? Did you think at that point that maybe you wouldn't even have a chance to play for a win?
Yeah, after queen d1, I thought maybe it's just equal.
After queen
Since
d1.
after bishop b1, I'm very optimistic about my chance. Since I was expecting bishop f6 instead of queen d1. But I have queen b3, that's the point behind bishop b1.
So you can play your queen out when your bishop was on c2, your queen couldn't come out. So you realized that there were these small moments that kept your chances alive in this position. So tell me where you started to feel confident that you could win the game, because for a while it seemed like he was playing good defense.
Yeah, I never feel confident until the time control at around 30 move.
Okay.
Since he played very concrete with bishop with e5. Yes, e5 is one important position. First I want to play bishop a1, but knight b6, knight a5, rook d8, king f1.
Rook d8?
Yes, king f1, rook d1. If I can play king e2, then I will be better, but he has a very important rook d2 check.
Nice.
Yeah, so his rook is penetrates to the...
And then the advantage shifts from your active pieces to his. So you were calculating all of these lines. So at this point, after bishop c5, so he plays bishop d8 and trades the rooks. And at this point, we were starting to feel like he's playing really well here. And how is Dean going to win?
Yeah, he's playing very interesting. He moved the bishop back to d8 because he's aiming to capture h5 pawn. Yeah, I missed knight g4. I thought I was slightly better, but knight g4, I'm not sure. So I want to repeat once. If knight f6, a bishop d6, knight g4, and maybe king f1. I still want to play for a win.
But he played bishop h4, so did that surprise you?
Not so much, since he sank into deep thought at that point. I won't go for threes. I will maybe go king f1. I won't maybe join immediately.
So here, king f1, and then he made this move, bishop d8. Did that move surprise you at all?
Yeah. This is too strange.
Yeah, because after bishop d8, it seems like you're in complete control of the game.
But what should he play instead of? Maybe if f4 he's worried about take, and rook d4. Maybe this is what he worried. Yeah, so he played bishop d4.
Rook d8 we thought was the best resource, but even the minor piece endgame is very scary because a6 is so weak.
Yeah.
So you were planning to take here and go like bishop d6?
Just knight c5 and
bishop b6.
Yeah, it looked unpleasant though for black for sure, because knight c5, and if you take, here comes the pawn, right?
Yeah, I have c7, sorry. And h5 pawn became...
and bishop f8 at the end.
Wow. So yeah, when he went bishop d8, so that, you said you found it to be a little bit strange, and then, okay, at that moment where you find like, I can breathe, my position is better, it's easier for you to play?
Yeah, because my pieces are so well placed, and also F4 came as a surprise.
And he missed his last chance of the game here. He needed to play this move F3, so it seems like both of you weren't looking for that move. It is kind of strange.
No, yeah, I didn't expect it. But where I went wrong, maybe I have to take the pawn.
Yeah, I think you could safely take this pawn
and play 94, 96.
Bring the king
play
to
for the
F3.
pieces. Oh.
Kind of a strange position, right? Where your pawn structure looks worse, but he can't move.
Yeah.
So, well, you end up winning this game quite nicely. He didn't really have, after he missed F3, you were just playing very accurately, and he didn't really have a chance to get out of this game. So, I mean, at the end of this, you won this game. You finished in second place. My biggest question for you is, what is the difference between the first half and the second half? Because in 2 straight candidates tournaments, you are made the top scorer in the second half. So what's the difference for you?
Well, first, I think the first round is quite different from the other rounds, because this time, when I play the first games, I didn't feel so well. Maybe still time jack for me. Also, I didn't sleep well, so the mood is very strange. I'm going to make some quick draw, but after the opening, it became clear that it will be a fighting game. Then I just couldn't calculate anything, so I lost very badly. After that, I tried to be normal and take it as just a normal tournament, not the candidates. To do not put so much pressure on myself. And I also watching some movies on the rest day.
What movies?
Just some about a family and love, a Japanese movie.
Ding, if Magnus declines to play the World Championship, you are the World Championship challenger. You'll be playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Are you excited at that prospect, unlikely as it may be?
Yes, there is a chance he might not play. Yeah, since I guess he lacks of and motivations to defend the title again. Also, it takes a lot of energy and a lot of opening preparation comparing to the other tournament. So maybe that's the reason he's not sure if he will play or not. But I believe when the championship is approaching, then maybe his inner heart will start to burn in some fire. So I guess he'll play in the end. I think so.
Well, we had Emil Sutovsky here. We interviewed him, and he said the deadline for Magnus is approximately July 20th, so in a few weeks. So I guess that's when you will know better about what your future holds with respect to the World Championship. But
that's so early.
It's International Chess Day.
They need to make plans, organize the event. But a lot of the players said they were thinking about second place. You said that earlier in the tournament. And even if you think, and others do think Magnus will play, does that give you more of a feel like even if Jan Nepomniachtchi is running away, he's playing so well, you always felt like there was something to play for?
Yeah, at one point when I win 3 games in a row, I feel obligated to play for the win with white pieces to try to catch him. Although it's backwards, but I think it's the only chance to fight for the first place. So after the lose, of course I'm very satisfied to have the second place.
Yeah. Then final question for me: what are your plans after the tournament? Are you resting, or are you going straight into game analysis?
Resting. Before I was planning to play Olympiad, but then the Chinese team won't play. So I will just go back and have some rest.
Where can we expect to see you play next? Because we've missed you, playing chess.
No, I guess it's the last over-the-board tournament, at least out of the China. Yeah, because in the second half of the year, still very difficult to travel. So I might just stay in my home.
Well, hopefully you can play more tournaments there. And Ding, if you don't mind, we have a few questions from the chat. So many people were watching you. They were rooting for you. A lot of people were. So here's a question. When you're at your own best, who do you enjoy playing against the most? Which player do you have the most fun playing against?
Well, I guess still Magnus.
Yeah?
Yeah. Since I enjoy playing him, since I didn't feel too much pressure against him, especially in the internet, since I think everybody is expecting this pairing, and also I'm very eager to show my best when playing against him.
Okay.
All right, let's see if we have one more question from the chat. All right, Super Record. Ding, what's your personal advice to becoming a stronger chess player? That's
Become
a
a
tough one.
stronger chess player, I think you might sacrifice a little bit in your life to work more on chess, to focus on the openings. But that means you will have lesser time on the other things, develop the other hobbies.
Yeah. Well, Ding, we want to congratulate you again. I mean, the second half of your tournament was unbelievable. You finished in second place. You seem so much happier now than when we were seeing you in the first half of the tournament.
Yeah, I become more happy after winning some games.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow, most likely at the closing ceremony, but enjoy your time here in Madrid, and congratulations again, Ding.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Grandmaster Ding Liren, the #1 player from China, the first Chinese player to break 2800, second place here at the Candidates, and also the #2 rated player in the world. He leaves Madrid with a few rating points to his name, so a great showing by him. And he talked to us about a lot of things, about how his favorite person to play is Magnus Carlsen. I'm not surprised one bit by that answer, because the way Ding Liren plays when he's at his best, I think it's not really up for debate. He's second, third best player in the world.
Maybe he's one of those players. Magnus brings the best out of him. You were talking about how when other players are facing Magnus, there's so much fear that they're simply not capable of of showing their great potential and making the best moves. Whilst Ding and some of the other players in this tournament, they're showing their best play against Magnus.
Yes, sometimes you punch up, right? You play to the level of your opposition. And for Ding Liren, he said in the first round, he wanted to make a quick draw. Like, he had jet lag, he just got here, and we keep always talking about the what ifs, right? And that's one of those moments where you can just feel it. It's like the whole tournament could have changed. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's the deserving champion. For Ding Liren to show the mental fortitude to bounce back after not just that really bad defeat, but losing to Timur Rajabov in a game where he said he felt a lot of pressure, with winning 3 in a row. I need to catch Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I'm the only one who can do it. He lost a really heartbreaking game, and to win this against Hikaru Nakamura, it seemed impossible. But Ding Liren, he accomplishes the impossible.
Well, first of all, that was such a sincere answer. Not many players will admit that that they were feeling so bad that they wanted to make a draw with White from the very start, and he simply didn't manage. So it showed that he understands the tournament strategy very well. He was trying to minimize the damages at the beginning of the tournament. So, and also, I cannot strike. I wanted to underline that how important it is to have a second with you, because during those difficult moments you need to have a person to whom you can talk. We were talking about mental coaches, but Ding Liren didn't have anyone, and no wonder he's watching the movies about family, love. This says so much about him and being alone here.
And you could sense the sadness in his voice when he said he doesn't know when his next classical game will be. He loves chess. And I'm really hoping we get to see him over the board soon because the world missed him, right? Everyone was talking about it. Ding Liren can't leave to go play in the World Cup, in the Grand Prix. And there's no question, there's no debate that he deserved to be here. His performance shows that, but even if he finished in last place, everyone would say Ding Liren is a top 3 player in the world at this moment. So to have him here was a really big gift, an unexpected gift, but he finishes with 8 points out of 14 games, a really strong showing from him. And maybe next time is the charm in the candidates because his second halves are absolutely incredible. He won 4 games.
Almost everybody at the top was asked to unobjectively say who might be the most challenging opponent for Magnus. Ding Liren is almost always featured in that list, and that doesn't happen by accident, and it doesn't happen because he's 2,800 and number 2 in the world. That's not the reason why people say that. I think the reason why so many GMs point to Ding Liren specifically is because of how unbelievably universal his style is. He does everything incredibly well. His opening preparation is virtually impeccable. His positional understanding, his ability to squeeze wins out of equal positions, we saw it play out here. He's not just doing it against random people, he's doing it against the top players in the world. And perhaps the only other player who has that talent developed to a crazy degree is Magnus Carlsen himself. So you can see little bits and pieces of Magnus in the way that Ding plays. I think that's what makes him so exhilarating to watch. It's like you're watching Magnus, but it's not Magnus. It's another player. It's a very wholesome player. And it's a player who just got second place in the Candidates Tournament.
Yeah, Ding Liren, I think a lot was said before the event because people weren't happy that the way he was able to play 30 games, right? All these internal tournaments in China. And, well, that's the only way possible for him. And he didn't need rating points. So that storyline is in the past. He just needed the quantity, not the rating. So it's great to see him here. It's great to see him play well. And as you're saying, some of his wins here against Jan-Krzysztof Duda and now against Hikaru Nakamura, it's games that if you're just scrolling, on your phone, looking quickly at games, you're like, oh, wait, how did White win this game? What? How? It's equal. But he just puts that pressure on, and he believes in himself. You can tell when he's talking about it, he's like, I was playing for a win. I never thought this was a complete draw. So, Almira, it's pretty incredible to see players win like that at this high level.
Well, and first of all, I'm really grateful that he had this opportunity to play those tournaments, at least in China, so he was able to qualify. And of course, his performance here was, impressive. But what I wanted to say, so what are the conditions that should be reunited for Ding to perform well in the first half? So maybe, and also being able to play, maybe the Candidates Tournament should be organized in China once.
Well, I think that would certainly help. No jet lag. You can have your team of seconds, your family, all your supporters. There is a lot of pressure in that, though. We know that people who play on their home turf, with everybody right there beside you, that's too much going on for some. But for Ding Liren, if he is able to stabilize in the first half of a Candidates, watch out. He may be a challenger to a future World Chess Championship, including the next one, if Magnus Carlsen does not play. But we have one game left here. Fabiano Caruana, a former World Chess Championship challenger. He has the white pieces. He is holding on against Alireza Firouzja.
For dear life.
For dear life indeed, but with only 2 pawns remaining. That helps the knight. Knights are not long-range pieces, so having the pawns so close together helps the knight in its defensive task.
And there's a critical line here. By the way, Fabi missed the direct draw with the rook g4. I mean, he is just not himself. That was a move that he, would find in rapid game. Rook g4, and we analyzed a4. All you have to see is this move c4 check. And once you see this move, you understand that you pick up the g7 pawn with check, the knight, with plenty of room to stop the a pawn. But instead, Fabi, with a different move, knight back to d2, he stops c4. That's not a terrible move. It keeps drawing chances. After that, the h pawn traded for the g pawn, so he does eventually play rook g4. But the thing I wanted to point out, if you look carefully, there might seem to be a tactic here. After rook h5, rook g7, black can give a check on h2. What's the point of that? Well, king d3, rook h3 check, king c2, and you might say, rook takes c3 check, you win another pawn. But if you keep calculating, after king d3,
Bishop takes g7, still looks winning, but amazingly, knight c4 saves the day. Black cannot defend a5. If you play a4, you walk into a check, a fork, and white eliminates both of the pawns with the knight. So white's defense hinges solely on this line. And I feel like Alireza, just in his body language, may have missed this from a distance.
And that would allow Fabiano to make a draw with relative ease. The pieces come off so quickly. It's a forcing variation. And so for Fabi, who has had a second half to forget, he would love to have fought for first place. He was doing just that in the first half. He had us in the first half, not going to lie, as they say. And unfortunately for Fabi, I mean, this tournament has been one that he will not want to dive into too much longer. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he would love to remember this tournament forever. It was a masterpiece, a stroke of genius from Jan Nepomniachtchi as he makes a record 9-14. And he caught up with Dina Belankaya before Hikaru was losing, talking about World Chess Championship revenge.
I didn't expect this particular line in Petrov, so I had to, recall, I think it was more or less all my prep. But since I have some wonderful guy in my team who, shows me the lines like a5, rook e6, it's never easy to replay it if you didn't repeat it like just before the game. Yes, so it was quite confusing because it looks strange to say the least, but in fact I think black is doing fine there.
Did you feel any particular pressure after bishop takes g6?
Well, I wanted to play on because I knew that another repetition, I think the line I could recall is not h6 but knight f6 check. Rook takes d8, bishop d8, knight f6, bishop f6, e6, rook f6, rook e8, king g7, queen e3, h6, queen c5, queen c1, and queen f4. And that, however, I think this was the draw. And also there is another draw after rook d1. But h6, I had no idea this move also works, so I thought, okay, come on, it's time to play on. But somehow, white, it's not worse. Like, okay, this bishop g6, queen e4 is just brilliant. So I just missed this rook b1 idea. But I think black has different ways. But I felt like, okay, bishop d5 is surely the most solid one.
Who would you just theoretically prefer to face, Hikaru, Ding, or Magnus?
Well, let's wait until the tournament is over. But of course, I seek for revenge.
And speaking of, what is the biggest lesson you've learned at the match, or the biggest change that you would like to make approaching the next World Championship match?
The big lesson is like not to get tired before the tournament starts. Yeah. So before the match starts, before the candidate starts, yeah, just have enough rest and don't work like crazy. Yeah, because you also, it's not competition of who worked more. If it's a competition of who plays better, but to play well, you have to, to be fresh. So that was something I really couldn't do during Dubai.
Right, Jan. Thanks a lot, and lots of luck for the next tournaments.
Thanks.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi had lots of rest. Don't overdo it, not too much preparation. And then he just rattles off all these variations from today's game. We thought that Jan-Krzysztof Duda was the one in preparation, catching Jan off guard. And yet Nepomniachtchi says, my second helped me out with this line, and I wasn't worried.
Yeah, I just really loved his comment about okay, bishop g6, so let's switch the brain on. It's time to play. Because it seemed that he remembered the lines till the move 30. And we were all surprised here in the studio.
And a5, when he made that move, it seemed was out of nowhere, and it's just from his trusty team of seconds. So I said at the time, I'm surprised, but I could know nothing. I know nothing. His team knows everything, and that was excellent preparation.
But, perhaps the most impressive aspect of it to me was the fact that he recalled all of it. And it took him some time, but now we know that that's what he was doing. He wasn't thinking independently. He was actually trying to recall his prep, and he did it flawlessly. And the fact that he was rattling off these lines with perpetual check at the end, like Almira said, 30-move lines in a sideline that he didn't expect. He didn't even know what first move JKD would make. So Jan is on another planet this tournament. I mean that in the best possible way. What an end to the tournament. He didn't win, but he drew from a position of strength and very well-deserved rest for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And he spoke about revenge. When he was asked by Dina would he rather play Hikaru, Ding, or Magnus? And he's looking for revenge. So, Almira, when you see his reactions, his interviews throughout the tournament about how, he has kept his emotions in a box. He's made sure that he's objective. He's made sure that he's rested. Do you think he believes that he can beat Magnus Carlsen?
I really think that he believes that he can do it now. You remember that French phrase I told you, that the revenge is the dish that best served cold. So now that he had enough time to put all those events into perspective, and that he won his second candidates tournament in a row, which gives him an extra boost in self-confidence, I really think that that his chances are
it's much higher
than before.
Yeah, the Jan Nepomniachtchi we've seen here is unbelievable, and he won the previous candidates. But a lot of people out there were saying, "Well, what has he won before this? Is this kind of a fluke? It stopped midway." I think Jan proved, and to himself, just as much as anybody else, that no, of course it wasn't a fluke. Jan Nepomniachtchi, when he's prepared, when he's focused, when he's determined, when he has a clear goal in sight, he's a scary player. Anish was with us yesterday, and he was saying that when Jan plays his best, he might be the best player not named Magnus Carlsen.
And people hate facing him. Jan is such a good practical player. He plays quickly. He finds ideas that are incredibly hard to play against. Magnus is not immune from that category. He doesn't like facing Jan either. Now, the Jan that we saw in Dubai is a completely different person from the Jan that we saw here. With that being said, unless Superman himself comes along, Magnus is always going to be the favorite in a World Championship match. So I don't think any of us are saying that Jan is now somehow the favorite. I still think it's likelier than not that Magnus is going to win anybody he plays against right now. And if that changes, I'll let you know. But in terms of having chances to at least give Magnus a serious fight, if Jan can reproduce his form from this tournament, beware, because it's going to be a thriller of a World Championship match. And the fact that Jan is an amazing rapid player, that's going to help as well in case you have a Caruana situation where you have a tie after the classical portion. So whichever way you look at it, if Jan comes prepared, if he comes rested, and we saw him saying how important that is, something he may have underestimated the first time around, we might be in for a doozy.
Well, Fabiano Caruana, he knows what it's like to face off against Magnus Carlsen over the course of a World Championship match. He is still trying to make a draw in this game against Alireza Firouzja. And Fabiano, down under 5 minutes, he still has 3 moves to make until the time control. And he spent now 5.5 minutes on this particular move. So he's trying to figure out what to do here. The eval bar says zeros, no problems, but it's never that easy, right? There's no forced draw at the moment, at least not one that I see. And Fabiano doesn't have the benefit of having our Silicon friend.
Yeah, zeros might be the most misleading assessment I've ever seen. Because literally black is up a pawn. So it's laughable to say that this is sort of like a dead draw.
Is there any forced variation?
Well, I think it's semi-forced, but Caruana, he didn't go knight c4. I think he made a very good move. He played king d3, getting his king into a better defensive position, closer to the queen side.
Allowing your tactic.
Allowing
it doesn't actually work.
But doesn't it work? Wait, rook h3 check?
Nope, because once you take...
Oh, now there's a different way to win the pawn. Oh my goodness, but king c4.
Exactly. My king up because your king's not on d5 anymore.
That's quite amazing, because previously the knight had to go to c4. Now the king goes there, and you have a fork. So this is a draw. I think the reason it's drawn is because Fabi has gotten all of his pieces to ideal defensive positions. The rook on g7, the king is close to black's a pawn, and black's king is never safe from side checks, from forks. I don't see Alireza winning this anymore, especially if Fabi makes the second time control in one piece.
And if black tries bishop e5, something like this, the rook can come up to g6.
King d5.
Oh my gosh. Checkmate. Ouch. But no, king b5. And you may be tempted to just check this king. The king has to go up this way and think that this is all said and done. You know, your king's blocking the pawn. But you have to be very careful in a position like this, because if black is able to get this king out from in front of the pawn, this pawn's a runner, and this bishop is protecting the corner square. So it is still a hold. It's not like anything has changed very much, but you don't want to assume that you have everything under control. You need to make sure that you don't allow any kind of tricky sequence. So Fabi, after king d3, he's probably feeling pretty good about his chances. Alireza with 7 minutes on the clock. He's trying to work through this position, but it's nearing that half point for each side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what Firouzja. I think bishop e5 might be black's best. The line you just showed actually might be black's best practical chance, because if black's king can get to like b2, and if black can go a4, then things start getting really dicey for white, because the knight is very bad at stopping, especially a corner passer. So Alireza needs to go for a very concrete position in which Fabi has to be accurate. And given the time situation, even with 15 additional minutes, Fabi's not going to have 4 hours. He's going to have 18 minutes, or probably 15, because he'll probably deplete the rest of the time he has. So it's not a dead draw by any means. I'd put it somewhere around 20-80.
Okay. Well, Alireza needs to find a move here. He can also start trying to push his pawn. The issue is that it's very easy for white to stop the pawn. a4, this knight can come up to c4. Your pawn's not going anywhere. So time control is in just a couple of moves. This is a format with 3 time controls. They already have the additional hour after move 40. They get 15 minutes added once they reach move 60, plus 30-second increment per move. So that way, if you're in time trouble, but you're trying to hold on, you will not lose on time if you make moves quickly. Alireza Firouzja on the clock here, trying to work some endgame magic, but it seems like the most of his advantage is behind him at this point. And Almira, he's been trying very hard. Do you think at this point he kind of feels that he no longer has real winning chances?
Well, he knows that the advantage that he had before slipped away. He's still trying. So I agree with Daniel that bishop b5 is the best practical chance, but maybe there is another way to keep, if not the fire on board, at least to keep the game going.
Yeah, maybe a4.
Yes, let's try a4.
Okay, so the king d3, a4. I'm going to bring my knight up.
Yeah, there's a peculiar drawing mechanism. Rook g6 is now a serious positional threat. You can rook f5, for example. Rook g6, king b5. I just want to show that perpetual with knight a3 and knight c4. Funny little line.
King has to go back and forth as well, and that's just a draw.
Okay, so we're about to see a move from Alireza, who's got 4 minutes and change to make 1, 2, 3 more moves until time control. I'm fully expecting bishop e5. I just don't see any other enticing options.
Yeah, he's trying to see if something works. And bishop e5, there it is.
Yeah, good move.
And let's see how quickly Fabiano plays rook g6 check.
Very quickly.
Oh
no, rook f7.
Rook f7.
Whoa.
So he can block a check on the third rank with his rook, and rook trades lead to a position where at first you may say, how could you trade? You're down a pawn. The table base says it's a draw here, and this king can come to c4. This pawn's not going anywhere.
This is like the Hikaru against Report endgame. I forget what minor pieces were on the board, but this reminds me of that for whatever reason.
It was knight and 2 pawns against bishop and 1 at the end.
Okay, so it was like a mirror image of this one. But now I would play a4, and I would play it quickly. If I'm Alireza, not here.
Obviously.
Yeah, now you lose.
I was trying to, I thought I was in the correct board.
I feel like one of his only chances lies in Fabi making a mistake in the next 2 moves, because once this additional time control is reached, I feel like Fabi will be able to make it over the finish line.
And here's a great example of a possible mistake. It's a4, of course, trying to go a3. If you think knight c4, Robert was just telling me about that. Here comes rook a3 check, and you no longer can block on the third rank. So a4 is the only try, I would say, for black. And after a4, what is white going to do?
Maybe I can play knight f3 first.
Knight f3. Does
bishop h8?
Goes
yes,
all the way
and maybe now rook a7.
I just chase the pawn down.
But now rook h3.
Rook h3, and I'm losing everything.
King e4 and like king b5, and already it gets very I mean, now it's just lost because you're going to lose c3.
This is very dangerous now. Maybe not rook a7 then.
I don't like that Alireza is taking just about a minute out. Finally, there he goes, a4. A move I thought you should have played almost instantly. But now let's keep a very careful eye on what Fabi does. He's got time, but a lot of little minefields here. And 2 more moves.
Yeah,
this ain't over.
The a-pawn is actually really annoying. It's just frustrating to deal with because you want to play rook a7 in all these positions, but with rook h3 check coming, that's going to spell trouble for white. So Fabi on the clock has a couple minutes to make a couple moves. We'll see what he does here, but he is calculating, he's searching, and Amir, you said this many times, that Fabi has a style that must be exhausting. He's always calculating, he's trying so hard. Maybe he's even spent the most time at the board throughout this event. A lot of players with the white pieces in a tournament where they've lost a bunch of games, they say, let's just make a quick draw, let's go home, this wasn't our event. He's still, well, now he's defending, but throughout the game, he was still fighting. He wanted to win this one.
Well, and I feel that, it's not that I feel, I think that Fabi feels that this is his moral obligation towards the organizers and the chess community. This I can only respect this attitude. And I was thinking actually about this position. Knight f3 maybe is a little bit complicated. Knight c4 loses. Can you make another knight move? And well, it's sort of ugly looking, but knight b1. That's the only way for me to stop the a-pawn advance.
Protect the c.
Can I hold?
Yeah.
Somehow here.
I thought rook h3 check, king c2,
king c2
and a3 looked dangerous, but I think there is king b3.
Very important. Donna's idea is to distract the knight away. So rook takes c3, hits the king, hits the knight. Have king b2. The only way to keep the knight, you lose this rook because of the discovered check. So you can't take this pawn on a3. It's poisonous. Play king b3 instead, and that way you just get the pawn on the next turn.
And I apologize earlier. I said that Fabi has 2 more moves to make. He, of course, has one final move to carry out before time control is reached. So it makes sense to take all of his remaining time.
Will we play knight b1 though? It's a great move that Almira.
But I've tried everything.
Yeah. But you know, he's also trying everything, right? He's looking, he's been spending time trying to calculate. And knight b1, that's actually very instructive. Backwards moves, very difficult to find typically. Passive moves, very difficult to play psychologically. And yet knight b1 here protects your only pawn and stops the enemy pawn at the same time. I really like knight to b1.
Yeah, and there's, like I said, a lot of pitfalls here. Rook a7 allows rook h3 check. So this possibility of rook h3 check needs to be factored into whatever move Fabi ultimately chooses to make.
But rook a7, rook h3, king e4.
Bishop takes c3. And I hit your knight.
No, but I can play knight b1 there. But you cannot take on the a4 because I will have rook h4.
We'll show this what they're talking about here. So rook a7.
This is what the show is about. We have producers calling us. We will pitch something today.
Rook h3 check. And where do you...
Well, king e4.
King e4.
Bishop c3, knight b1.
Let's say knight b1.
Oh!
He got the move out with 41 seconds, it looks like.
And it is...
So let's say
what
you
is
go
it?
somewhere.
No, what did he play?
What did he play?
Oh, he played... What?
Wait, but knight e4?
What?
Oh my gosh.
Rook h3.
Oh my gosh.
Wait. Rook h3, king c4, rook e3.
Yeah.
He's going to get mated.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, Fabi is just... Whoa, but will Alireza see the check? And he's about to grab his rook. Oh my god, rook h3 check wins. And if you go back to c2, there's rook e3.
He played rook h3 check.
Oh my lands, and that's move 60.
That is tragic for Fabiano. I mean, just every single game in the second half of this tournament, there have been moments like this where he looks like he's on the verge of saving something, or he's been better, and then I can't even
king
explain.
c4.
Yeah, well,
it's not rook e3 actually.
So we'll bring it up here. King c4, trying to go for this pawn.
Rook h4.
While keeping this pawn safe times. Rook h4. The king has to slide back to protect the knight, and then there's move c4 check. If the king takes the pawn, you lose the knight on e4. The king slides to the side, and then there's a move rook h3 check, and this is getting bad here.
King d2, king d5.
King d2, oh.
Or a3, no, a3 is much simpler, because rook a7.
Or king, oh my, I see what you're gonna do.
And now king d5, I mean, white just busted.
Yeah, you get this pawn here, because the knight cannot be defended. And once the knight moves, c3 is lost here. So Fabiano Caruana has made a fatal error right at the time control. This is what happens in chess sometimes when you're waning seconds for a last move. But as Fabiano tries to figure out how he can possibly save the ruins of his position, we are going to play an interview with Timur Radjabov after his win today.
Timur, congratulations on your win, the final game. How important is it to finish on a positive note?
I don't know, it's hard to say. I mean, it was a good game of tired people. And yeah, it was quite fighting in general. With Richard, it's always like this. I mean, it's always something is sacrificed, always tricks and so on. But certainly I was expecting that today there will be a fight. So yeah, it was just fine. But of course I didn't feel comfortable with this king attack, you know, like all the time knight g5, all the rooks, and the 4 is coming, and it's like such a mess. And I don't know if I played well there, but at least I didn't see the direct threats from his side. But certainly it's pleasant to finish on a good note.
Indeed, there was this moment you could have played bishop takes c4 instead of taking the knight on g5 immediately. Did you consider this line?
Yeah, but I mean, I spent way too much time there. Like, I don't know why, because if he wanted to take on d6, he could take, instead of knight g5, just knight d6, cd, and then knight g5. So, yeah, that was kind of strange, you know, to take time there. But I was not sure if I have to take the knight or not. Yeah, and so finally it proved to be, I think, better than I didn't. Because, I mean, after taking the knight, I saw that there are a lot of threats, like the queen h3 is coming, rook h5 is coming all the time, and the bishop is somehow controlling the squares. So, yeah, I think that was the right decision not to exchange it, but it took me a lot of time to realize that it's possible in general.
What is going to be, let's say, the first thing you will do once you get back home?
Everybody will sleep, whatever they're answering, but in general, just want to get all this, you know, all of these preparations, all of these things off my head, because it's like so many Berlins I've looked in the last few weeks. It's like unbelievable. I mean, I have worst games in Berlin, I have best games in Berlin. It's already, I think for after these 2 tournaments, I think it's enough for 2 different books. So good games in Berlin and bad games in Berlin. Yeah, and so many times, you know, I've been going through the end game, and nobody went the end game, and it's like some months spent on the end game just went for nothing. And yeah, just getting all of this, you know, all of this information, all of these ideas, all of this preparation of my head, of course, first of all, and just trying to recover.
Right, then let me wish you to recover well and see you back soon on the chessboard.
Thank you very much.
Heard from Timur Radjabov, who finished in 3rd place ahead of Hikaru Nakamura by tie breaks, and that was a very happy Timur who won 3 games in the second half.
He has every reason to be happy. This is a tremendous success on really the biggest stage in the world after, you know, a start that was frustrating, that led many people to pat themselves in the back and congratulate themselves and say, yeah, I told you, you know, Timur doesn't belong in this tournament. And look where he is now, 7.5 points out of 14 in this field, 3rd place. Amazing, just an amazing, amazing performance by the most experienced player in the field.
And then while we still have 1 game in progress, I think that's an extra incentive in this game for Alireza Firouzja is that he simply doesn't want to finish last. And if he wins this game, he will overleap Jan-Krzysztof and Richard Laporte.
Right. And that would be big probably for his future, his confidence. And, well, Fabiano Caruana, you know, he's trying to survive this one. As you mentioned, Alireza Firouzja trying to get out of the cellar of the tournament standings. And we're going to bring up the prizes for you all, because now that we know who has won the tournament, that's Jan Nepomniachtchi, he takes 48,000 euros. Second place, Liren, 36K. Third place was Timur Radjabov, taking home 24,000 euros. He took that prize ahead of Hikaru Nakamura, despite the two tying for third by points. So with every half point earning 3,500 euros, it's quite a hefty payday for some of these players. And we just have one game left that will determine all of the final standings. We have Alireza Firouzja. He's going to try to get another 7,000 euros if he wins this game.
And he is going to get 7,000 euros because at this point the result of the game is not in question. He's got several options that lead to very quick victory. Knight e4, as you said, was the fatal error. That knight is just impotent. It's on the worst possible square. The black king is totally invulnerable here. The bishop covers it very nicely. And now either a3 or king d5 both essentially force resignation because the c3 pawn in the latter case is lost, and in the former case, essentially everything collapses at the same time.
There is one line that I think we should show here, because if you push your pawn to a3, sometimes you push that a little bit too far, and Alireza, he's got his hands in his head, he's thinking rook a7, and if you think you can play king d5 to get this knight, you're like, wait a second, I'm going to get both of your pawns. I'm going to take on c5. Of course you're going to take me back. And then you realize that black doesn't just have to take this back. Bishop takes c3 is check. The king moves over, and then black has bishop d4, protecting this pawn, pinning this knight, and winning this knight, and thus the game.
Great line. And Alireza, he did go for the other move, king d5, straight away, to which, I was going to say Magnus Caruana responding. It's been a long day with knight f2. And a little bit of finesse still required. It actually might be most prudent not to take on c3, but instead to go for rook h2 with a3 to follow. I actually think that wins on the spot.
Because the king probably has to move over, otherwise the rook can't get over to a7. You need to protect the knight, and if you move your king pretty much anywhere, well, then you can push this a pawn, and the rook can't move because the knight's hanging. So if we switch to king e2, then this pawn on c3 is lost, and then the bishop comes back to d4, and bye-bye to this knight.
What a collapse by Fabi. I mean, this is far from a perfect game, but Alireza is going to be so happy at the closing ceremony to have scored that last win of the black pieces from a position in which I honestly thought was just a two-result game. When Fabi got that knight to e4, it was unfathomable to me that the black can win this game. And the entire campaign started with d4. I think that's what led very quickly to Fabi's downfall. I cannot understand any of what he did in like the next 10 moves, starting at in the moment you're showing in the analysis board.
I think it started with G3.
G3 was an ominous sign.
Yes.
Yeah, it was an ominous sign, maybe unnecessary. But then the decision to open up the center, removing the support of that monster knight was just unthinkable.
Yeah, just showing a knight on the light squares, all the pawns on light squares, the bishop can't do anything. The pawn e5 is isolated and a future target. So to play g3 and then d4 and open up the position, that was a pretty big mistake. And then we see that as the game continued, black starts scooping up pieces. Fabiano still had a chance at a draw. He went wrong at move 60. And we're being informed that Jan Nepomniachtchi is active on social media. He let everybody know his team of seconds.
So maybe I can read those names because a lot of them are in Russian. So it's Vityugov, Leko, Khairulin, and Potkin and Tomaszewski. Actually, Vityugov and Leko and Khairulin were present in Madrid, and Potkin and Tomaszewski helped Jan Nepomniachtchi from a distance.
Oh gosh, that's a really great team of seconds. 5 of them. Most players, they feel fortunate to get 1 or 2 seconds, but have 5 seconds to help you out. And it's very important that some were in Madrid, some were elsewhere, because you, as seconds, you want to work around the clock. And a single person can't work 24 hours a day. They need to sleep. But it's very common that when you have a team of seconds, some people are elsewhere, some people come with you to lend the emotional support to help you on site. And then when you sleep, the player and the second on site, the people who are elsewhere, they work. And that way, it's 24 hours.
I actually know how important it is because when Liren was helping Magnus during their first matches, he was working from home. And then we had to move the crib, of our little daughter to the living room. Then he had to work during he had night shifts all the time. So I think this model works much better for the seconds and for the families.
Yeah.
It really takes a village. I think that's what this shows. And, you know, Amira mentions the work around the clock. That's not an exaggeration, because sleep always comes second. If there's a line that's unresolved, if there is a move, you know, in the Petrov that Jan doesn't know what to play against, that work takes place until a solution is resolved. Whether that takes 5 hours or 15 hours, nobody sleeps until, you know, the top opening priorities are solved in preparation for the next game. It takes tremendous sacrifice. Ding mentioned sacrifice. And during a tournament like this, all of the seconds sacrifice their Netflix time, family time, their sports time, their sleep time, their eating time. Everything is done in service of finding the right opening ideas and making sure that the player whom they're working for is in the right frame of mind and confident in preparation for the next game.
And sometimes, you know, seconds are prominent names as players. Peter Leko played for a World Chess Championship. He also works with Vincent Keimer, who is one of the absolute premier talents as a teenager from Germany. And then sometimes people are like, who's that person? I don't know that name. They're not 2,700.
Yeah, are they qualified to work for something like
but that's
Jan?
not what it's all about, right? Sometimes people choose their seconds based on friendship and trust. Other times they're like, this person plays this opening in a way that I would like to learn from them. So just because somebody isn't playing in the candidates themselves doesn't mean they're not a capable second. And you know, Vityugov is a top player. Nobody's disputing that. But one of the names there was it Haryulin?
Haryulin,
yeah, who is a fantastic player, also around the same age as Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I'm sure they've been friends for a long time, and there's that trust. And Haryulin, as a grandmaster, a very strong player himself, that actually helps, right? The whole is greater than the sum of its parts sometimes.
Yeah, and I think you can see a very direct parallel in sports coaches. I mean, I'm most familiar with basketball, but if you look at basketball coaches, they're not all, you know, players on the level of Michael Jordan, LeBron James. Some of them are,
right?
But others, like, you know, longtime coach of the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich, was, you know, I don't think he played in the NBA. I mean, he played in college, he played in Europe. He's a very capable player. You could compare him to like a 2,500, right? He knows what he's doing on the court, but it's not all about how well you play when you're a second. Like you said, the trust factor, that's priceless. How you analyze, how you use chess engines, how creative you are when you've got, you know, unlimited time essentially to find opening ideas. So he's got Vityugov, he's got Tomaszewski, 2,700s, but he's also got people whom he trusts, who know him as a person, who can sometimes tell him the right things after a tough game, and who can generate game-winning ideas day after day.
Yeah, and the World Championship experience that Peter Leko had is invaluable. Peter Leko almost won the World Championship, right? Vladimir Kramnik was on the verge of losing his title that he won against Garry Kasparov. And unfortunately for Peter, it didn't go his way. He's a phenomenal commentator, a great human being, still a fantastic chess player. But that kind of experience, you can't replicate that. You just have to have it. And so for Jan, in his second candidates, you know, he wins in a row. And I don't think it's just a coincidence that Peter Leko is part of the team. And all the others as well, right? Vityugov giving great preparation. We mentioned that he played the position from the white side that Jan was playing from the black side. So that really helps when you can test it out over the board and work on those openings. And someone like Vityugov, obviously super, super strong, as are the other players that seconds that Jan works with. So Fabiano, rook takes c3, super strong player in his own right, not having a super strong second half. He's down 2 pawns here, and it is feeling like all hope is lost. And the youngster, the French-Iranian player with the black pieces, he's going to win his first game ever against Fabiano Caruana. And I think that is so important, because if somebody keeps piling on, where if this went from 3 wins for Fabi to 4 wins and none for Alireza, you get in your own head. You're like, I just can't do it against this guy. He beats me every single game. And now that Alireza, in the candidates of all places, is going to take him down, I think that will really help him in their head-to-head matchups going forward.
I think it's also going to help him for his career and the way he will think about preparing for these tournaments. And once again, he needs to win this game in order not to be last in this tournament.
And one last attempt by Fabiano.
Let's hope that my opponent blunders rook takes e5, which removes the guard of the rook on c3. Alireza moves his rook away to g3.
Knight d3. Rook takes d3, I think, is critical.
Oh my goodness, we'll show that right now because knight d3 looks like it just goes ahead and wins a piece. But after knight d3, Danya is saying rook takes d3 with check. The king takes it after a3. You think rook f2 stops the pawn, and it does for the moment, but I go c4 check. And where's your king going? Can't go here. If you go here, uh-oh, that's a skewer. Thank you very much for your rook. If you go to the second rank somewhere, like c2, d2, or e2, doesn't matter, there goes the pawn. And the best you can do is give up your rook for the pawn. And with a bishop and the c-pawn remaining, black wins easily.
Just the way Alireza is sitting, you can tell that he's calculated that. That's actually what he was spending his time on, I think, after rook takes c3. That's it, because if Fabi doesn't play knight d3, then a3 follows. The pawn is unstoppable, and the game is finally over. What a heartbreak for Fabi. A tournament that's going to be hard to process. It just doesn't add up that he had 5 out of 7. It was like 2 different people participated in this tournament. And a great win for Alireza. Just a confidence booster, a rating saver, and a win of the black pieces in the last round is always a pleasant feeling, no matter how poorly you might have played throughout the tournament as a whole.
Just everything possible that could go wrong went wrong for Fabiano. Yeah, he lost his first game in the second half to his compatriot, Hikaru Nakamura. Then he has a great position against Jan Nepomniachtchi, can't win that. Then he loses a couple games in a row, and you can just look at him, right? This is not the Fabiano Caruana who's sitting upright with great posture, ready to play a very intense game. He resigns. It's the last game of the Candidates, so the Candidates is officially over, and Alireza Firouzja scores his first victory over Fabiano Caruana, who understandably is dejected, doesn't want to look at chess anymore, I'm sure, for the time being, and he just gets out of the playing hall, and he can't believe what's happened here in the Palacio de Santonia.
And when you have a tournament result like this, I'm always curious to see the player's next tournament. In Fabiano's case, how will he bounce back? He'll be angry, he'll be motivated. He'll want to make the following candidates, but that's out of the conversation for now because this Candidates has only just finished. But Fabiano's tournament docket is always full and always full of opportunities to rebound in a big way. He will be representing the United States during the Olympiad, and this is going to be a big chance for Fabi to redeem himself, to rebuild his confidence, and to show that Fabiano Caruana at his best is a force to be reckoned with.
It's very difficult. After such a big tournament in your life, when all just falls apart, right? When it rains, it pours. How do you just move on? That's the question, and it's not an easy one to figure out.
Well, it's not easy. I feel that it's sort of a tragic love affair. Something is broken inside Fabiano. And, Ding was talking about sacrifices. I can only imagine how many sacrifices Fabiano has made in order to achieve all these tournament successes and play World Championship match. And for a while, his results, especially after the World Championship match, also were quite unstable. So we were talking about how stable he was in the first leg of this tournament, and then everything went wrong.
Yeah, and it's hard to see. I mean, Fabiano's a universally well-liked player. Of course, he is very humble and gives interviews even when he's struggling, but you can just tell in the body language that it's like, not again. And at some point, there's just nothing you can do that's going to get out of hand, but he does have a few weeks to get this tournament out of his head. The upcoming Olympiad starts at the end of July, so Fabiano will take part for Team USA. And he went wrong. I mean, we can show everybody once more where after surviving what was a bad position, out of the opening, he was in great shape. But 2 times in this game, it was with the knight on e4. So the knight e4 early on was an awesome piece, but the knight on e4 late in the game, he made this move to make the time control, and then immediately he was lost.
Yeah, very symbolic. And Fabi's probably not going to miss that symbolism, but it was an essentially unlosable position. Great job by Alireza to stay in the game. He wasn't flawless. He gave Fabi chances. He had that immediate win right before the time control, taking on f4 with the bishop. He missed that, but he kept his foot on the gas pedal. He made it difficult at all times for Fabiano, and his play right before move 60 really did Fabiano in, and that last challenge is one that he couldn't solve properly.
That's right. So both Americans lose in the final round here in Madrid at the 2022 FIDE Candidates, but Hikaru Nakamura, another player who is beloved, he talked to Dina Belankaya for several minutes, and here is that interview.
Hikaru, thanks for joining. That was a tough game. Do you think Ding's opening choice was justified?
No, of course not. I mean, but the problem is that I didn't trade the rooks on d1. If I go rook d1, rook d1, rook d8, I mean, the game is drawn within like half an hour, and it's, I mean, that's it. But the problem is that after h4, h6, rook c1, I mean, it still should be fine, but already I was very upset at myself, and then I just played some moves that I think weren't great. It still, I think, was probably okay, but I mean, to my opponent's credit, he found some good moves, kept the game going. But I mean, I still think even around move 40, I was fine until I played this insane f3 move. I mean, we'd reached time control, and then I blitzed knight e5 and f3 out for no particular reason. And yeah, I mean, Ding found this great idea, I think, with this bishop e7 and so forth. But yeah, it's, I mean, very unfortunate. But I guess luck goes you know, luck. What comes around goes around. And, you know, probably I got a little bit lucky yesterday to win, and then yeah, today, I mean, it's insane.
There were indeed several moments you could equalize. For instance, instead of bishop d8, did you consider rook d8?
Yeah, rook d. Yeah, I mean, I thought about rook d8 also, but I mean, this endgame with takes and bishop d6 feels kind of unpleasant. I mean, I think it's probably okay also. I mean, probably everything is okay objectively, but you know, it's still not so easy to play. Yeah, I mean, of course I should have gone for this. Like I said, there were many different moments, but simply I think I was just, you know, I was a little bit on tilt, or a little bit unsure of myself after I mean, I had to play this bishop d6 knight e7. So I mean, it came down to like one critical moment really, and yeah, I just couldn't find stuff after that.
And one more moment that was pretty interesting, when Ding played e4, you had an idea of f3. Did you see that one?
Yeah, no, I mean, I again, like I said, I felt like there were many possibilities, and I had enough time, but I was just moving too fast. I mean, I just couldn't control myself, and I think that was true probably for most of the game. After I played this bishop d6 knight e7, I just wasn't using my time correctly, and that was in large part because I was, you know, just not very happy with what was going on throughout the game. Yeah, I mean, after it was one move, but like I said, even I think towards the end, if I don't play f3 check, if I just play knight c4, I think I also probably saved this game quite comfortably. But you know, that's how it goes. It was a long game. Obviously, everybody's tired, and it's unfortunate, but I mean, it happens.
Well, willing to conclude your journey so far, you're the biggest chess streamer in the history. You're, as you call yourself, a retired professional chess player, and yet you almost came second. How do you rate your performance overall?
Yeah, my performance was good. I think problem is I couldn't control my nerves and my emotions today, and it ruined what could have been a very good tournament. But yeah, still to be on +1, gain some rating points is always a positive. So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate to end the tournament this way. But again, I mean, if you had told me before the tournament I would finish on a plus score, I would have been very happy. So yeah, that's how it goes.
Well, perhaps one last question. Where will you see you streaming again?
I mean, I'll probably stream tomorrow. That'll be a better way to enjoy things. I mean, that is the one upside. I mean, I was probably starting to enjoy playing too much, and now I can actually go back to something that's more fun than this. I mean, obviously, I'm not happy after today, but I'll stream tomorrow, and yeah, I'll play chess again sometime, but it won't be anytime soon. That's for sure.
Well, thank you so much once again, and then see you tomorrow.
Yeah. All right.
We heard Hikaru Nakamura. He zoomed out. So at first, he talked about how upset he was. He felt nervous, and that impacted him in today's game. But then he grounded himself. He said, if at the start of the tournament, you told me I would finish +1, gain some rating points, I would take that. Sounds like a good result. So, I mean, a bad day at the office, and I guess even the most popular Twitch streamer for chess can be impacted by nerves. That's no surprise. But in the second half, look at that. It was a couple wins to start sandwiched with that loss there, then a win and a loss down the final two. So he was very combative, Almira.
Well, he was very combative, and this last interview also made me think about the way Japanese they view beauty, and because I love Japanese aesthetics very much. So there's an aesthetic concept when you see everything through imperfection, and also that the things are ephemeral, and those things are beautiful. And Hikaru expressed exactly this, during this interview, while, he was, he played his best chess, but it was imperfect, and, this tournament will pass as well. But it doesn't change who he is and the way he sees things. And, I like this very much.
And Darren, it's a sad way for him to conclude the tournament, but it was, in fact, a great tournament from Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, the phrase you pointed out really says it all. He's going to focus on the positives. He's +1. He gains rating. Anybody who thought that Hikaru's streaming career in any way derailed his ability to play classical chess, this is the stage to prove those people wrong, and he did. And the last round doesn't change that. With that said, he is going to have that sour taste in his mouth for a while. He's going to be thinking about what if I had played Rook T? What if I had come in second? What if Magnus had declined the World Championship match? But obviously, that will remain behind the scenes. Nonetheless, it was a great performance by Hikaru. I had a lot of fun looking at his games, and he's going to remember some of those lovely wins, such as the game against Alireza and that monster game against Fabiano, which he won time and time again. So, on balance, great performance, and he's going to have his head up high.
And you can tell how much he loves chess. And well, Jan Nepomniachtchi is loving chess at the moment because he finished in clear first place, 1.5 points ahead of Ding Liren, 9.5 points, a record in the modern candidates, 9 out of 14, 0 losses, and just an absolutely stunning performance from Jan.
Yeah, what a clean tournament. And as I said yesterday, to win such a tournament, you need to demonstrate mastery in every single area: openings, tactics, endgames, defense, attack, initiative. Name a skill, and Jan Nepomniachtchi was a model of that skill in this tournament. So the score says it all. I don't need to add anything, but it has been a treat to cover his games in the 2022 candidates.
And Almira, 6 out of 14 doesn't sound that bad if you're Alireza Firouzja after scoring that last round win.
Well, it doesn't sound bad at all, but what I wanted to point out is that have a look at the standings. Those players who had already previous candidates experience are on the top of the standings, but our wannabe baby sharks, they finished last. You have Alireza Firouzja, you have Jan-Krzysztof and Richard Rapport on the bottom of the standings.
That's a very, very good point. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. The newcomers all at the bottom here. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was a newcomer last time. He won. So a first-timer can still win the whole thing. But you're right that the people without experience, they struggle in this one. But there's a lot of prize money at stake. So as we see here, Jan Nepomniachtchi winning 114,500 euros with a 9.5 score. And that's a very handsome payday. And his payday will only grow when he plays his World Championship match.
Yeah, I mean, very well deserved. And, as you said, there's a major asterisk that comes after the 114, plus rights to play the World Championship, where he will receive probably on the order of at least $1 million. And I don't think anybody begrudges him that, because his play in this tournament showed that he is indeed very deserving of the opportunity to avenge his loss in the previous World Championship match.
I just can't get over that Fabiano Caruana finished in 5th place. He was 5 out of 7. He finished with 6.5 points.
1.5 out of 7 in the second half.
It's really hard to look at this graphic and think, is that a mistake? What's going on here? But no, Fabiano Caruana somehow finishes in the bottom half. This is the first candidates where he's ever finished with a minus 4.
Half a point ahead of Firouzja.
Well, Robert, when I look at these prizes, I can't help but notice that recently there has been such a change in the chess paradigm, where streamers probably earn more money. And I read an interview which was given by Hikaru, and he said that he's actually losing money by playing in this tournament. That was such a surprise to me.
Well, we know historically chess doesn't have so much money in it. I mean, a lot of these tournaments that grandmasters trying to win, a couple $1,000s, they draw their last game, they get, maybe a couple hundred or something. So Hikaru makes a lot of money, I guess is a good way of summing it up. But the prizes here were good, and the players, they earned every single penny they got. And the big question now that we know that Jan Nepomniachtchi is the winner of the candidates is, who will he face? This graphic, it says it all. Magnus Carlsen has the right of first refusal because he is the world champion. It's up to him. And if not Magnus, Liren, Almira, he seemed pretty excited at the prospects of playing a world championship match.
Well, I think he is very excited at prospects of playing at all. So he will take anything. He will be given any tournament.
And Danya, we know what happened the last time Jan and Magnus played. What would you make of a potential Jan Nepomniachtchi Liren matchup?
Well, it's a fascinating one. Liren, we've established, is one of the toughest opponents for Magnus Carlsen. By extension, he's one of the toughest opponents for anybody else, including Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think Jan, he's got only one way to go, and that is to wait until the deadline. He's not going to start preparing until he finds out who he is playing, but I'm sure that he is ready to take on the challenge, whether it's Liren or Magnus Carlsen, who will be sitting on the opposite end of the World Championship table.
Well, July 20th was the date that Emil Sutovsky gave us in terms of when Magnus will have to make his decision. But happening far before that date is the upcoming Blitz Champs tournament. You will not want to miss this. Hall of Fame receiver Larry Fitzgerald, All-Pro linebacker Micah Parsons, new Cleveland Browns receiver Amari Cooper, top 5 pick Kayvon Thibodeau, and more will take part in this charity event with $100,000 in prize money at stake, July 9th to 10th, 1 p.m. Pacific, right here on chess.com. Whew. Well, it is that time. We have to wrap it up. But before we begin to wrap things up, I'm told we have a surprise for Danya and myself. So, well, a surprise, what? Okay,
Yeah,
well,
what?
let's see it. So let's take a look.
That took me a second to register.
And we'll have some
okay.
final thoughts right after.
Oh my goodness, is the idea e takes f4, e5, and then knight gf3? Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
Oh my
Only
goodness.
a report can play such a move.
Oh my goodness.
No, but
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness.
That's an idea to watch out for. Oh my lands.
Oh my lands. Oh my lands.
Yes.
My lands. This position is terrible.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, play it.
Oh my gosh.
Still wins there.
Oh gosh. Oh my 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 gosh.
Amazing.
That was awesome. I love that. That was a lot of fun.
That was excellent. Just highlights the incredible work that our production team does. It really takes a village to win the candidates. It also takes a village to produce the candidates. And we are the recipients and the beneficiaries of the best production team in the world.
We certainly are. And as we start to head out, we want to give some big thank yous to our friends at FIDE, Atrivia, our chess.com broadcast and events team, and of course, our chess.com broadcast team spread across 11 languages, including Spanish. They were doing it live here at the Palacio de Santoña. Also, big thank you to the city and people of Madrid for their hospitality. I can't even speak. It's been such a long event, and that is how much I've appreciated all the people of Madrid. So that concludes our coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament from Madrid. For Almira, from Danya, for myself, thanks to the chat as well, all of our mis amigos hanging out for spending these 3 weeks with us and being so engaged. We leave you with the best moments from our last day here in Madrid. Good night, and we will see you soon. Timur Chaba. He's playing an instrument on his nose there.
Ding doesn't strike me as a first move troll. I think it is in fact D4. Both players betraying a smile, but those smiles will be quickly wiped off of their faces due to an uncharacteristically good mood. So good mood all around as the last round begins.
We would not be happy if Magnus skips it. We also don't believe that the world champion can just say, it would be this way or I don't play.
So when is his deadline?
I would say July 20 is about the time when we'll have a decision.
Mis amigos. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Mis amigos. Look at the top left there.
Whoa!
Richard Report,
Damn,
everybody.
bro.
That is perhaps the game's most creative player. He just pushed his pawn to g5. Ding Liren, he pushed his pawn to h5, and that's how you beat these super strong players. You force them to make a decision. The game between Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana, that one is getting spicier.
It is checkmate whichever way you go. That's a beautiful construction using each minor piece and the rook to keep the king trapped.
Yikes. And it's a nervous situation. Both these two players, they seem nervous, Almira.
They feel a lot of pressure. Well, we were thinking that this is going to be Richard's masterpiece, but how do you see the canvas? It's totally different now.
Feature chats coming in, a lot of people saying Ding has this. A lot of Ding Liren fans out there.
Timur Rajabov's story is going to go down as, in many ways, one of the most impressive candidates' performances.
Could revive his career. Nobody thought that Rajabov was getting plus score in this tournament. What a second half.
Fabiano's last 10 moves. What is he doing?
He's losing
What
the
is
thread.
happening? Black has this intermezzo. Fabi definitely missed this. And if Firouzja sees it, he wins the game.
What a big last round win for Ding, who is going to hold his head up high even if he doesn't get to play Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Who would you just theoretically prefer to face? Hikaru, Ding, or Magnus?
Well, let's wait until the tournament is over, but of course I seek for revenge.
Mis amigos. 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 Mis amigos.